It's time to get started with a new project series, and it's one that you all voted for. Today, we start building a modular war camp. Alright, it's time for the new project to get started. You voted for it, so I'm gonna build it. We're making a modular war camp. So, what do we need for the war camp? Obviously, we need something to put everything on, so we're gonna need a ground tile. I don't want it to be as large as some of the other tiles that I've built in the past. That will allow me to use it in more settings. So I'm thinking of a 12-inch by 12-inch kind of base. And what I found for that are these. These are 1 foot by 1 foot floor tiles. I got these at Lowe's. They are really cheap. I think I paid $1.50 for each one. And as you can see, bring this in here. Focus. There we go. These are really, really thin, so they are not going to have a huge profile on the table. So that's going to make it a lot easier to kind of blend this into other environments. Ignore the surface and coloration that's on it. We're going to cover that up as the steps go on. Now, for a war camp, we're going to need stuff for war. One of the things we're going to need is some tents. I'm thinking of a couple of different varieties. But one thing that we need to do and address is kind of making the entire setup modular so that things can be swapped out. What do I mean by that? Here's what I have in mind. So I'm going to use these as kind of like a baseline for size. Playing cards are a great kind of crafting tool because they're all roughly the exact same size and shape. So what I've got in mind is, for example, if I make a tent and I make it this size for the base that the tent is going to sit on, I can then kind of plot out that we've got 3 tents going across this way, and then we can have like a larger tent for like command stuff. I can make another thing, you know, I can put like a training ground or a campfire or something like that on this one, and then we've got this set here. And at that point we can swap things around in a couple of different ways. I can put 2 pieces here for a campfire and a training ground, or I can put 2 tents here, put a training ground here, next to a campfire, next to another tent. I can put the command tent here, or I can swap it to here, or I can put it here. You get the idea. So that's what I've got in mind for this. So today, let's figure out a couple of things. We know that we're going to make things the size of playing cards to put down for the bases. So that's something that we've figured out. We know we're going to be using these floor tiles for the ground. And let's see what else. We're going to need a wall. We're going to need walls, and for that, I'm going to use these. Now these are some oversized craft sticks that I got at Michael's. I love these ones in particular because they're exactly 1 inch wide, and they're a decent length. Let me just kind of tear this open. Come on. There we go. So, as you can see, one of these is longer than half of this. So I can trim a few of these down to 6 inches in length, and then 2 of these equal 1 palisade wall, or wall in general, for each side. So I can take 8 of these and then make walls to circle the entire thing. I can also make one of these into a gatehouse, and then make 2 that are smaller at half size to be walls on either side of it. So, let's see here. We've got some walls that we need to build. We need to build some tents of various sizes. We need training grounds. We need a campfire, kind of like a sitting area. For the tents, we need soldiers' tents, a command tent. I'm thinking also a medical tent. Towers. We're going to need towers for the corners. And for those, I'll probably get something slightly larger than the craft stick. I can find these in a little bit wider format, so we'll use some of those to make some corner pieces. But for the rest of this video, let's kind of look at our ground and see what it is we can come up with to do two things. I want to make this as user-friendly as possible so that if you wanted to make your own, you can. And I also want to magnetize the pieces that are going to be set onto this. So what we're going to do is have one of these as a base, and they're sticky on one side. So if I peel this paper off, this side is sticky. So we're going to have one of these down and then one of these up. And we're going to add one other thing in between the two that is going to help kind of increase the modularity and magnetism of the entirety of the build. And that is going to be this. I found this on Amazon. This is a roll of magnetic sheet. So this is essentially a thin sheet that is magnetic. Now, this isn't ridiculously strong on its own. It's designed to make your own little magnets to put on a refrigerator, things like that. But it is as thin or thinner than our tiles are, and it's 1 foot wide. So what I'm thinking is I'm going to take one of the tiles and then put this onto one tile, and then put the other tile on top of it. So that way we've got a sandwich of tile, magnet, tile. And what I'm going to do is on this one for the top, I'm going to trace out where certain things are roughly going to be, and then cut out a physical removable piece so that when these all stick together, there's a recessed area that the modular pieces can get put onto and just kind of recess in. So I'll put magnets on the bottom of the pieces that are going to set onto the board, and then those magnets will connect to the sheet. Because while this is magnetic, it's not a magnet, so it's not going to push magnets away from it. So that is kind of the plan. So let's go ahead and start putting things together. Now, where to start? Let's start with the cutouts. To start things off, I made a quick and simple grid on the main tile. This was more to just kind of give myself an idea of where rough distances were going to be, so that I wasn't going to constantly be measuring things while I was putting everything together. Then, after doing a quick check of the rough size of the cards, I started laying out where I wanted things to be. And then I realized, since I was going to eventually have a wall around the camp, I wanted a little bit of a walkway so that I could put like stairs or ladders or things like that. So I marked off a 1-inch border around the edge, and that gave me a kind of rough area that I would have for just kind of some reference lines of where things were going to match up on the outside. Then it was a quick matter of tracing out some of the playing cards to lay out where the various tents or modular sections were going to be located. And once I had everything marked, I connected a few of the lines that weren't quite touching before grabbing my utility knife, and then after about 5 or 6 passes, I was able to cut through the laminate. Now, these tiles are fairly durable, but you can cut them pretty easily. My knife isn't even that sharp, but I was still able to make some pretty quick work of each section of the tile that I was cutting. So, if you want to do this yourself, you absolutely can. You don't even need any fancy tools for it, just a quick utility knife that you can get from most hardware stores, or even the Dollar Tree would do the trick. And as you can see, section just pops right out. So I'll go ahead and cut out the other sections here, and you can kind of get the idea of where I'm going with this. I am leaving a little bit of wiggle room, or at least I'm trying to, so that things have the ability to be kind of snug into place, but not so snug that they kind of get stuck or get damaged. Now, each of these pieces that I cut are not going to get tossed. I'm going to save them and then use them for later steps in this project. These are going to be perfect for making, the tents or other things that I want to put into these areas. And since they've been cut from the tiles themselves, they should all fit with relative ease. Alright, with the last section having been cut and popped free, I think it's time to start putting everything together. Now, each one of these tiles has a protective coating over the glue on the bottom side, and it sticks really well and really fast. So it was very easy to just kind of roll the magnetic sheet across the bottom and then trim it with a utility knife. Now, the magnetic sheet is supposed to be 12 inches wide, but it ended up being, 12 and like a couple millimeters wide, so I did a quick little trim just to make sure that everything was nice and even with the edges of the tile. And then I carefully peeled off the paper on the trimmed tile because I didn't want anything to get damaged. While the tiles are durable, they will snap in half if you kind of bend them with too much force, and I definitely didn't want that to happen. And then it was just kind of pressed down and finished. Okay, so here is the finished tile, but I ran into an unexpected problem. I'm going to start by kind of describing the card here. So the cards are an odd dimension. They are 2 and they're just shy of 2.5 inches by just shy of 3.5 inches. So as a result of that, trying to put the tile piece back in to make this be our removable section, if there's any variance in how they got cut out, they don't fit back in. Like this one won't fit back in at all, even in the place where I had originally cut it out. So that's not quite going to work. Now, making them with the playing cards should still work, but it's going to be really, really snug, and I don't want things to kind of get stuck and then get damaged as I'm trying to pull them out. So I made a second piece, and this is a little bit wider on all of the tolerances. I essentially rounded it up to 3.5 and then 2.5 for the width on each section. So what I'm going to do now is very carefully pry this off and then put the new tile down in its place. Now, the only disadvantage of this is the glue will kind of be stuck in a couple of places, but as you can see, it does come up kind of easily. Though I am going to have to cut it in a couple of places just to make my life a little bit easier. And as long as I don't cut the magnet sheet, shouldn't be any real issues. Well, I can say with certainty that these aren't going to come apart on their own by accident, so that is nice. I'm going to get this pried up, and then we'll get that piece put in place, and then we'll kind of figure out where we're going to go from there. Alright, so that took a bit of effort, so these are definitely very secured in place. Now, to kind of give you the impression and idea of what it is that I'm going to do, these are pieces that I cut from the original tile, and this is the new one. So as you can see, these just kind of slide right in place. The ones that I make to be removable will be even a little bit smaller than this, so them getting put in and taken out will be a lot easier, and we won't have to worry about any kind of issues with things getting stuck. So that is kind of that. Next time we will add some details to this. I think I'm going to bevel down the edges just a little bit. These pieces will get trimmed just a hair, and then these will be reused to make the removable inserts. We're going to bevel this side, but not this side, because this side is going to have the stuff attached to it. And I'm going to do that because I can use the sticky side to essentially be a lot cheaper than gluing things down, at least as far as the ground cover and flocking and things like that go. So next time we will do a little bit of fine-tuning. We will add in our ground cover and flocking, and that will kind of pave the way to start making our tents and various other structures. So that's going to be it for today. Thank you everyone so much for watching. I hope you all enjoy this new project and how we're getting started. Please hit that like button, subscribe for future content, comment down in the comment section, and we will see everyone next episode. Hello everyone, welcome back. It's time to continue working on our Modular Warcamp. Today we're going to finish out the base layer. Welcome back everybody. Last time we put together this nice little board. Off camera I made a couple more. I made one that is the complete reverse of this, and I did that so that we could set things up, you know, have a larger camp that was just kind of like a small mirrored version of itself, things like that. And then I made one that was just two simple rows. We can have like a road or a path in between, stuff like that. So today, what are we going to do? We are going to add in our beveled edges for all of the seams. I'm not going to bevel the extra pieces just yet. We're going to do those when I do videos making the things that get inserted into our tiles. So those will wait for now. Today, we're going to bevel the edges on these, and then we're going to add our ground cover and some flocking, things like that, and get these set up to be able to start having our tents and our other filler put in. So, without further ado, let's go ahead and start with the beveling. Now, to do the beveling, it was both easy and annoying to get the kind of angle that I wanted. Now, all I'm really doing is just kind of holding my utility knife at a particular angle and dragging it along the edge. Now, the downside to this is at a few points it started to bite into the material a little bit too much, and in other areas it did a little less than I wanted. So, while this wasn't really dangerous or complicated, it took more time than I wanted it to, just because of how fiddly the material ended up being. But if you do end up using this same kind of setup or even this same material, it is easy to work with, it just takes a little bit of finagling to kind of get used to how everything behaves with certain tools and other materials. Now I'm taping off the magnetic areas just so that I don't really get them dirty or messed up off camera or when I apply any of the sand or flocking. I kind of want to leave these areas as pristine as possible so that when I put the modular pieces in, they don't have things that they're going to get stuck to or things that prevent them from sitting flat. And then once all the flocking and everything is finished, we can remove these and shouldn't really have anything left over. Now before I add any of the flocking down, I want to create a little bit of an elevation change. Right now everything is perfectly flat, and while that works for a gameplay scenario, it doesn't make the board feel very realistic. While historically most war camps were made on as flat of terrain as possible for convenience of setup, it's not always the case. There's always some kind of variance in the ground, and I'm not talking, like large rocky pieces. I'm talking little hills, little raised areas on the ground, things like that. So we're going to recreate some of that using some of the off-cut pieces that I broke off from last episode. So I'm just gonna break a piece off here, and it's still got the sticky on it, which is good. I'm going to kind of clip this down into a relatively irregular shape like this. Just kind of break off little pieces here or there, and then this I'm just gonna stick down right there, and then take this other piece, break off the one really weird corner, and then do the same, just to kind of create a couple of small little raised spots. Now, on their own, these aren't going to blend with any of the ground cover that I'm planning to add. So I'm going to bevel them down a little bit just to kind of create a slope. And these are shifting a little bit as I'm trying to cut them, but that's fine, because once everything gets glued down, the glue will help lock this into position. So I will get this beveled and then give you a close-up image just to kind of show you what it looks like. Okay, these are on. I'm going to bring these in, see if you can see them a little bit easier. I put a couple on, and these aren't meant to be like huge, giant outcroppings, just to add a little bit of varied elevation. And again, we're going to add some sand and some flocking, so that's going to help blend everything together as well. Now, I was about to start getting the sand and the glue to add in another step when I thought, you know what, let's add something else. This would be just kind of like a plain open field, but even open fields have little rock outcroppings and things like that. So we are going to make some using this. This is, I believe it's a tile for like subflooring in housing. I bought it at Lowe's for like $2 and some change, and as you can see, when it breaks off, see if I can get this in there, it leaves a nice little jagged edge, and this is really easy to break off. And there's a even better look right there. Look at that. That looks like kind of just a rocky bit of terrain. So what I'm going to do is break a couple of pieces and kind of stack them like this, and then using a pair of pliers, or maybe even my knife, I can rough this up a little bit more, kind of blend it together, and then we can glue this in at an angle to be just like a small little rock outcropping somewhere on the board. So let's go ahead, set our board aside for just a moment, bring the camera in, and see what we can come up with. Now I'm going to put this together with super glue, because I want this to hold really quick. And as you can see, that takes zero effort to glue together. It's some kind of porous material, so the glue just kind of soaks in and instantaneously bonds. So if you end up using something like this, kind of be cautious about it in that regard. You don't want to glue it in a spot that you weren't intending. So now, let's see, we're going to clip a section off. And I could actually use this and kind of rough it up and add a second one if I want. Let's see, we're going to need to kind of trim it down a little on one side. I'm just taking a few chunks out here, and then I'll use something, probably, you know what, I've got this. This is a sanding block. And that does actually work. Look at that. It's smoothing it down pretty nice, but it's not really taking off huge pieces. So let's... And all I'm doing is just removing chunks to kind of give me an angle to work with. And you can kind of remove it in slices, which is nice. Alright, that looks pretty good. It'll sit at a rough angle. Do I want to modify it any further? Yes. Alright, that sets pretty flat. And once we add in some sand around it, that'll kind of help to blend things together. So now we need to kind of jagged up the edges a little bit. Because right now it's a fairly pronounced divide, and I want to kind of blend it a little bit more. Kind of give the impression that there's just this large rock protruding from the ground in the middle of camp. You know what? I've got... Since this isn't exactly really tough material, I can use my model snips, just kind of break pieces off of it with this. Now, I've used this in the past to make model bases for like rocky bases and steps and things like that, and it works really nice. It adds weight to models, but it's not heavy, so you don't have to worry about, you know, a giant rock being glued down onto your model. Well, focus. Okay, fine. Bring this in. There we go. So that looks pretty nice. Definitely gives the rock appearance. There's a little bit of a step still in it. But that's not that bad. Okay, that's better. So that's going to be a nice little rock addition to our board. So let's go ahead and glue this down. Now, where can we put it? You know what? Let's put it a little off to the side, maybe. Over here. Yeah. That'll do nice. Again, I'm going to fix this down with a little bit of super glue. And then our base layer glue, Mod Podge, or tacky glue will help kind of secure everything into place. Okay, that is secured on. So now we've got a nice little rock face. Okay, let's see. I can kind of blend this a little bit more. I'll do that off camera, and then we will start adding in our sand and then our flocking. Now, to apply the sand, I just did a line of Mod Podge on the tile and then spread it around with a brush before sprinkling on some sand. And then just kind of repeated this process in different areas. Now, at first I wasn't entirely sure if this was going to have a good strong hold given the glossy surface of the tile, but everything ended up holding pretty well, and I don't think it's going to be that much of an issue. Once all the painting and glue has dried, it should be relatively secured onto the face of the tile. And Mod Podge has a habit of sticking to just about everything that you apply it to anyway. Once all the sand was applied, I let it dry for about 30 minutes before taking it outside and then hitting it with a base coating of some very dark flat brown. And now I'm using a little bit of some burnt umber to just kind of stipple and brush on a kind of overcoating on all of the edges and all of the sand. This is going to give it kind of a almost muddy, kind of watered down appearance. Now I'm adding this color because I want a more kind of all-purpose natural appearance. But if you want something a little bit more woodland, I would say skip the burnt umber and go straight into a slightly brighter color like raw sienna, which is what I switched to once all of the burnt umber was dried. Now I am going a little bit heavy with the dry brush on this, but as you can see, the more areas I work with, the more of the previous areas start to dry, and the color does tone down quite a bit. And if you wanted a little bit more of a darker color, you can go a little bit lighter dry brush, and you'll get a much more varied and different result. Alright, and once that was all dried, I grabbed some gray from Artist Loft and then just did a quick double coating of our little rock face, just to kind of help it stand out from the rest of the board. Now these paints are pretty nice and they don't take super long to dry, so after about 5 minutes or so of waiting, I was able to switch to a neutral gray and did a dry brushing over the entire surface. Now this did help all of the raised areas to become pretty well highlighted. I did notice that the back and forth pattern that I was brushing was leaving some very definitive lines and streaks. So I went back over everything and did another dry brushing just to kind of remove those and hopefully blend everything in a more natural appearance. But that resulted in everything being a lot lighter than I had originally intended, so I went back to the raw sienna and did a very light dry brush over everything, and that kind of helped to blend the two colors together a little and ended up giving me a much better, more natural result. I still have the raised highlights, but it was a lot dimmer than it was originally. Next, I grabbed a little bit of Mod Podge and a brush and then just kind of stippled on a few areas here or there. I wasn't going for total coverage, just some quick little patches. Then I used a flour sifter that I picked up from the Dollar Tree to spread my homemade flock around the areas that I had glued down. This helps to spread all of the flocking fairly evenly, and any clumps that I had in the flock were able to just kind of be ground up and sifted away. Then after about 10 or so minutes, I began trying to tap all of the extra flock off and realized that the paint wasn't completely dry when I started. So I grabbed another brush and began dusting off the flock to try and remove as much as I could while maintaining the little patches that I had stippled in place. Once I had the majority pulled free, I, off camera, pulled all of the masking tape up and then used a can of air to blow away any of the excess remaining. And there we have it. Our ground layer is finished. All right, here we are with the finished tile. I pulled up the tape protecting all of the magnet areas, so we've got some nice clean transitions between the dirt and flock and then the magnets, so that's going to be really nice when we start putting in our little modular pieces. Now, I definitely didn't want the heavy covering of grass on this. I wanted some just kind of like little patches, and that's going to make it look a little bit more realistic for a camp setting, like the soldiers have kind of trampled everything down and some of the foliage has kind of started to die off. So that is going to be it for this. I've got the other two tiles. They are drying off camera. I don't want to move them just yet, so you will see those next week when we start tackling the next part of the project. And I'm thinking next we're going to start working on the tents to go into some of the areas, and we're going to start things off with one of the soldier tents. I'm thinking of doing a couple of different styles of tent for like the soldiers area, then like a command tent and maybe a medical tent, each one with some slightly different variation. So tune in next time when we start the tent for our infantry and soldiers. This has been a pretty interesting piece to put together. It is still fairly lightweight. All of the glue has kind of made it a little bit more rigid, which is nice. But yeah, that's going to be it for today. Thank you everyone for watching. Please hit that like button, subscribe for future content, comment down in the comments section, and we will see everyone next episode. Now that the ground plate has been finished, it's time for us to continue working on our modular Warcamp by starting to build our soldiers' tents. Hello everyone, welcome back. So as promised, I'm going to quickly show off the tiles that I finished off camera. I've got a little bit of tape that's kind of stuck down. I'm going to need to clean the magnet area with a little bit of acetone just to kind of clean that up. The tape seems to have gotten some of the magnets a little bit sticky, so that'll get cleaned up pretty easily. I'll do that off camera so you don't have to watch that. Here's the double row, and then here is the reverse of our first tile. As you can see, I still did the little patchy areas of grass, and I think they came out pretty well, and they are only a very slightly different hue than our original tile, but that's not going to be super noticeable under the light of the table during gameplay, so I'm not too worried about that. I did a little bit of extra work on the rocks on these ones. Here you can see I did a little bit of scratching into it to kind of make it look a little bit more natural, and I think that came out really nice. So today we're going to work on some of the tents. And we're going to be using these. These are some of the offcuts from the center of our tiles. I trimmed them to match the size of a playing card as close as I could. There's a little bit of variance, but not too much. For the most part, they fit in the framework very nicely. And as you can see, I've already beveled the edges, so we have nice, clean transitions. I've got 4 of them here, so we can just kind of toss them in and see how they would look. All right, that looks good. We've got a little bit of wiggle room, so these are going to work out perfectly. Now, there is an extra bonus to using these to put the tents on. They're going to fit into our tiles, but if I want to improvise a little camp in the middle of nowhere, like in a forest setting and I don't need the full war camp, I can pull a couple of these out and then put them down as just kind of a couple of tents just scattered around the area. So these are going to help with some just random one-off encounters as well as part of our modular build. So that's just a really nice bonus. And we're probably going to be able to do that with most of the stuff that's built in this series. So we're going to get a whole lot of extra use out of all of our pieces. So first thing is first, we need to add in our sand and ground color and texture to each of these. Now we're going to do that first so that when we go to make the tent, we can attach it to the finished ground. That way we don't have to worry about painting the ground around the tent. We can paint the ground, then attach the tent. So let's go ahead and get that started. Okay, let's see here. Now, I have not tested this out yet, but I know that the sticky part of the back of these are really good adhesive. So let's just do a quick test and see how well it holds the sand. I'm just going to do a kind of light-ish coating here. Now, because these are where the tents are going to go, I'm not going to put down any of the custom-made or rocks or anything like that, because these are going to be where the tents are going to be and where the soldiers would be sleeping on the ground. So they would have probably cleared the rocks away. Okay, that's not bad. That's not bad. I'm going to want to test this out. Okay, it's actually better than I thought it would be. Okay, this is a surprisingly good result. Brushing away at it with my finger doesn't really remove the bottom layer of the sand. So I don't really need to do much else with this just to create the base layer. I will say what I am going to do is add in a layer of watered down glue just to kind of lock everything down. But that is a surprisingly good result. Oh shoot. I just realized that I skipped a step, and I'm going to have to backtrack just a little bit. I want to add some kind of magnet on the back of this to attach to the board so that when these get put down, they get locked into position. So, let's see what I can come up with on the fly here real fast. Okay, I'm going to put this right here. Let me go grab my magnets, and then we will come back and see what we can do to attach magnets in here. Alright, so these are the magnets that I'm going to use. They're a decent size, and I'm thinking I'm only going to use 2, so it's going to be one here, one here. Now, they are pretty thick, so that's a thing that's going to have to be worked with. I'm thinking I'm gonna try one thing here. I'm gonna see if I can just kind of like carve out a small little area and then stick the magnet in. Ooh, that was a little close to my hand. Now I'm hoping that I'm not going so deep that it's removing the sand. Okay, it is just a little bit. But that's okay. I can put the magnet in place and then attach more sand to the top of the magnet. Okay, that's not so bad. And that hole is going to be on the inside of the tent, so it won't really be seen all that much. I need to make this a little bit larger. Okay, with how much I'm handling this, I'm surprised how much of the sand is staying in place and not just kind of getting knocked loose. I think if I needed to quickly improvise a ground layer for something, these floor tiles would be one of the better things to use. Okay, that is a large enough hole, but I'm going to need 2 of them. I'm going to try something else for the second one. I want it to go there. And that's roughly the shape. So to get these flush, I'm having to cut all the way through the tile. Now, one thing I could do, and I might experiment with that off camera, is I could attach a layer of foam to the other side of the tile. So, for example, if I cut the hole in the tile on this side, I could attach a very thin layer of foam or like chipboard, something like that, and then glue and apply the sand to that. That'll give me a nice solid layer for the magnets to attach to as well. But we're going to give this a shot. Worst that happens is it doesn't work, and all I've done is wasted one of these tiles and a little bit of sand. And that's not that big of a thing. Okay. Alright, that punched out. I'm going to have to clean up the edge just a little. Okay, there we go. Now, to put the magnets in... Okay, that one's a little bit more snug, that's good. Now to put these in, I'm going to... I'm going to use super glue. So I've got some gel super glue that I think will hold everything in a position. So let's pop you back out. And I'm just going to apply this to the edge and slide the magnet in. Oop, shoot, that is too far. Okay, that didn't quite work the way I had wanted it to. And this one's a lot looser, so... I know what I'll do. This one, I'm going to flip over. We'll put our magnet in. And then I'll use a little bit of liquid super glue. Clogged. 1 second. There we go. I use a little bit of liquid super glue around the edge and on the top. And then before this soaks into the sand and dries, I'll sprinkle a little sand over the top of it. This will let the super glue absorb into the sand and give a nice area for the magnet to bond to. So that will hold the magnet in position. And that actually worked out nice. So I'm going to do the same thing on the other one here. Okay, I think I'm going to add an extra layer of sand over the top of this. So I'll apply some glue and then I'll do the watered down PVA glue and then sprinkle a little more sand, and then we'll get this base coated and painted up. Okay, got everything painted up. Looks pretty good. Let's see. Fits nice, and the magnets are holding well. Very good. There is only a slight exposed area around the edge, but I knew that was going to happen, and I'm okay with that. So now it is time to start making our tent. I'm thinking a simple A-frame tent is going to be our best option.
Now, I played around with a couple of different materials to use, and I think the most appropriately sized ones are actually going to be these toothpicks. The first thing I did was trim them down just a little bit. I didn't want the tent to be ridiculously tall, so trimming these to a length of roughly 2 inches is going to be a very appropriate height. I stood a model next to them, and while the model can't peek over the top of the tent, it looks like it's the right scale. Now I'm using a bit of string and marked off 3/7 of an inch on the top of each of the toothpicks. Then using just a little bit of super glue, I tack the string down and use that as kind of a starting point to do a simple clove hitch. Now this is just here to hold all of the pieces into position while I just kind of tie everything into place, and then use a drop of super glue to fix the string into position so that it doesn't move. Once I made 2 of those, I grabbed a drill bit and poked a couple of holes, not all the way through the ground plate, but just kind of indented in. This is going to hold the tent poles into position with a little bit more super glue. Now these are spread apart to be roughly 1.5 inches wide, and I'm spacing them 2 inches apart on the plate. This is going to give us a reasonable sized tent using the rough D&D scale of 1 inch equals 5 foot. This gives us a just over 5 foot wide tent, and it's just about 10 foot long in terms of gameplay ratio. After securing another pole to the top with a little bit of super glue, this is just kind of going to hold everything into position. I take another piece of string and do a trick that I saw on a Viking style tent that I had the pleasure of seeing at a Renaissance fair. And what I'm doing is wrapping the string around the top of the tent and kind of around to the bottom corners on the back. And then once that's secured, I do the same for the front. Now what this is going to do is create kind of a little support structure for the canvas that would go over the top of the tent. This kind of keeps the sides from flexing inward with wind or rainfall. So this is also going to help prevent the fabric that I use for the tent from kind of collapsing in on itself. And if I do it right, it should still be visible and give a nice little bit of extra definition to the tent. Now that the string and super glue have finally cooperated, I'm going to do a single drop at the cross point of the string just to kind of hold everything together a little bit more securely so that they don't kind of flex around or move. Now taking a couple drops of my burnt umber ink and mixing it with a little bit of water just to kind of help things flow, I'm doing a light coating over all of the tent poles. This is going to stain them just a little bit of a brown color and help things not be quite as dark as some of the other things that I've used this ink on before. I don't want them super dark. I want them to kind of look like they're poles that maybe have been taken from the local environment or treated poles that an adventurer or soldier would have picked up at a general store. Alright, that looks pretty good. So now we can move on to attaching our canvas. Now, I took a couple of moist towels from the Dollar Tree, let them dry out, and then cut them into strips of roughly 2-inch wide material. Then after trimming them to fit over the A-frame, I took a little bit of tacky glue and began securing things down. Now, once this glue dries, it won't really be visible through the fabric, which is kind of what I want. But I can also use it to stick everything down and glue things to the ropes that are crossing the poles, as well as the side poles themselves. Once everything was stuck into place, I gave everything a quick check to make sure everything was secured, and then let it set to dry for about 30 minutes. Once everything was fully dried, I grabbed some watered down Mod Podge and did a light brushing over all of the canvas. Now, this is a very important step because it's going to harden the fabric material and make sure that it doesn't get easily damaged during gameplay. Without this, it would be very easy for things to get misshapen or just start to come apart. Once the glue dries, even the watered down Mod Podge will have hardened the fabric enough that you can handle it without anything shifting around or moving, and it'll also help to increase the secure hold of the fabric on everything, including the base. Alright, and there we have it. Our tent is finished. Alright, everything has finished drying. The
cloth has firmed up a little bit, so it's not flexing anymore, but it still has that really nice kind of cloth appearance and texture. We can see the ropes through the cloth, which is perfectly fine. Now, this does need a couple more things, and what I'm thinking I'm going to do is we need some kind of bedding for the inside, and I'm thinking like maybe in front a camp chair or maybe a shield propped up against the side. You know, just a couple little things to add some extra stuff to this. But all in all, I think it all came out rather well. It blends in nicely with the terrain. Having it set back a little bit means that we have a little bit of extra walking space for models and gameplay in front of the tent, so we have a little bit of extra room for battles and placing figures and other bits of terrain, so that works out nicely. I'm gonna need to make a few more of these, and I'm thinking I'm gonna make 8 in total, enough to, let me back the camera out a little bit here, enough to fill both sides of this tile. That way, if I decide to kind of mix and match the tiles, I'll have enough tents to add in as many as I would like. But the extra features for the tents are going to have to come in another video. I'm thinking I'm going to do one video dedicated to just like camp furniture and decorations, and just have that episode dedicated to making a whole bunch of little things to add extra life to the camp. But this video is, I think, pretty well done. I'll make a few more tents off camera and get those set up. Let's see, what should we make next? Next I'm thinking we add in one more piece to another set of the tile here. Let's make a command tent. Yeah, we'll do the command tent next, where the head of the camp is going to sleep, rest, all that kind of stuff. So that's going to be it for today. Thank you everyone for watching. Please tune in next time. Hit that like button, subscribe for future content, comment down in the comments section, and I will catch everyone next episode.
Today we continue working on our modular war camp by making a place for the commander of the camp to sleep in. Today we make the commander's tent.
Alright everyone, welcome back to the channel. Last time we put together some of our little camp tents for our soldiers. Off camera I built another 7 more to give us a grand total of 8. And as you can see, they fit quite nicely into our existing board. And these are magnetized in and can be set into any of the boards that have been made. So we can do them in this configuration. We can do 2 rows. And then there's the reverse configuration. And today we are going to take another one of the tiles and make our command tent. So let's go ahead, talk about it a little bit, and then get started. So I've already painted up and textured the ground plate for the commander's tent, and it's pretty much the same as the soldier tents with one exception. I added an extra magnet, so instead of 2 magnets, it's now 3 magnets. And that's just to give it a little bit more of a hold, given the size of the footprint. This is double the size, because the commander is going to get just a little bit more room. Now, I've been pondering how to put together this tent, and I think the easiest way to do it is to go with a little bit more of a classic medieval style tent. So it's going to be a roughly square shape with a peaked roof. And we're going to have like an opening flap on one side. So that's roughly what it is that we're going to put together. So let's grab our toothpicks, our super glue, and our cutting utensils. and get started.
I started off by grabbing roughly 8 toothpicks, then a few extra off camera, and then trimmed them all down to approximately 2 inches in length, or at least as close to 2 inches as I could reasonably get them and kind of be consistent. Next, I grabbed my drill bit and started drilling out the holes for the tent poles. Now the first hole I actually misaligned, but it won't really be noticeable given the coloration of the underlayer of the texture, so I'm not going to worry about trying to fill it in. After making a rough 2" by 2" square, I used a little bit of super glue and started uprighting all of the tent poles. And giving them a few seconds to dry, I realized they were a bit too tall and clipped them down by roughly 1/4 inch. Then, using a little bit more super glue and a roughly steady hand, I started adding all the cross beams after trimming them down to make sure that they would fit nice and snug. And then before moving on to the next step, I made sure that all of the super glue was fully dried and cured.
Alright, I did add one little extra bit to the front here. I added 2 little support pieces, and that's just going to be a little door frame. We'll do an awning coming off of that a little bit later on. So now it's time to put in our roof peak. Now, I hadn't really given a whole lot of thought to how I want to do this, so I think the best option is going to be... How do I want to do this? I know. I'm going to take 4 toothpicks and a piece of string. I will tie these together like so, and then this will kind of get bent out in 4 directions. I'm going to use the same clove hitch knot that I did before, and this is just going to hold all these together. This is not going to get glued down or anything just yet. I might glue it after the fact. There we go. Okay, so now I should be able to kind of spread these out a little like that. And get a feel for how long all of these need to be trimmed. Alright. So I can use this as a way to kind of mark how long the pieces need to be, and then I can trim them and then start gluing them together. So if I mark that one there, and then mark it roughly there, I can use that as a guide to kind of trim everything down and then start putting them together to make the roof. So I'm going to get these trimmed, and then we'll be right back and I'll start gluing everything together.
Now the poles ended up being roughly 1 3/4 inches in length, and I'm just going to use a little bit more super glue to kind of put them in position, and then I just held them until they were roughly fixed in place. And then after attaching the third of the peak poles, I finally glued them together up at the apex. Alright, Alright, that looks pretty good. Now it's time to add in the rope binding around the sides. Now, technically I don't have to do this, but I wanted it to kind of be consistent with the soldier tents that I had already made. And since everything was glued into position, I was able to take one piece of string and kind of weave it around the corners until I had the full wrap on one side. Then I trimmed it, got another piece of string, and then started wrapping it again in the opposite direction. And once again, this is not really to add any extra structure, but it will definitely help to keep the sides of the tent from kind of flexing in while everything is getting built and secured down. And it adds a nice little bit of extra visual for when light kind of comes through the sides of the tent. Alright, not bad. Now it's time to attach the walls. So I trimmed a section of the dried towelette and just kind of eyeballed how tall I wanted it to be. I figured if it was a little too tall, I could trim it down, and if it was a little too short, then I could kind of stretch the fabric to make it fit. Then, using a little bit of tacky glue, I started fixing it down into position. Now, since the top edge is going to be mostly hidden by the upper layer of fabric once I attach that, I put the cleanest, straightest cut edge at the bottom, since that would be the one that would be most noticeable during gameplay. Now this last bit here was a little bit longer. I guess I stretched it a little bit too much, but that's just a simple matter of a little bit of a trim, and then I kind of wrapped it around this entry pole to kind of hide the edges. Now for the top, I know there's a pattern that can be done to trim something to kind of wrap around correctly in just one continuous piece. I don't have that pattern and wasn't able to find it online doing some looking around. So instead I cut 4 individual, roughly triangular pieces and then secured each one down, doing my best to kind of overlap them and make it appear as though the edge pieces were just kind of like a stitched together seam. And with the final piece going into place, it's time to kind of figure out how we want to do our little entry flap. So I cut another piece of the fabric, and then using a couple pieces of toothpick, determined roughly where it was that I wanted things to go. And I needed the edge to be relatively firm in place. So I glued a piece of toothpick to the edge of the fabric on one side. Then used that as a guide to drill out a pair of holes for like a couple of extra tent poles that are here just to kind of hold the fabric in place. And I glued them at a little bit of an angle to make it look like they're just kind of holding the flap in place by tension. Now, these are the only poles that are going to be visible from the outside, so these are the only ones that I'm painting up and staining that kind of nice wood brown. After giving them a few minutes to dry, I took the entrance flap and save myself a little bit of hassle by adding in a little bit more tacky glue and just kind of fixing that to the opening entrance before trying to glue it down to the front poles. Trying to do this in the opposite direction would have been very difficult. My fingers would have definitely gotten in the way continuously. Alright, that's not too bad. And once all the tacky glue was fully dried, I grabbed some watered down Mod Podge and did a double coating on all of the fabric. Now, I originally started with just one coating, but it didn't really feel like it was firm enough for my taste, and it definitely would have kind of flexed a little bit too much during gameplay. So once it was fully dried, I added the second coat, and that actually made it a lot more durable. It's entirely possible that I watered down the glue just a little bit too much in the first batch, and just had to do the second layer. So for stuff like this, especially for trying to make fabric a little bit harder for easier handling and durability, you definitely want to go a little bit more heavy on the glue and just water it down a little bit. You want it runny, but not too liquid, if that makes any sense. And as you can see as I'm brushing this on, you can definitely see those little cross hatches with the string, and I think that adds a nice little bit of extra texture on the outside, even though they aren't really visible. And I think that's going to add a nice little bit of extra element to the camp, and just doing this continuously for all the tents. And once everything was dried, our command tent is finished.
Alright, so now that the command tent is built, we can remove two of our soldier tents and plop this in. There we go. So as you can see, it looks just a little bit different from the others, but we still do the same style with the cross shape of the rope on the interior, and this is going to work out pretty nice for like an officer's tent or like the head of the camp, something like that. For gameplay, we can also use this as like the strategy tent or something like that if we don't want to specifically have a commander. But yeah, I think it all came out quite nice. We're going to definitely need to add a few little extra pieces to this. I'm thinking, so I need to make the bedrolls for the soldier tents still, but I'm thinking when I go to do some of the camp furniture, we're going to make a little cot to go into the command tent here. Now I know we aren't going to be able to lift it up to see the interior, and being able to see it from the side is going to be a little limited, but I feel gutsy enough and ambitious enough that I should be able to make it, and then with a pair of tweezers, slide it in and place it down into position. So that's probably going to be its own video, putting something like that together. That's going to be it for today. Next up, I'm thinking we finish out the last of the main tents that we're going to be making. I want to make a medical tent, some kind of larger tent that would probably take up the whole space for one of these double wide tiles, and just something that the injured soldiers would be brought to in between battles to kind of be treated by the doctors or the medics, or if we're playing D&D, treated by the clerics before they get sent back out into battle. So that's going to be what we work on next. I've got a couple ideas on what kind of shape it should be, and I think you're all gonna like it. It's gonna be a lot more open than any of the ones that have been made so far. So that one is probably gonna have a lot more modularity in terms of what it can be used for in gameplay. But that's going to be it for today. Thank you everyone so much for watching. Please hit that like button, subscribe for future content, comment down in the comments section, and we will see everyone next episode.
Even the strongest warriors get injured sometimes, so in today's episode, we're going to make them a place to recover by building a medical tent.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the channel. Today, like I said, we're going to be starting on the medical tent. Now, like before, I made up the tile off camera. We've got our 3 magnets to hold everything down. And this is one of the larger tiles. It is roughly 3.5 inches by roughly 4 3/4 inches, a little bit longer than 4 3/4. But I don't want this to be exactly like the other tents that we've made. I don't want it to be like the A-frame or even the square tent. I want this to be a little bit different. And the reason for that is this would have to kind of like accommodate a larger amount of soldiers being inside it at once, especially if people are injured. So there's 2 things we're going to need to do. We're going to need to have a larger entrance, which I'm thinking is going to be on the long side, not the short side. And for the shape of it, what I'm thinking is we're going to have a long edge and then a short angle on the 2 short edges, and then a long edge. So what will most likely happen is we'll have central post in 3 places along one side, and then a point, and then 4 on the opening. So it'll be, or maybe just 2. Yeah, we'll do 2 on the opening for the extra large open area. So it'll be an angled point, solid wall, and then opening. And that's going to be so that we can accommodate a large amount of decorations on the inside. And I don't think the tent is going to take all that long to build on camera. So if there's time, we will also start tackling the interior decorations on this. Yeah. So that is kind of the plan. So let's grab our toothpicks and our super glue and get started.
To start things off, I marked off a roughly 1 3/4 inch height for the kind of a tent pole and pieces of the toothpick. Now, I thought this was going to be an appropriate height given that I was going to have to drill into the board and then bury them part way, but it ended up being a little too tall. So off camera, I trimmed them down after gluing them into place to a 1.5 inch height, and that was a much better, seemingly more appropriate height for the walls of the tent. And it also kind of helped keep it in line with all the other tent structures that we've made so far. So, for the placement of the poles, I decided to go roughly just a hair over 1 inch in from the 4 corners on the long edge, and then dead center on one side, and then roughly in the middle on the 2 short sides. And as far as how in from the edges they are, it's just over 1/4 inch, just to give a little bit of room around the edge and maximize all of the space on the interior. Now, I will say, I'm not sure if it's the material of the liner of the flooring or what's going on with it, but once you drill into it and then start applying super glue to the toothpicks, this stuff holds like crazy. It is super easy to tack everything into place once you drill down below the ground layer. Now here you can see I'm just kind of very carefully putting all of the cross beams into place. This is ridiculously both easy and annoying, because if you get the measurement wrong, you've got to cut a new one, and it's a little bit tedious at times, but the super glue holds the toothpicks pretty quick, so once you've got everything into position, they do hold rather nicely. Now for the two short side angled roofs, I decided to go kind of a three-piece angled section, and starting with the two main pieces, I just kind of tacked them into place with some super glue, roughly eyeballing 1.5 inches in length. Then bent them upward to kind of meet up with another piece. And that gives me a nice little kind of angled section. Then I repeated it on the other side, added a ridge pole, and then a couple more pieces to the back. And those back pieces are just there for a little bit of extra support. Now for the front, as you can see, I was running into a couple of issues. I couldn't find a toothpick or a piece of wood that would easily go across the front, so I ended up going with this kind of interesting method. I made a kind of little peak and then added a support column that comes out from the center of the tent's ridgeline. Now I could have, like in the back section, done a diamond shape, but I thought this was going to be a little bit more interesting to kind of give a little bit more to work with. Now, since this is going to have a lot more of the poles visible on the inside, I'm doing a all-over coating of some watered down burnt umber ink, just to give everything a little bit of a processed and kind of sealed wood appearance. Now, soldiers in the old times would have easily, just kind of harvested wood from the local area to replace tent poles, but when they acquired their first tent, it would have come with poles. So that's kind of what I'm trying to recreate here, some kind of bought and paid for wooden poles that the army would have taken with them. And then, because I wanted everything to kind of match up to all the other tents, I started doing the string wrapping for all of the side panels. And I have found that doing this is pretty repetitious, but it's also very easy, and I would highly recommend, if you do this, super glue every corner piece as you move along. So once you know how long the string is that you're going to need, cut it, and then every corner do a dab of super glue to hold everything in place. Otherwise, you run the risk of, like I have in the past, in a couple videos, having to kind of hold something in place while trying to do the next step, and that's not as easy as you'd think it would be. So I'm just kind of wrapping, super gluing, wrapping, and super gluing until I get all the way around the edges. And then once everything was glued in place, I trimmed all the excess string with a utility knife.
Alright, so here is what we have so far. I like how the roof came out. I think it's going to be nice. It's got a really good opening here in the front with a little bit of an arch at the top. Yeah, we're definitely going to want to add the decorations into this now before everything gets put in. I can kind of make the decorations for the other tents and then shove them in with like a pair of tweezers, but this one, given how much is going to go into it, is definitely going to be easier to do now as opposed to later. The others are just going to have like one, maybe two things, and they've got a fairly straightforward opening, but trying to place one, then another, then another, then another is not going to be super easy in here and get it all to glue down. So we're going to go ahead and make the decorations for the interior now. And I think what I'm going to do is just a simple series of just like 3 or 4 cots for like a medical treatment or soldiers recovering and recuperating from injuries. So let's go ahead and make one on camera, and then I'll make the others off camera. And I think to do this, I'm not going to use toothpicks. I'm going to use some matches. Okay, now I'm going to start by saying I have never made something like this before. So let's see if I can actually pull this off. We're going to use 4 pieces of matchstick that have been cut to 1 inch. I'm going to use these to make the legs. And then 3 pieces that are cut to 1 1/4 inches. And these are going to be kind of like the bed area. Now, one of these I am going to take and actually sand down just a little bit on one side to kind of make this a little bit more rounded on that side. And that's going to kind of become a thing once we start to put it together, and I'll explain why I did that when we get to that point. So let's see, I'm also going to use some string, and again, I'm going to preface, I have no idea if this is going to look good in any way. Let's see what I can come up with.
I started off by making the legs for the cot, and my idea was some kind of impression that it's a folding, collapsible thing that kind of gets brought with everyone when the camp moves. So I made a couple of little cross-shaped pieces. These are roughly 1/2 inch in height, and I'm just kind of measuring everything off the grid on my mat here. And then I trimmed a couple of the edges. Now these are not going to be for the bottom, these are actually going to be the supports for the bed area of the cot. And this is just to kind of make sure that everything has a nice flat surface to attach to. I tried this off camera without doing the little trimming, and it did not work at all. So this makes things a lot easier, and once the superglue sets, things hold reasonably well. Unfortunately, the matchsticks seem to have a little bit harder time holding firmly with the superglue than the toothpicks. I'm not entirely sure why that is. It could just be that the wood is a little more porous, but as you can see, things do tend to kind of fall apart just a little bit more easily. But once everything sets, it holds reasonably well. And these are going to be small pieces that aren't really going to be handled once they're glued into place, so I'm not super worried about them getting damaged. Now taking the one piece that I trimmed down the center, I'm going to shape it just a little bit more to have as flat of an edge on the one side as possible. And that flat edge is going to face upward, creating almost like a little cradle in the center. And that's just for a little bit of extra support. Now, I was going to start stringing my cord on everything, but decided that painting everything up and staining the wood was probably going to be easier now, so that I don't discolor the string once everything is attached if I tried to do it then. So the same as the tent poles, this is just a little bit of watered down ink wash. It's just some burnt umber mixed with a little bit of water, and it kind of tints everything a nice rich color without being too dark. And I might have said this before, but I kind of wish I had watered down the ink that I used to stain the furniture in the Wizard's Tower, but, you know, that's a live and learn kind of situation, and I'll know for next time. Once the ink had fully dried, I began tying some string around various areas to kind of simulate some extra supports and some lashing. So I'm just doing a couple pieces around the legs and that center crossbeam to kind of imitate that everything had been lashed together once the cot had been set up. And now for the actual bedding area, I wanted it to be pretty simple, just kind of the idea that this is a no-frills kind of thing where soldiers would just kind of be laid on it for short amounts of time. So what I'm doing is doing a overhand on the outside, underhand on the inside, kind of continuous weave of the rope. And what this resulted in was a kind of interesting little woven high on the outside, low on the inside kind of pattern. And this kind of makes a very interesting little design for like a small little bed. And you can see it's just kind of slowly coming together, and this worked out a lot nicer than I had originally anticipated. And it was pure luck that the string was long enough at the end, because I did not measure beforehand. And as you can see, it kind of fits a model, and we can kind of get an impression of where it's going to go inside of the tent.
Alright, so I played around with it a little bit, and based on the size of the structure, 2 are going to fit with enough room for models to kind of stand around them. I could do 3, but it would be so cramped that it wouldn't really look good. So we're just going to go with 2 for the inside. And having looked at it and played around with the placement, I think 1 right here and then 1 right here, just kind of up against the 2 side walls, is going to be our best option. So now let's stick them down into place. And I think just a bit of tacky glue on the bottom of all 4 legs is going to be our best option. And then I'm just going to use a pair of tweezers to kind of grab hold of it. Press it down a little. And that glue should hold pretty well once it dries. Now for the second one. So I'm kind of trying to put them a little far back, because that's going to let me kind of lay a model into them if I wanted to, and still have a little bit of room. This one should be just a little bit further back. Darn it. This one's on me. I should have checked the placement before I stuck it down. Fortunately, the glue will kind of dry clear, so it won't really be noticeable with the shadow and shade of the tent. There we go. Alright. So now we're going to let these dry, and then we can start adding our canvas to wrap the tent and put on our roof. And the roof is going to be a little interesting because of all the shapes, but I'm reasonably confident I can pull this off.
Now, off camera, I cut a strip of the moist towelette from the Dollar Tree, and here I'm just kind of trimming it up to be the right length and the right height to match up with the sides of the tent. And once I had everything cut, it was back to the tacky glue and then fixing everything into place. Now, I have noticed that the tacky glue kind of makes the fabric a little bit more transparent as it dries in place. So that's a thing that I'm going to have to take into account going forward. And I know a couple of people have suggested that I tint the color of the tents. And I've been pondering back and forth what to do about that, because you are right, the tents are a little bit too clean, a little bit too white for constantly moving army camp. So I'm playing around with a couple of different ideas, and I think I'm going to go with a kind of mix of I've got a couple of different colors. One of them is called Parchment, and then the other is Warm Gray. And I'm thinking of mixing the two together, and I'll do a test piece on a section of the material that hasn't been glued down, just to see what it looks like. But that's going to be in another video, probably the camp aesthetics and extra furnishings video that I've got planned. We'll kind of color up all the various tents to kind of make everything match and have a little bit more of a weathered appearance. Now, the roof went on with surprisingly little difficulty. The only area that was kind of interesting was here at the front, since it had that little arch at the entrance, but everything kind of stuck down and kind of wrapped appropriately. Now, using some watered down Mod Podge, I'm going to paint over all of the sections of the roof and the side panels. And I decided to add a little bit of extra life to this one, and kind of use the brush to press down the center of all of these roof areas, just to kind of give the impression that the canvas is kind of sagging downward just a little bit, as it would kind of in a natural environment from just, the weight of the canvas pulling downward on all of these support poles. And you can already see that the roof looks a little bit more natural just by doing that little bit. And you can kind of see what I mean about the tacky glue making the canvas a little bit more transparent. And I'm hoping that when I do the coloration of the canvas, that kind of helps to hide and cover that up. But, we'll see as the series continues. Now, I did have to be a little bit more careful on the side panels. Since I've already put some of the decorations into place, I didn't have the ability to kind of reach inside and push the lower sections back out if they kind of curled in. So, to kind of help with that, I did a kind of splash of the watered down glue and just kind of pressed it against the bottom edge to kind of let it soak into the material. And then I did the normal brushing on the upper section. And that seems to work reasonably well for holding everything in place without kind of misshaping anything. Now, last video I had to do 2 coats of the watered down glue, but I added some extra glue to the mix on this one, and it only needed 1 coat. And once everything was applied, I let it dry for about half an hour to an hour, and then our medical tent was finished.
Alright, here we are with the finished tent. We've got some pretty accessible interior. It's not going to be super easy to get models in and out on the bed, but it can still be done. So I can still have models that are injured and resting in the tent if need be. And there is plenty of space to put a model just kind of standing, so we can have a couple standing in between or around the beds. So we've got a lot of good functionality out of this. The top came out pretty nice. I'm actually surprised with how well everything kind of held up, especially now that the fabric has all firmed up. Everything is a lot more stable. There's zero flex to any of the pieces. And I think if I was going to change this up, the only thing that I would do a little bit differently is, instead of doing this design on this side, I would have done this on this side. So the center pole here would have been taller leading to a peak that connected like this one. But that's a little thing really, and I'm still okay with how everything came out as far as accessibility and visual goes. So this, I think I'm going to call a very qualified success. So now, let's see how everything looks with some of the others that we've put together. So we've got our command tent, our soldier tents, and now a little medical area for the injured. Alright, we've got some pretty good variation between our tent designs, which is nice. We don't want everything being ridiculously repetitive. So I'm going to call that really good so far. Now let's see, we've got a few more of the blanks set, and I've already started cutting out the holes for the magnets. So let's see, what do we want to make next? I'm thinking it's going to be time, since we've got 4 more of the soldier tents, we're going to start filling out the next panel. And I think since we've got our soldier tents, we've got our command tent, we've got a medical tent, let's pause on making tents for a little while. We've got something to heal the soldiers, we need something to train the soldiers. And I've got 2 training areas in mind. I've got one for ranged training and one for melee training. So I think we're going to start one of those next. So next episode we'll be using one of these to make... Oh, I grabbed the melee training. So we're going to make our melee training area in the next episode. So definitely come back and check that out. It's going to be pretty interesting and a lot of fun to put together, little training dummies and stuff like that. So thank you everyone for watching. Please hit that like button, subscribe for future content, comment down in the comments section, and we will see everyone next episode.
Today we'll be joined by my cat, who insists on being held while I'm working. You're lucky I love you. As today we work on building a melee training area for our medieval modular warcamp.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the channel. Last time we built our medical tent. Today we're going to start working on some training areas. Now, I've got 2 different training areas in mind, and I've prepped up the basics for them. So we've got our 2 ground plates. They're both made the same way, textured with the magnets. I want one of them to be a melee training ground and the other one to be a ranged training ground. And I'm going to make them their own separate episodes. So we're going to set one aside for now, and we'll get to that next week. Today we're going to be working on the melee training area, and let's see what we can come up with. I've got a couple things sort of envisioned in my head for this. Now, the tile is, as before, just over 3 inches by just under 5 inches. So we should be able to get a decent amount of things on here. Now, one thing I don't want to do is have this crammed, jam-packed full of stuff. So we're going to be a little bit selective in the placement of things, but I've kind of got an idea in mind. I want some kind of like little peripheral barricade around the sides. And I'm thinking just like a simple little layout. Like, the idea I have in my head is that the soldiers would have built some kind of thing around the perimeter just as a way to kind of denote, hey, this is a dangerous area, don't just walk into it without checking first. I'm not thinking like a full fence. Maybe we'll just do like a line of stones around the edge, you know, just like a little bit of piled up stuff, just to kind of create a little perceived barrier between this area and everything around it. And that should give us enough room on the inside to have 3 little training dummies just kind of standing up. You know, like the kind of thing that swordsmen would practice against, or maybe like a phalanx line would train, you know, how to attack enemies in groups, that kind of thing. I've got a couple ideas on how to build them, but I want to include a couple of other things, and I'm thinking of making a couple of them part of the perimeter wall. Historically, there's a couple of things that are pretty easy to make that were used by medieval knights for training purposes. I know for a fact that Rome used them, the Roman Legion, as well as a lot of medieval European knights used these to train with as well. So we're going to incorporate a couple of different things. In total, I'm thinking 3 training dummies and then 2 other training things on the sides. And that should give us a pretty decently filled out training area without it being super cluttered. Now, I haven't painted this yet because I want to add the stones in and then paint them as part of the whole setup. So let's go ahead and start putting together our various little bits of stuff. Let's grab our rocks and we'll get going.
I started with some aquarium stones. You can buy these in bulk from any aquarium aisle in a pet store. You get quite a number of them for a fairly low cost. I grabbed out some of the larger pieces and then kind of glued them down with some tacky glue around a matchstick. Then switched to some slightly smaller ones and added a second layer. This is going to be a kind of a wraparound for a training post that I'm going to add in the later steps. With that done, I added another kind of a large layer of tacky glue in a line roughly 1/4 inch in from the edges, and just kind of piled a few stones on top of it and trying to press them in as much as I was able to. Now, as the glue dried, I did notice that some of the stones were still a bit loose, so before painting them, I did go over them with a little bit of super glue just to kind of help hold everything into place. As the outer kind of separation barrier was drying, I added some more tacky glue and started making a couple of smaller piles of stones around a couple more matchsticks. Now these are going to be where our little training practice dummies are going to go. The idea I had was that the army would come along, dig a small hole, put the training dummies in, and then just kind of reinforce them with a few small stones around the post just to kind of hold everything in place. And once all the tacky glue was dried, I gave it a base coat in some flat brown spray paint, and then started going over all of the sand with some burnt umber, just to kind of give it that nice muddy brown undercoat. And I'm not really worried about getting anything on any of the stones, since they're going to be painted separately in a few steps. Once that was dried, I grabbed some raw sienna and did a kind of medium level overbrushing, dry brushing on all of the surface layer, just to kind of give it a little bit more of a sandy, worn down field appearance. Once that was dried, I used some neutral gray to do a dry brushing over that, just to kind of pick out some highlights and raised areas. And as has happened with every single one of these tiles, I went a little bit too overboard, so I grabbed some more raw sienna and did a light, very light dry brush over the top of all of that, just to kind of reinforce the more warm tone. Then switching to a different brush and some gray from Artist Loft, I started picking out all of the stones. Now, some of these went just fine, but others needed a second coating of gray just to kind of help cover up some of the dry brushing from the previous steps. Now, if you want more of an earthy tone for the stones, don't do the second coating of gray, and you'll have a much more warm appearance to the stones at the end. Once that was dried, I did a dry brushing of neutral gray just to pick out the highlights and make them a little bit more uniform with the other stones on the other tiles. And with all the painting done, it was time to start putting together our training dummies. So for this, we're going to use a Q-tip, which I cut in half, and then some paper towel. And the key to using paper towels is find some that don't have patterns on them. Or if you have to use ones with patterns, use the side that doesn't have the pattern embossed into it. So I cut some 3" by 3" sections and then some 3" by 1.5" sections. And here I'm taking a piece of string and then tying it around the paper towel, which I kind of wrap around the head of the Q-tip. This creates what I'm going to call the head for the training dummy. And then spreading everything apart, I take a strip of paper towel, wrap it around a toothpick, and then just kind of glue it to itself to kind of make it hold together. And then pulling it off the toothpick, I realized that the toothpick and the Q-tip were two different sizes, so I made another one and wrapped it around the Q-tip stem. Now this is going to be the kind of body of the training dummy. So once it's in place, I pull all of the paper towel down again, and then using another piece of string, kind of tie it off at the bottom. And this gives us a head and a body for soldiers to kind of strike at and practice stabbing or slashing at. Once everything's tied in place, I kind of squish things together a little bit and then trim all the excess off the bottom, leaving a little bit of an edge to kind of represent the cloth that they were kind of wrapping around the post. Then I gave everything a fairly decent soaking in some watered down Mod Podge just to kind of give everything a little bit of firmness and make sure that nothing was going to get squished or damaged easily during gameplay. And since the Q-tip stems were hollow, I was able to shove a toothpick inside of them just to make handling everything a lot easier. Now once they had been thoroughly saturated with glue, I set them aside for about a half an hour to fully dry. And once they were done, I was able to start getting some paint together and did a mix of some warm gray, parchment, and deep yellow ochre to get this color, which is kind of almost like a dirty straw color. It's pretty pale, but this is mostly going to be an undercoating for the cloth. Now, I am trying not to get the string, but it really doesn't matter since we're going to be dry brushing over this color and it's going to cover up the color of the string anyway. And finally realizing that everything was out of focus, here is a quick shot before I do a dry brushing of raw sienna. And this is going to give it a little bit more of a kind of a weathered and beaten up appearance. And finally, I finish it off with a dry brushing of parchment, just to give it a little bit more of a weathered tone. My aim was to kind of have it appear as though it was a rough, rugged, weathered burlap sack that had been stuffed with hay or straw or even just grass that had been wrapped around a post for training purposes. And then I grabbed some raw umber, and even though I wasn't sure it was going to be visible, I painted the stem of the Q-tip just to kind of make it look as though it's a wooden stick. Now I'm going to make a couple of what are called pels. Now a pel is a medieval training tool. It's essentially just a large, what we would call a 2x4, that's been wrapped in thick rope. And the purpose of it is to practice striking at a hard stationary target. So I took a couple of matches and then stained them with a little bit of watered down burnt umber ink. And this is going to give them a nice weathered appearance. And once they are dried, I cut the match heads off of them, and that gave me a roughly 1.5 inch length pole. But before I did the cutting, I took a piece of string and started wrapping it around the stick. Now, to kind of get a thick wrapping, I went from the top down and then wrapped back around itself up to the top. Then I put the string through this little loop, and then, realizing that I had done it backwards, did it again from the other side, and then pulled the string at the bottom to kind of cinch everything down onto itself and make sure that nothing was going to come apart. Then it was trim away the excess string, cut the match head off, and we've got a training pel. Alright, now it's time to put it all together.
Alright, now that everything is painted up, it's time to start putting everything together. Now, I was looking at the pels, and I'm not 100% sold on them being on here now that I've seen them placed in, but we're going to give it a shot and see how everything looks. I'm going to fix everything in place with just a little bit of super glue. And I'm also pretty sure that my hesitancy on some of these things being put on here is just me nitpicking my own design for various things, and it has nothing to do with whether or not something is actually good or not. It's just me being picky on how I have crafted things and how designs look at the end. There we go. Now for our training dummies, I'm just going to put a drop into the pile of rocks and place everything into position. And there we go. Now this is going to need a couple of minutes to dry, but you know, I actually think everything looks pretty darn nice. Let's see how it looks with a model. Oh yeah, everything is appropriately scaled. Let me bring this up so you can see it a little bit easier. So we've got our model for scale, and Everything looks like it's appropriately sized and appropriately positioned for various training activities. So I think I'm going to call this one a success. We've got our training area, we've got our little fenced off, well, walled off rocky area to denote everything. Yeah, I'm happy with how this came out. So let's go ahead and slot this onto the board. Back the camera up just a little bit here. There we go. So we can put this in, and I think we'll put it next to the medical tent for scale. Oh yeah. The camp is coming along quite nicely. So that's going to be it for today. I think next up we're going to finish out the second training area. We'll start making our ranged training zone. I'm thinking just a simple kind of like archery range setup will probably be the most effective. So I will start figuring out how to put that together for next time. Thank you everyone for watching. Please hit that like button, subscribe for future content, comment down in the comments section, and we will see everyone next episode.
Next up on the Modular Medieval Warcamp, we're going to be making an archery range to go along with the melee training grounds that we made last time.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the channel. Last time we put together our melee training area. Today we're going to put together an archery range to go along with it. Now, for the sake of rough symmetry, it's going to be on the same size tile as the melee range, but we're going to do it in such a way that we can make use of as much of the space as possible. So what I've got in mind is 2 to 3 targets just kind of lined up on one side. And then I'm going to make a couple of rows of the little pebbles just to kind of create the impression that there's some little archery lanes for people to stand at and fire down. So we'll have an area roughly 1 inch on this side where there aren't any stones, and then the 2 rows of stones to make 3 lanes, and then 3 target dummies on this side. So that's what I've got in mind. So let's start by attaching our stones, since that's going to take the longest time for everything to dry.
To start things off, I grabbed up my tacky glue and laid out 2 quick but kind of narrow lines down the rough columns that I wanted. Now I'm using the grid on my mat here just to kind of make sure that things are relatively straight, and I'm trying to use some of the smaller stones that I have in my aquarium pebbles bin, because I don't want these to be massively huge. For the melee training area, the idea was, have some fairly bulky walls, just kind of blocking off the area as a way for the soldiers to know, hey, this is a dangerous area, don't step in this. But for this, I kind of wanted something a little bit slimmer so that it would be a little less obtrusive for archers walking back and forth down the lanes. Now, once the glue dried, I gave everything a primer coat in some flat brown spray paint, and here I'm just doing a quick coating of some burnt umber just to kind of give a nice kind of underlayer. I do this more to kind of give a almost muddy appearance and texture to the underlayers of the tile. That way, if anything breaks loose, it kind of looks like it's all the appropriate coloration. Once that was dry, I dry brushed everything with some raw sienna to kind of soften the mud layer and make it look a little bit more like some exposed ground for like a meadow or field. Then using some gray, I started picking out all of the stones and pebbles, and I ended up doing a double coating on this just to kind of make sure that they had a little bit of vibrancy to them, just because I wanted this to stand out a little bit differently from the melee training area. Once that was dry, I dry brushed everything with some neutral gray, and once again I went a little heavy, so I do have to go over everything once this fully dries and tone everything down. And to do that, I used some more raw sienna and just did a light dry brushing just on the ground layer, not on any of the stones, and it softened all the harshness of the neutral gray and kind of matched it up to the rest of the tiles. Alright, now the ground plate is done, let's go ahead and start making our archery targets.
Alright, now it is time to start building our archery targets. I made one off camera just to kind of give an idea of what it is that I'm going for. Bring this in a little bit for you. So what we've got here is a little bit of string that's been wrapped around to create the target. The string itself is white, so I didn't need to paint it, but I put a little red spot in the center to kind of be like, hey, aim for this. And then we've got legs that are made out of matchsticks, and I've tied them together at the top. And we've got a little wood backing for our string. So now that we've seen the end result, let's put together what it is that we're going to need to recreate this. So I'm going to use a couple of these counting chips from the Dollar Tree. You can find these in the kind of kids' toys area. They're used for like color sorting and counting for young children, that kind of thing. I'm going to use a coffee stir stick and then some matchsticks. And then to put all of it together, we're going to use some super glue, some string, and some Mod Podge. Alright, let's go ahead and get started crafting.
To start off, I just began cutting a few pieces of the coffee stirrer stick to roughly an inch in length. I'm not really being super picky about their overall length since they're all going to be trimmed anyway. But I began by cutting them down the center to make the wooden slats a little bit thinner. I want some just kind of like small wooden planks that the soldiers would have used to put together these targets. Next, I grabbed the counting chip and a little bit of super glue and started tacking them down on the smooth, flat side. There's some like raised edge printed stuff on one side of the chips. I want that on the side with the string, not on the side with the wooden slats. And it's important to kind of have a good amount of overhang with the wood, since we're going to be wrapping the string around the counting chip. We want kind of a little bit of a lip to wrap things with. Next, I put a small dot of super glue in the center of the chip and then fixed the string down to it. Then using a little bit of tacky glue, you can also use Mod Podge for this, but the tacky glue will be a little bit easier to work with. I just kind of started wrapping a loose spiral around the center, just kind of slowly working my way outward. Now the tacky glue just kind of holds everything in place, and once it dries, it'll be fairly solid. And again, you could use Mod Podge for this instead of tacky glue, but the Mod Podge tends to dry a lot faster, so the tacky glue will give you a little bit more working time. And all I'm doing is just wrapping and then just kind of pressing the string down into the glue just to kind of make sure that everything stays fastened and secured in place. And then finally did a little bit of glue around the outside edge, and as I continued to wrap it, I kind of held it up off of the wood and then kind of pulled it taut around underneath the final wrapping just to kind of make it look like it's a double layer of rope that's been wrapped around and placed on a wooden backing. Then using some Mod Podge, I painted over the surface, and this is just to kind of ensure that there are no sections of the string that aren't fully glued down, so the Mod Podge will lock everything into place. Now the string will kind of soak up all the glue and dry pretty quickly, so after about 10 minutes or so, I was able to grab a pair of cutters and start clipping away some of the wood that was kind of poking out from around the string. Then using a utility knife, I started cutting away the excess wood, just kind of trying to get it as close to the edges of the string as I was able to. Once I had everything trimmed, I did a rough sanding around the edges and the back just to kind of make everything nice and even and roughly smooth. Now, in the past, I've made mention of my hands kind of blocking the camera angle, and there was a recommendation that I find some kind of rig or make a rig to kind of change the angle to film from above. I do have something on order, it's just not here yet, so hopefully in the next few videos that will show up, and then we can have some better angles while I'm crafting. Now that the targets themselves are built, I used some burnt umber ink and just quickly stained all of the wooden sections. I tried not to get it on the string because I didn't really want it discolored. But this will give it a nice kind of aged wood look. And then using a little bit of primary red, I did a kind of a small to medium-ish red dot in the center of the target. And this is just kind of the rough bullseye. You don't really see a whole lot of historical targets with multiple rings around them. It was really just kind of a single spot in the center and then the field around it. Now, making the kind of tripod legs is a lot simpler than you'd expect. I started out with some matchsticks and just kind of stained them with the burnt umber ink right from the start. And this was going to make it a lot easier when everything gets tied together and secured. Once all the pieces had been stained, I cut the match heads off. And this cut section for the match head is actually going to be the bottom, so that is not going to be an area that's seen at all, so I'm not going to worry about staining that cut area. Then using a simple clove hitch, I tied 3 pieces together in a line. And this is going to allow me to kind of pull everything taut, and then as I bend the legs outward, I can take the strings, wrap them around, and then tie them off underneath. This will tuck the knot underneath the kind of bundled area and kind of secure everything into position. After trimming away the excess, I used a little bit of super glue and dabbed it onto the knot. This is going to secure everything in place and kind of help keep the legs from moving once I have them in position. Now that everything is built, it was just a simple matter of a couple dabs of super glue and then tack the target bail into place on the tripod. And there we have it, a couple of simple archery targets that didn't really take all that long to make. I think this took about a half hour for all 3. Alright, now it's time to attach the targets into position.
Okay, now that everything's been painted up and we've got our archery targets built, it's time to put them onto the ground, and we're going to do that with a little bit of tacky glue just to kind of hold everything into place. Let's see, let's start with the middle. There we go. And once again, the tacky glue will dry clear, so I'm not really worried about it being kind of, you know, extra applied. Target number 2. And number 3. Alright, that looks pretty good. So as far as game mechanics goes, this is just about 5 inches, and we put these on the back 1 inch, and there's about a 1 inch space at the front here. Now models can stand a little bit further back, which means if they stand right at the edge of the rocks, that is, as far as the game is concerned, 15 feet before the target. If they stand behind this line right here, then it's 20 feet. Now, I know what some people are thinking, that looks a little close and it wouldn't be all that hard. As someone who has tried shooting a target at that distance, it's harder than it looks unless you've really practiced at it. So, this is a little bit more accurate than you would expect for a practice range. Now, this is functionally done, but it looks a little empty. So we're going to add a couple little things. I was thinking of holding off on doing this until a little bit later, when I was going to do the camp aesthetics, but I think we can do some of it now. I'm going to apply a little bit of glue in some patches along the edges here. And then we're going to add in a little bit of our clump foliage, our flocking. And I'm doing it kind of against the rocks because I want it to kind of appear as though there are little kind of like worn down pathways, like people have been walking back and forth to collect their arrows. Okay, I think that's a good amount of spots. Now, previously I had just kind of dumped it on, but since we've got the little spots up against the targets, I don't want to cover those really, so I'm just going to kind of carefully place down the flocking. I'll press it into the glue a little bit, and then once everything is dried, I will kind of brush everything away. You know what, maybe I will press a little bit in around where the legs of some of the targets are, just because why not? It's a large clump. This is gonna be pretty good, but I still feel like it could use a little something extra. So let's see, what can we do? You know what, I've got an idea. I've got a couple things that I've been wanting to try, and I think this is gonna be a good opportunity to do that. Let's make some arrows to go into the target, and then we'll have some arrows stuck into the targets. And then I'll put a barrel or two of arrows right at the end so that soldiers can kind of have easy access to them. So we're going to build some arrows while all this is drying, and then we'll come back and put it all together again.
Now, I wanted these arrows to be kind of strong and fairly rigid, so I grabbed a few paper clips, and after stripping all of the little insulation plastic off, I kind of clipped them down to a roughly 3/4 inch length. And these are going to be the shafts of the arrows. Then, using a strip of playing card, I cut it at a rough kind of size that was really arbitrary, and then did a few angle cut pieces to make some, what are these shapes called? Trapezoids. Some little trapezoids to use as the fletching for the arrows. Then I used some gel super glue, and after fiddling around and finally being able to pick up one with a pair of tweezers, tacked it into place and then just kind of held it there until the glue set. Then I repeated the same process on the other side, and we've got a reasonable, believable set of fletching for an arrow. Now, I may have gone a little overboard making some of these, but I made about 15 or 20 of them. And just to make sure that the fletching stays on and is nice and secure and doesn't bend, I did a coating of super glue on both sides of them. Now, I tried not to go super heavy with this, and I think the results were kind of nice. Everything was very solid. Then I gave everything a primer coat with some tan camouflage spray paint, and then did multiple coatings of some burnt umber ink without watering it down onto all of the shafts and the fletching. In total, I think I did 4 or 5 coats just to kind of get a roughly wooden coloration. Then, going back to the primary red, I painted all of the fletching on both sides just to kind of give it a little bit of color. Now, as I was painting these, the super glue had really done its job. They were very firm and did not flex even a little while I was touching them. So definitely a good idea to coat them with something that would harden them up. Now that the arrows were done, I grabbed a poking tool and just kind of poked a couple of areas on each target to stick the arrows into. But since I had painted everything with some glue, it was not the easiest task to poke a hole in, so I ended up grabbing a drill bit and just kind of making the hole a little bit larger by drilling it out. Then, using just a little bit of some liquid super glue, I dabbed a drop into the hole and then pressed the arrow into it until the glue took hold. After putting a bunch of them into the targets, I grabbed a couple of fairly large beads to use as the kind of little barrels to put the arrows in. Now, these are very smooth beads, so I just kind of did a little bit of rough sanding on the outsides just to kind of remove that glossy finish. And doing a back and forth motion kind of imparts a little bit of grain texture, so these should hopefully look a little bit like wooden barrels. I painted them up with the same tan coloration, and then did a fairly heavy coating with some burnt umber ink, which I realized was a little bit too heavy, and after washing the brush out just a little bit and forcing my camera back into focus, I wiped away a lot of the ink and was very pleased with the wood grain striations that the sanding had put into the bead. Then, using some more tacky glue, I put down a fairly generous blob at the end of each row and pressed both of the now barrels into position, and then took my remaining arrows and just kind of split them between both of the barrels, pressing them down into the tacky glue on the inside. This is going to hold everything into place and kind of finish out the appearance of the archery range. And then I let everything set for about 15-20 minutes, and our archery range was finished.
Alright, here we have the finished piece. I gotta say, I'm loving how this came out. Adding in the little bushels of arrows and then the arrows in the targets really kind of ups the level of intricacy with this piece and definitely adds a whole lot more to it, so it's not just a massive empty space with just the targets on one end. So, now that this is finished, we can kind of put it in what we have for the camp so far. We've got our soldier tents, our command tent, medical tent, melee training area, and now, with the targets facing away from the rest of the camp so that they don't shoot someone by accident, our little archery range. Alright, now we've got most of the things all filled in. There's a couple things left to make. We do have some open spaces left for our second tile, so we've got either 4 large pieces or a couple of small pieces and some large pieces to go. I do want to have something for every empty space so that we can kind of make the camp swappable for 1 tile, 2 or 3, or just kind of different placements for everything. Now, a number of comments have said, hey, you need a kind of a food tent or a mess hall or something like that. That is in the works. I do have that planned. That's going to be coming either next or in a couple videos. I want to make a couple of different things. I'm thinking of combining like a quartermaster's area along with the supplies. So that's something that I've kind of got in mind. Then we're going to have the mess hall, the little food tent. I want to make like a open camping area for soldiers to kind of like gather around and just kind of relax, that kind of thing. So I've got some ideas. I don't know which one I'm going to do next, but once I have that figured out, you'll all be the first to know. So thank you everyone so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed today's episode. Please hit that like button, subscribe for future content, comment down in the comments section, and we will see everyone next time.
The camp is roughly halfway finished now. I think it's time to start planning out where the soldiers are going to store their weapons.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the channel. Today we're going to be doing the armory. We're going to be making some weapons and some weapon racks, and we're going to put them on this. Now, I had been thinking about it, and I decided to make 2 separate smaller tiles for the armory instead of 1 large tile. Now the reason for this is it's going to give me the ability to kind of spread things out and make the camp look a little bit more diverse, but I can also put them together and then put them in 1 large collection or 2 small collections, you know, however I decide to kind of organize and shape things. Now, because of the size of these, we're going to be doing 2 separate videos for this. We're going to do this video where I'm going to make some weapons and some racks for them, and they're going to go on 1 tile. And then the next video, which is going to be next Wednesday, we're going to have the other one where I'm going to make a couple of different weapons if I can come up with a good way to do them that doesn't take forever. And we're also going to make some armor stands and some armor to go on them. So that's going to be Wednesday. This is going to be today. So what do we have in mind? I'm thinking 2 different kind of styles. 1 large one that's going to go kind of at a diagonal on one side, and then a small one that's going to go over on the other. That will give me the ability to make it in such a fashion that, oh look, there's stand here, and then stand here, giving me an open area, stand here, giving me an open area, or I can shift them around and then have a large open center and then things kind of framing around it. So that's kind of what I've got in mind. So let's go ahead and get started. I'm thinking I'm going to start by making the weapons, and then we'll make the weapon racks to match them. So let's start by making some swords. Alright, so let's start by kind of going over what it is that we're going to be using to make our swords, and that is going to be a comb. Now, you can't really see it that well, but the teeth are actually, they have a little ridge on the inside, kind of right in the middle, and they look remarkably like swords. So, I'm going to grab my cutters here. Okay. Come on. There we go. So, bring this in. Focus, darn you. Okay, there we go. So, they are kind of shaped like a sword, a little dull at the tip, but that's fine. And they've got this little ridge right down the center. So these are going to be used to make a bunch of long swords. And we're just going to clip a few of these. And that is going to be the blade of our sword. I need to get some new cutters, my goodness. There we go. So I'm going to cut a bunch of these off and use them to make swords. Well, the blades of the swords. Now, for the hilt, we're going to use this. So this brush has bristles that have a little ball knob on one end. And what I'm going to do is cut that like so. And we've got all of this back here, and these now just pop right out. So this is going to be our hand grip, and to make it roughly appropriately sized, I'm going to clip it with a roughly 1/4 inch handle. Now, I'm not sure what I'm going to use it for, but this remaining piece, I might have a thing I can use it for later on, so I'm going to hang on to these. So now we've got our hand grip and our blade. Now to make the cross guard, trying to find a good one here. This one will do. So this is a smaller comb, and what I can do with this is clip off one of these smaller pieces. Now that doesn't quite look like it's going to be the right size. So I'm gonna have to use something a little bit different. We'll use that smaller comb for something else. You know what, that might work. So I'm gonna try it with a yeah, this looks like it's about thick enough. So a playing card is not going to have quite the right thickness but this cardstock does look a little bit more appropriate. So I'm going to trim it just a little bit. And then for its size, I'm going to go roughly 1/4 inch again. Alright, there we go. So now we've got this little piece right here. Now, same as the arrow fletching from the archery range, I'm going to coat this in some super glue, and that'll make it super hard and very resilient. That's not even. Alright. Alright. Okay, this should work. So now I'm going to put a drop of super glue onto the end of our blade. So now with the super glue on the blade, I'm just going to press this there we go. So that gives us a little cross guard right on the end. And now for the pommel and hand grip. There we go. A little miniature sword.
Alright, with the swords finished, let's start crafting up some spears. Now, I ended up only making about 10 or so swords, so I had a whole bunch of little bristles left over from the comb. I decided to take them and then clip some of them down to roughly 1/2 inch in length. And then using my cutters, I clipped a kind of almost diamond-shaped pattern at the bottom. Just the widest area got clipped down, and there's no real major method to what it is that I'm doing. I'm just kind of trying to shape the bristle a little bit to be more of a kind of spear point. And it's a little fiddly, I drop it a few dozen times, but I do end up with a fairly passable, reasonably decent spearhead. Here we go. It's not too bad. Now to make the actual spear, I'm going to use some toothpicks, and I'm going to start by clipping off one end. Now I'm not cutting all of the taper off of this end. I'm going to use it to kind of wedge the toothpick into one of these beads that I got from Michael's. Now I got these in kind of the kids craft area. They're a little bit oversized and they are perfect for what it is that I'm doing here. After wedging it into place, I did a drop of super glue down into the bead and then used that as a way to kind of hold the spear point into position. The inspiration for this particular spear is actually the Roman pilum javelins from various historical texts and movies. So essentially we've got a weighted kind of head towards the spear point, and then we've got the shaft. Now I didn't want just kind of a flat end, so I grabbed another smaller bead. This is like a 2mm seed bead, and just kind of tacked it onto the bottom with a little bit more super glue. Now, looking back, I should have done this after the spear was fully painted, but I decided to wrap a section of the handle with some string just to kind of give the impression that there's a rope wrapping to let the soldiers kind of hold on to the spear, or give a little bit more of an indication of the rough height of a model next to the spear. But as you can see, it's a little fiddly and not super easy to do. As I started making more spears, instead of wrapping it in this fashion, I started just kind of super gluing the string down, wrapping it, and then trimming it to kind of fit. And that was a lot easier to work with and a lot less finicky. Once the string was in place, I tacked it down with a little bit of super glue and then trimmed the edges just to kind of make things a little bit more neat and tidy. And there we have it, little mini spear.
Alright, now that we've crafted up our weapons, we've got a pile of swords, and we've got a pile of spears. I have some ideas for a couple of other weapons that I can make, but I'm going to save those for a different video. So now it's time to make a rack or two to put all of these into. So let's go ahead and get that started. I'm thinking I'm going to keep this pretty simple and just use a couple of craft sticks. And maybe some barbecue skewer. And maybe some... You know what? Let's forget about me saying keeping this simple and just see what I come up with.
I started off by measuring roughly 1.25 inches of length on either side of a craft stick, and then took a moment to kind of trim those sides off and kind of straighten up the edges to have them as clean and smooth as possible. This makes it a lot easier to super glue everything together. Now you can use regular PVA or tacky glue for this. I'm using super glue just for the speed at which everything holds together. Now to create a backing where all the weapons are going to kind of rest up against, I'm trimming another craft stick, and this is going to just kind of slide in between the two upright sections. I don't want it sticking out the back, because that will kind of make it a little bit more top heavy on one side, and I don't want this kind of looking like it's going to fall over. Then using a little bit more super glue, I stuffed it into position and just kind of held it until it started to tack into place. Now my cut was a little bit shorter than it should have been, so I ended up having to redo the super glue a couple of times just to kind of make everything lock into position. After doing a couple of tests with one of the weapons, I realized that there needed to be some kind of little foot stop at the bottom just to kind of keep things from falling over and increase the perception that this is a functional weapon rack. So I trimmed up another piece of craft stick. This is a little bit wider than a matchstick and cut to length just to fit inside of the two upright sections. Then I stood it up on its end and super glued it into position. Now, I did end up realizing that I needed a little something more to kind of hold all the weapons in place. I mean, I could just glue them down, but it wouldn't really look nice. So I cut up a few small segments of a toothpick and then started tacking them into place with a little drop of super glue, just to create a few little areas where the weapons would kind of prop up against each other. Alright, that looks a lot better. Now it's time to paint it all up. Now, I'm going to paint up the weapon racks with just some watered down burnt umber ink. And unfortunately, my camera had a little hiccup and did not end up recording any of making the second rack. Sorry about that. But it's essentially about 2/3 the length of the rack that you saw me build, and the only real difference is that it is two-sided, so I used a tongue depressor for the base instead of a craft stick. Otherwise, it's made using the exact same methods that you saw me use previously, and it holds roughly 5 things on either side. So if you have a bunch of weapons that you want to display a little bit more, that's kind of a really nice way to do it. And here, as I'm staining it, you can kind of get a few visuals. Now, the kind of vacant spots that you can see are a result of the super glue. When you use super glue on wood, it kind of permeates and soaks in, and it makes staining wood like this a lot more difficult. Now, I'm not super worried about it since most of the areas are going to be covered up with the weapons, but it's just kind of something that you want to keep in mind as you're crafting. Sometimes super glue works fast, but it doesn't always work best. Now, I took the weapons out and did a spray primer in a kind of a khaki tan, or at least as best as I could. And then once that was dried, I did a double coating of silver from Artist Loft on all of the metallic blade areas. So just kind of the blades of the swords and the spear points on the spears. Next, I went back to some of my Citadel paints and grabbed some wildwood from my contrast collection. This makes a really nice and quick wooden hand grip and wooden shaft for the spears. Though I will say I did have to go very light on the paint just so that it wasn't too dark. And finally, I did some metallic bronze for the pommels and crossguards of the swords and the ball head of the spears, as well as the butt pommels. This just kind of gives a little bit of an extra accent without going too overly detailed. And the final step is a little bit of watered down burnt umber ink to wash over the string for the hand grip on the spear. This just kind of tints it a nice kind of a rich brownish color and still maintains the look of the string. Okay, now it's time to put it all together. I decided to make the longer rack into a sword rack since that was going to display less things, and I had ended up making less swords. Now, instead of just tacking them into place and having them all just kind of perfectly flat, I decided to put them at a slight angle just to kind of increase the visual detail without having to do a whole lot of extra work. And I'm fitting all of these into place with some tacky glue just to give me a little bit of working time, and the glue will dry clear, so I'm not worried about it being overly noticeable. Now for the spear rack, I did a little bit of tacky glue directly applied to the backing of the rack, and then put some on all of the little, I'm going to call them sticky outy bits, where I put the toothpick into place. And then just to give a little bit of extra contact for the spear to glue into place, I dipped the butt end into a little bit more tacky glue before propping them into place at a slight angle, just to kind of make it look like all the spears on one side are facing one direction, while the ones on the other side are facing the other.
Okay, now that I've got the two racks made, let's go ahead and place them onto our board. Now, I was pondering a couple of different ways to attach this, and I actually think that tacky glue is still going to be the best way. Originally I was thinking super glue, but given the bottom of the racks are perfectly flat and the ground isn't, it's not really going to give a good way to attach things and make sure that they're secured down. So I'm going to do a reasonably generous amount of tacky glue on the bottom of the rack, and then putting the back facing out, I'm going to stick it into position. Now, this is going to have to kind of set for a little while before I'm comfortable moving it, just so that, you know, it doesn't come loose. But we can still put down our second rack, and again, generous amount of tacky glue. This is just to make sure that there is a bunch of different points of contact and it all kind of has a way for everything to grab in multiple areas. So there we have it. I think this looks pretty good. I may end up making a couple of these racks just to have as extra scatter terrain and not glue them down. That way, if I want to add, you know, more weapons in different places not attached to the ground plate, I can do that. Alright, that is going to be it for today. Next time we will get started with our armor and armor racks. Yeah, this was a lot of fun. It didn't take as long as I had originally thought. The longest part was really just kind of getting all the weapons constructed. That was definitely the largest time sink. But the end result is rather impressively put together for a nice little visual. So thank you everyone for watching. Please hit that like button, subscribe for future content, comment down in the comments section, and we will see everyone next episode.
Last time we made some swords and spears and some racks to put them on. Today, let's make a little bit of armor and some crossbows for our Modular Warcamp.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the channel. Last time we put together the start of our little armor and weapon area with a couple of racks, one for spears, one for swords. So today we're going to expand on this with our second tile. Again, the idea is to have these a little bit more modular so that we can have, you know, like a setup with like an open area in the center, or we can have them back to back, or we can have them separated with some tents or other things in between. So today we are going to build some armor racks, and I want to put another weapon rack. I don't want just armor on the second one, I want it to be a little bit mixed. So what I've got in mind to kind of help maintain the large area in the center, which will also allow me to put like a table into it just as a extra prop that can be removable, is we're going to have a large rack right about here. Essentially I'm going to mirror the previous setup. So we're going to have a armor rack here and then a small weapons rack here. Now we already have swords and spears, so I'm going to try to make some kind of ranged weapon to go into the rack. Now we're going to start by building the rack for the armor, and then I'm going to show you a way that I think will work for making some chainmail armor. So we're going to see about that first. So let's go ahead and get started with that.
Starting with the armor rack, I used a tongue depressor to make the backing and the base. And this is just a simple 2 parts cut at roughly 2 inches in length. And then I cleaned up the edges just a little bit to make sure that there was a nice smooth area for everything to attach to. Next, using the other racks as a rough template and guide, I cut a craft stick to 1.5 inches in length, and these are going to be the sides for the rack. Once all the edges were nice and smoothed down, I began attaching everything together with a little bit of super glue. Now, I did forget that since the backing was going to be glued on the inside, not the outside of the side pieces, that it needed to be a little bit shorter than 2 inches, so I ended up having to trim it down after it had been tacked into place. Thankfully, nothing really came apart, and I was able to fix everything together. Once everything was relatively secured into place, I grabbed a few matchsticks, and these are going to be used to make the pegs that the armor is going to rest on. Now, each peg is going to be made with a single matchstick, and I'm cutting 1 piece to 3/4 inch and 1 piece to 1/2 inch. The 1/2 inch piece, I cut 2 45-degree angle cuts on either side, and that's just going to act as a little support beam for the main peg. I drew out 4 roughly evenly spaced lines, and then used super glue to fix the pegs into place. Alright, here we are with all the pegs put into position. Now, it might not seem like it, but that lower support is really kind of critical to make sure that the pegs don't come loose once the armor is attached. And then to color it up, I used some slightly watered down burnt umber ink. Now, these dollar store craft materials really do soak up the ink super fast, so using it watered down is definitely the best way to go, because if you use it as undiluted, it will soak in super fast and you'll have a much darker appearance than you probably wanted. It's easier to do 2 coats and have the correct coloration than do 1 coat and have it be too much.
Alright, now to make the actual armor, I'm going to use these. Now these are some texture plates that I picked up a few years back from Green Stuff World. I've got a chainmail and a scale mail texture plate. Now these are intended to be used with green stuff, which is a 2-part putty. You mix the 2 pieces together and kind of mold them, and it's a yellow and a blue, and when you mix them together they turn green. Once it turns green, you can kind of mold it and shape it however you want. Once it solidifies and hardens, it is as tough as plastic. Now, I don't have green stuff, and sometimes it can get a little expensive, but I have found that these work just as good with another kind of medium. Now, these are silicone, and they're fairly durable, but what I discovered is that a hot glue gun doesn't damage them. So I'm going to use the hot glue and just very carefully apply a thin layer over the texture. Now I've got my glue gun set on low temp just so that it doesn't really damage anything but you can use kind of whatever hot glue you want. It's just a matter of how quickly you want to work with everything. Now I'm going a little bit thin on my glue coating for the initial pass, and that's mostly because I want to kind of get it spread into everything. Now before I take it out of the mold, I'm going to kind of go over a few areas that I think are a little bit too thin and just kind of add an extra layer and smooth things out. Now because the armor is got a textured side and a not textured side, I don't really need to worry about making this side completely flat. So it can have a few bumps and things like that. The important thing is that it's a reasonably full coating. There we go. Alright, now I'm going to let this kind of cool for a minute or so until it's no longer tacky. Once that's happened, then it's safe to kind of pull it away. Alright, so it's had a moment or two to kind of cool off. I'm going to very carefully start peeling it off. Now, it's not a super huge deal if it kind of tears, because, this is just hot glue. But I don't want to, have to redo this a few times. So I'm just kind of being a little careful and very slowly working it back and forth to kind of peel it off of the texture plate. There we go. Now, I don't know how easily you can see this. Come on, focus. There we go. But we have a pretty nice chainmail texture on this side. And this side is just, the bumps from the raised edges of the glue. So this is going to be our armor. Now, I've got this one for chainmail and this one for the scale mail. What I've got in mind is we're going to make the main body out of the chain texture. And then I'll do one of the scale, and then we'll use that for like the shoulder pads.
Now to make the armor, I'm cutting these into little strips. So the chainmail section is going to be cut to be roughly a 3/4 inch wide piece. And then I used a hole punch to cut a rough position for where the head and neck would go. And then used a pair of scissors to kind of exaggerate it just a little bit to kind of make it a little more pronounced. And since these are going to be hanging on a rack, it's not going to be really noticeable if the shape is a little bit distorted. Then I trimmed down the sides to make kind of like a little shoulder strap area. And then using the scale texture, I cut them to 3/4 inch in length and roughly a 1/4 inch in width. Then trim them to a rough tapered design just to kind of make things line up a little bit more cleanly once everything is attached. Now I'm going to use the end of a barbecue skewer, and my first thought was, just kind of wrap it around the skewer with another piece on top to kind of represent the peg. But then I realized that I would not be able to get it off without damaging it. So I removed the top section and using a little super glue kind of tacked the sides together just so that it wouldn't kind of flop around. And then using a little bit more super glue, I tacked the shoulder pads into place. Now, I should have put the glue on a little bit thicker because I did end up having to glue a couple of different spots. And then once the armor was fully built, I took it outside and gave it a coat in some black primer before bringing it back in and doing a full coating with some Artist Loft silver paint. This is going to give a nice undertone, and the black primer on the inside is going to make it a lot easier to kind of disguise any imperfections and make it harder to see that this whole thing is just made out of some hot glue. Now to kind of give it a little bit of tone, I'm using some burnt umber ink to wash over the shoulder pads. This is going to give them a kind of almost bronzy, leathery appearance. And then I used some slightly watered down black ink to coat over the actual chainmail. This is going to soak into all of the little crevices and kind of give us a raised silver and then deep shadowed appearance for all of the armor. Okay, now that the armor is made, it's time to make some crossbows, and then we're going to start, like the armor, with some racks to put them on. Now these are very similar to the sword rack in that they're just under 1.5 inches in height and then about 1.5 inches in length. So again, I made all of these with just a simple craft stick. You can buy these in bulk from the Dollar Tree, and they're definitely worth the purchase. You'll find a lot of uses for these over time. Now, for the backing on this one, I decided to make it a little bit lower than the sword rack. I wanted it roughly 3/4 of the way up, well, more like 2/3 of the way up instead of almost at the top. Now, because I want these to sit a little bit differently, I cut a few pieces at 1/4 inch and then trimmed them just a little bit to kind of have a smaller profile. Nipped away at the corners just a little bit and then tacked them into place with a little bit of super glue. And I'll evenly space these, and what we will have is a nice little kind of almost grab and go kind of gun rack style little setup. The idea I had was that the crossbows would be laid into here for quick access for the soldiers. And then, much like the armor rack and the sword and spear rack, I coated everything with that same watered down burnt umber wash. And once again, you can see a few areas where the super glue kind of made it hard for the wash to soak in, but these are areas that are going to be covered, so I'm not super worried about them. Now, to make our crossbow, I'm going to cut a matchstick down to a 1-inch length, and then do a nice flat end on one side. Then, using a little bit of a coffee stirrer stick, I cut it to a 1/4 inch, and then sliced it in half. This is going to go on the end of our matchstick, and that's going to be the bow end of our crossbow. Then, taking a couple of teeth from a comb, I trimmed them both down to 3/4 inch, and then using some super glue, stuck them onto the end of our shaft. Now, you absolutely do need to wait for the super glue to fully dry, so I'm going to make the kind of little hand guard and loading mechanism out of a paper clip. Now, most historical crossbows had this kind of like little metal loop on the front of them, and that was for soldiers to put the loop on the ground. They would put their foot into it and then use that as leverage to kind of pull the string back and lock it into place. So I'm doing my best to recreate that, as well as kind of like a looped trigger guard, just to kind of attach onto the bottom of the shaft, which I'm going to do with a little bit of super glue. Alright, once that is done and the super glue is roughly dried, I grabbed some just kind of natural colored thread, and then using a little bit of super glue I tacked it into place, and I'm just kind of wrapping it around the front end of the crossbow. Now this is going to do two things. It'll look a little bit more historically accurate, like this whole thing has kind of been lashed together with like animal hide or sinew or something like that, but it'll also keep these little teeth from the comb from breaking off when we go to actually bend them into position. Once I have it wrapped to my liking, I use a little super glue to secure it and then trim the excess. Now comes the tricky part. I cut another piece of string and then made a slipknot loop to attach to one side. Then I glued it into place with some super glue, and then did a very loose kind of casual wrapping around the other side, and then pulled everything into position, which can be easy but can also be extremely frustrating. Once it was in position, I kind of held it in place while I tacked it down with a little bit more super glue to fix the bow into position. Trim the excess, and we've got a fairly passable little crossbow, which we can start painting up. Same, but not quite the same as our spears and swords. I'm going to use a little bit of burnt umber to stain the shaft of the crossbow. Now, I want this a little bit darker than the rest of the wooden material, so off camera I did give it a second coating of the burnt umber, and that darkened it up quite nicely. After repairing the broken bowstring, I painted the curved bow with a little bit of some wildwood. Now, I was hoping this was going to be a little bit lighter, but I actually kind of like that it came out really dark. And that's definitely because of the coloration of the comb teeth that I used, but I kind of like it. It kind of looks like a dark, almost hardwood that was used to put together the crossbow. Alright, now it's time to start putting everything together. Now for the armor rack, I did a fairly generous amount of tacky glue and just kind of slid the armor into place and just kind of pressed them down into it. Now this kind of worked, but some of the shoulder pads were kind of making it hard for everything to stay in contact with the glue. So I did end up adding just a little drop of super glue just to kind of hold everything in place until all the glue cured, and then everything was fairly fixed in position. Now for the crossbows, I did some tacky glue into all of the little crevices of the rack, and then kind of fixed everything in to where the bow was resting underneath and tilted everything to a very slight angle. And this was just going to make all the crossbows a little bit more visually noticeable, and I think that worked out really nice for the end result of this. There we go, nice little rack of 4 crossbows.
Alright, so now we've got, let me back this out just a little bit here. We've got our 2 finished racks, we've got 4 suits of armor and 4 crossbows. Obviously this would not be enough for the entire camp, but we're just putting a few out to kind of be some decorative kind of items. So now, let's see, I want this one to be over here. Now, I did have to remove a couple of stones that were part of the ground just to kind of make sure everything would sit flush. but that's fine since it's going to be covered up by the rack anyway. This one. It's gonna go about here. And that, I think, is going to look really nice. Alright, so I'm going to let this set for about 20 or so minutes to let that glue dry. But I think that is a qualified success. So now we've got our armor, we've got some weapons of an assorted variety. If you look at the two side by side, we've got quite the nice little bit of weaponry for our camp. Alright, I think that's going to be it for today. I hope everyone enjoyed this and enjoyed the making of the crossbow and the armor. Next time, I think we're going to start digging into where the soldiers are going to just kind of sit and relax. Next time we're going to go back to one of the larger tiles and we're going to make a kind of a sitting and resting area. Maybe we'll throw in a campfire and a cooking pot as well. We'll see what we can come up with. So that's going to be it for today. Thank you everyone for watching. Please hit that like button, subscribe for future content, comment down in the comment section, and we will see you all next episode.
Today we're going to build what I'm calling the camp resting area for our Modular Tabletop Warcamp.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the channel. Today we're going to be making our little campfire sitting area for the soldiers in the camp. Now I haven't done any of the sand on the tile yet. I'm going to do that off camera. But I kind of want to go over what it is that I've got planned for this one. Now, there is something that I'm going to add to this that's going to make it kind of stand out for the rest of the camp. And that is going to be a campfire that's actually lit up. Because I got a hold of one of these. This is a LED flicker light. And this should give me the ability to kind of put a magnet or a battery into the display so that we have a way to remove the battery and switch the campfire on and off. So what we're going to need to do, grab my pliers out here, is we're going to very carefully bend these little leads so we have a fire that will kind of stick up, kind of towards the center. And I'm going to bend these out just a little bit. There we go. And that's going to let me attach it to the battery pack here. So let's see if we can get this to line up. Okay, wrong side. When doing stuff like this, there we go, you need to figure out which side is the positive and which side is the negative side of the wiring. That way everything actually lights up correctly. So what I'm going to do is attach the wires to the battery pack, and then we'll cement it in place, and then we will come back and get everything started by attaching this to where it's going to be on here, and then we can kind of figure out where everything is going to go.
I started by just kind of playing around with a couple of different configurations for the wires coming off the LED. And this was mostly just to kind of decide how it was I wanted everything attached. Because I knew I needed to wrap the wire around the probes on the battery pack just to kind of make sure everything was going to stay in position. That was going to kind of reduce the amount of wire that I had going to the LED, since I don't really have any extra wire to add to lengthen the connection. Eventually, I kind of settled on a fairly straight kind of connection, just to kind of give myself as much distance from the battery pack as I could. And then I attached everything with this. This is what's called AP wire glue. I found it on Amazon, and this is essentially just a contact cement that's used specifically for wiring. It's conductive, so it doesn't disrupt the connection from the wires to the battery pack.
Alright, so plug in the battery here. This is what I've come up with. We've got the light kind of sticking up here, and the wires come underneath. Then we can access the battery from above. Now this is going to get covered with something to disguise it. I'm thinking like a box or some kind of like a grill or something like that. Now the light is going to get placed on top of this chip, and then we'll build the fire ring around that. And then this will all get attached to the plate for our ground cover, and it'll just kind of go wherever it is that we feel like it should go.
Alright, let's go ahead and start building our campfire. Now, since we don't have a whole lot of extra space, attaching the chip is going to kind of give a guide for where the fire is going to extend to. Now, I've got these little floral kind of filler beads, and I want to use these as kind of embers at the bottom of the fire. They're not going to be like readily visible most of the time, but it's little details that kind of add extra bits to a build like this. And then I realized I should probably put them in a tray rather than just kind of get them around my workbench. And as you can see, they kind of stick in place pretty quickly with a little bit of super glue. Now, I forgot to hit record, but I did put a piece of playing card on the bottom of the chip, just as a way to attach these little aquarium stones to the top of it, and just use that as a way to ring the fire without kind of having to use a whole bunch of hot glue to stick everything together. Now I'm fixing the stones down with just a little bit of tacky glue, and I'm doing a double high ring, and I feel like that's a fairly appropriate height for a small campfire in a setting like this. And I'll let this dry for about 20 minutes before coming back to it.
Okay, now that everything is dried up, I think this is looking pretty good to start with. Now, this is going to get painted in a minute or so, but first we need to address this area right here. Now, I want this to be covered with something, and I've been thinking about it a little, and I think what we're going to do is make this into like a wood pile to just kind of disguise everything. But we need to add a little like open and close area to be able to access the battery. I don't want to cover that up and have it inaccessible. So I've got an idea. Let's start by making some like logs or something for everything to kind of work with.
To make the logs, I grabbed a wooden chopstick, and after cutting a piece just to kind of test how large I needed them, I cut quite a few of them about that same length. Some are a little bit shorter, some are a little bit longer. And then I just started kind of breaking them in half, and then grabbed my knife and started chopping them into quarters. And some of them I'll chop down even more just to kind of add a little bit of variation. What this does is gives me some sides that are relatively smooth and some that are rough, and it really kind of helps add to that kind of visual effect of freshly chopped and split logs. Now, once I have enough of them, I can kind of set them aside and start putting things together. But I will tell you, when doing something like this, whenever you think you have enough of these little split pieces, make some more, because you definitely don't have enough. Now, once again, I'm going to add a little bit of playing card, one of my favorite kind of go-to crafting materials, onto the bottom of the battery pack. And this is just going to, much like the ring for the campfire, give a little bit more area to work with for gluing things down. I'd rather glue things to the card and have the card itself glued to the battery pack rather than try and glue things to the battery pack and potentially mess up the connection for the battery or any of the wiring. Now, using a little bit of super glue, I'm going to start sticking the pieces down, and as you can see, it's a little fiddly. The glue sticks to the wood very, very easily, but because the playing card is a little bit glossy, it has some issues sticking quickly to the playing card. But I can kind of use that to my advantage and find, the right placement for various bits and pieces, and just kind of stick little wooden bits here or there to kind of fill space and make the pile look a little bit more organic rather than just a straight pile of logs. Now, at a certain point, I did start using a pair of tweezers to kind of fit everything into place, and that was more about not getting glue on my fingers than any extra ease of placement, because this actually was harder to work with than you would expect. But I've had to deal with a lot of super glue on my fingers in the past, and I really did not want to keep dealing with that today. Now, I cut another small piece of playing card, and this is going to be the base for the removable section. And I'm just doing a simple line of the logs across the top of it, and then I'll do a double stack in a couple places just to kind of add a little bit of extra bulk to kind of make it look like a really large wood pile. And since this is for a large camp, it would make sense that they would have just a ton of logs piled up nearby a fire. And once the super glue was dried, I grabbed up some paper clip and a few beads. I'm using a perler bead, a tube bead, and then another perler bead. And the idea I had was to crimp the edges of the paper clip and then cut this section out so that I had a couple of beads that would kind of be free moving. Now, the idea was to glue the perler beads, the little white ones, to the lid, and then glue the tube bead, the kind of silver one, to the ground, or to one of the logs on the rest of the pile. And the theory I had was that this would create a kind of movable hinge that would let me open and close the lid. Now, on camera, it does work just a little bit, but off camera, I had to fight with this quite a bit. The super glue was not enough to hold everything down. It just kept kind of breaking apart. So what I ended up doing was I removed the hinge mechanism entirely, and then I made a new one using just a tube bead and a piece of paper clip. And what I ended up doing was drilling a hole through the bottom of the wood pile to feed the paperclip through it and kind of stick that into position. And I also added an extra piece of paperclip to wrap around the tube bead onto the lid. And that finally held everything in place without anything breaking. And then it was just kind of a matter of adding a few extra pieces of wood here or there to kind of give a few little connections and just kind of disguise a little bit more of the various areas. But all in all, the hinged top of the wood pile worked, and I was still able to access it to add and remove the battery. And now that the fire is built, it's time to start painting it up. I began by painting all of the stones with just some Artist Loft gray. Now, I didn't expect this, but using the black aquarium stones made it so much easier to paint. They took the paint with 0 issues, and I didn't even have to do a double layer, just a single layer of gray and everything covered up nice and easy. Now once that was dried, I grabbed a little bit of some deep red and just kind of stippled it onto all of the floral beads that are on the bottom of the fire pit. And this was just to kind of give the impression of some glowing red coals in the fire. Then I used a little bit of neutral gray and did a light dry brushing of the stones just to kind of give them a little bit of weathering effect and just pick out a few highlights. Next, it was time to take a quick break from painting and add in a few little logs to the fire itself to kind of build up around the little LED light. Now, some of the pieces that I had were a little bit too long, so I trimmed them down just a little bit to kind of add in and not have them sticking out from the ring of stones. Now, there's no real special way to do this, it's just kind of add some in as you feel is appropriate to get the level of coverage that you want. Now, I didn't want to cover the entirety of the fire pit. I just wanted enough to kind of give the impression that there were logs and they were on fire. Alright, that looks pretty good. Maybe one more on this side. Alright, that works. After letting everything dry for a few minutes, I grabbed some watered down burnt umber ink and started giving all of the logs a quick color coat. Now, I watered down my ink so that it kind of flows a little bit easier and it doesn't have quite as dark of a coloration. Now, if you want to kind of copy the mix that I use, it's about 5 to 6 drops of water to 2 drops of the ink. And that gets you this kind of coloration, and it works really well. I did decide to kind of stipple some onto the stones, just to kind of give them a slightly different coloration. And I think it looks pretty nice.
Alright, so here we have it all painted up. I've got the battery just kind of resting in here, so I can just kind of press it into place. And there we go. Nice little mini flickering campfire. You know what, I might make 1 or 2 more of these and just kind of have them on hand for little things like this, because this is neat and I like how this came out.
Alright, now it's time to make some seating. So I've made some little bench seats in the past, mostly for my tavern build, but I'm going to take a few different bits of that and just kind of adapt them for a more kind of cobbled together rustic type setting. So I'm taking a couple of coffee sticks and I'm going to cut a few sections to 1.5 inches and then a few sections to 3/4 of an inch just to make a kind of variance of seating. I wanted these to look really kind of rugged and just kind of thrown together. Like the soldiers wouldn't really care that much about having really ornate or intricate seats, as long as they had somewhere to sit around the fire. Now, each of these benches is going to be made of 2 pieces on top, and my plan is to take the planks and put a smaller plank underneath them. So the top 2 planks are going to be attached to the bottom plank to kind of hold everything together. And then for the actual legs, we will use probably a craft stick. Now, I want these to be kind of weathered and rugged so that they look like they've been out in the elements for a while, so I'm sanding down all the edges to be reasonably smooth. That way it looks like these have been in use for quite some time. Now, like I said, I'm just going to cobble these together using a little bit of super glue to attach the plank on the bottom. And the only really important thing is making it as centered as possible. Because once these are in place and the glue has fully set, I'm going to use them as kind of a guide to line up the legs for the benches. Now, these planks for the smaller ones ended up being a little bit too long, so off camera I do kind of break these apart and trim down the under planks and reattach them. Now, for the legs for the benches, I did end up going with a craft stick. Now, I'm just trimming a few pieces to roughly a 1/4 inch or just longer than a 1/4 inch in length. And doing a rough cut with a pair of cutters. Now, I'm not going to round the edges or kind of sand these pieces down because they're not going to be all that visible. One half of them is going to be glued to the bottom of the plank, and the other half is going to be glued to the ground. Now, I had thought about trimming the edges to make a more flush attach area, but to be honest, that didn't really end up being necessary. Then it was just a little drop of super glue, and I held the piece in at a rough angle, and there we have it, a nice little bench. Then it was just kind of repeating the process to match this on all the other benches. And in a few places I added a little bit of extra super glue if the connection seemed a little bit tricky. And here you can see when I realized that the underpiece for the smaller benches wasn't quite right, and then I fixed them off camera. And I also decided, since these were smaller benches, that the legs should be a little bit smaller as well, so I trimmed just a little bit off of the sides just to kind of make the legs look a little bit more appropriate for the size of these little seats. And then I was attaching them in the same process, just a drop of super glue, hold them into place until it tacks down, flip it around, and repeat the process on the other side. Now, I originally cut enough to make 3 of the small bench seats, but ended up only making 2. And that was just to kind of give a little bit more space on the ground plate for everything to kind of have a little bit of area for models to be placed down. Once all the super glue was fully set, I grabbed my watered down ink and started coating all of the sides that would be visible. Now, since these are so low to the ground, I'm not really worried about coating everything on the bottom, but I am coating the edges just to make sure that there aren't any uncoated areas that can be easily seen. Now, once again, these are dollar store materials, and the coffee sticks are also very absorbent, so the ink sucks in super quick, so these do not take long to dry. It's maybe 30 seconds before they're completely dry to the touch. Alright, now that we have all of our pieces, we can start putting it all together. I began by tacking down the campfire, and I used a reasonable amount of tacky glue on the bottom, and I wasn't entirely sure where I wanted it. At first I thought, well, let's put it dead center, but then I decided, you know what, somewhere slightly off to the side would probably be good. That way it looks a little bit more natural and kind of gives the appearance of a randomly put together area. And then for the benches, I decided on tacking them down in just kind of a haphazard way. We've got the long benches on a couple of the sides, and then I decided on the short benches just kind of put in and around the area. Now, again, my goal was to have spaces for models to be placed down. I do want the area to be somewhat playable. So I ended up kind of shifting things around as I was putting them in place, just to kind of give more areas for models to stand. I do have models with bases of varying sizes, so I did have to kind of take that into account, but most of the time it's just leaving an area roughly 1 inch clear for a model to kind of sit into that spot. Now, this looked pretty good, but I felt it needed a little something, and I found something on Amazon that I thought would work great.
Alright, so the thing I found is actually a few of these. Now, these are just miniature little cauldrons, and when I got them, I wasn't sure that they were going to be the right size, but as you can see, they are perfect for this scale. So what I'm thinking is I'm going to remove this little piece off the top here, and then we'll find some way to kind of suspend it over the fire. And I'm thinking just 2 little uprights and then a post across the top. So let's go ahead, bust out a barbecue skewer, and build it.
Alright, I decided to make this roughly 2 inches tall, so I marked out a couple of 2-inch lengths of the barbecue skewer, and then for a cross beam I grabbed a toothpick and then just clipped the pointy ends off. Then I tied a rough clove hitch on one of the upright pieces and shifted it as high up as I could while still leaving just a small amount of stick visible. Then I did a rough lashing to kind of hold everything into place. Now, I should have done a small drop of super glue to hold the sticks down while I did the lashing. It would have made it a lot easier. But once everything was tied down, I added a little bit of super glue to make sure that the string wasn't going to come apart, and then trimmed the edges, got a ton of super glue on my fingers, and then repeated the process on the second stick. Now, I will say, having super glue on your fingers makes doing any kind of knot work with this kind of string a lot harder. It stuck to my fingers so many times. Even with the glue dry, my fingers got a little bit more rough and the string just kept catching, and that made tying things down a little bit more interesting and difficult. But once I had everything tied down and glued into place, the edges trimmed, it was time to paint everything up with the burnt umber ink to kind of match all of the other kind of lashed together or put together pieces in the camp. And it fit pretty well across the campfire. Now, I wanted this to be very secure, so I used a drill bit and put a couple of shallow holes on either side of the campfire. And this was just to kind of get through the sand that I had put on for the base layer, and then tacked it into place with some super glue, and that really held firm in position. Now for the cauldron, I decided to take a couple loops of string and just kind of tie them and tack them into position on the two little eye loops on the cauldron itself. And my thought was that, this would be kind of tied into position, and the soldiers would, add or remove things with like a ladle or a bucket or something like that. And then I did a couple knots on top to kind of hold it in position while I got everything roughly the right height. And once I was happy with its placement, I trimmed the edges and added a little bit of super glue to lock everything into position. And after a couple of seconds for the glue to set, we had a nice swinging cooking pot. And there we have it. The camp resting area is finished.
Okay, here we are with the finished piece. This came out surprisingly good. I don't know if I want to add anything into the cooking pot. I might do that in the camp aesthetics video. We'll see. But all in all, I like how everything came out. We've got some seating. We've got a little kind of cooking slash campfire. And we still have the light up aspect to it. So all of this kind of came together a lot better than I expected. Yeah, I will see if I can find the link for the cauldrons, and I'll put that in the video description in case anyone wants to get some of their own. There was quite a few in the package. Hold on. Yeah, I got a bunch of them in one box. Look at that. All of these, and it was like $7, so definitely worth the purchase if you're going to be doing a lot of little kind of like cauldron-y things. I'm sure I can find more uses for all the extras, but this is definitely one of the more interesting ones that I've put together. This is actually the first time I've done anything with an LED on its own. Usually I repurpose existing LED fixtures, so this was a lot of fun to put together. And that's going to be it for today. I hope everyone enjoyed. Come back next time to see what else we start to put together. I think we're almost out, or we are out of the main tile pieces. I might have one more to put together. We shall see how that goes. But like I said, that's going to be it for today. Thank you everyone so much for watching. Please hit that like button, subscribe for future content, comment down in the comments section, and we will see everyone next episode.
Today for our Modular Warcamp, we're going to start adding to the actual fortifications by building a palisade wall for the soldiers.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the channel. Today we're going to be making the palisade walls for our camp. Now, I've got these as just kind of stand-ins for the tiles. The tiles themselves are a little bit too large to have all of them on camera at once, so I'm going to back this out just a little bit. Now the idea for the camp is we can use 1 tile or 2 tiles or 3 tiles, and we can have them in a couple of different configurations to kind of have whatever shape it is that we want for our war camp. Now what we're going to need is some walls that can wrap around the entire structure. Now I've got these are some craft sticks. They are roughly 7 inches long and about 1 inch wide. So these are going to be the ground for our walls. Now these little stand-ins are 6 inches by 6 inches, so what I'm gonna do is have 2 wall sections cut to 6 inches for each side of the camp. Except for one side, because that side is going to end up being the gate side. Now what I might end up doing is when we get to making the gate, I'll make a couple of smaller walls to kind of frame around it, but that's going to be at a different time because I don't know yet how large I want the gate to be. So we'll address that when the gate actually gets built. So that is what I have in mind. So we're going to end up making 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14 of our walls. Now, this should be more than enough to circle the entire camp, no matter how we have the setup arranged. Because if we're using all three tiles, 3 sides are exposed, 3 sides are exposed, 2 sides are exposed. If I shift it, it's still 3, 2, and 3. If I remove one altogether, then it's just 3 and 3. If we wanted to make one camp and then another camp, that becomes a slightly more interesting issue. But that would get kind of resolved because we would still have a gate on one, and then we would still need a gate on the other one. So at that point, it kind of solves itself, because then it would be 2 plus a gate, and then 3 plus a gate. So at that point, we don't need to make more walls, we just need to make one extra gate when we get to the episode where we make the gate. So let's go ahead and grab up some materials. I already know that I'm going to be using these craft sticks. I'm also going to end up using some coffee stir sticks and some matchsticks, and maybe some foam. I don't know yet. We will see pretty quickly how this is going to go. So let's go ahead, grab our materials, and get started.
To get started, I took my craft sticks and marked out a 6-inch length. I tried to keep as much on one side as possible as a usable piece, because I think I'm going to end up using them for another project later, and this just kind of helps to recycle craft materials. Once I had a bunch of them marked, I grabbed my miter shears and started clipping. Now, if you don't have a pair of miter shears, you can find them on Amazon. I found these at Lowe's. I would highly recommend doing some research on the reviews, because I did have a set from Amazon, but when I got them, the blade was bent and they didn't work, and I ended up having to buy another pair. So a little bit of research will save you a little bit of money and a lot of headaches.
Alright, while I've got the shears here and I've got some pieces to cut, I want to go over something about how these shears work. If you have a pair of these shears and you're using them to cut things, sometimes when you cut, like here, it's not really cutting all the way through. That's because I have it too far towards the end. But if I put it towards the beginning, it just kind of clips right through. So the closer you put it to the pivot right here, the easier it is for the shears to cut. So if you run into issues where things are a little difficult to cut through with your cutters like this, that might be the reason. Give it a try a little bit closer to the pivot and see how it goes for you.
Once I had all the craft sticks cut to be my base layer, I grabbed a bit of some XPS foam and measured out a 6-inch length on them, just to kind of fit with the craft stick. And since the foam itself is about 1 inch thick, this will do very nicely for the interior of the lower section of the palisade wall. Now, I'm cutting this with a utility knife. You can use a hot wire tool or whatever it is that you want to use to cut them. I will say, if you're going to use a blade, make sure the blade is either brand new or still very sharp. Otherwise, the edge of the blade can catch the foam and you'll end up with torn foam and not clean cuts. Now, I'm cutting a bunch of sections of this off at 1.5 inches, and I'm doing that because I want the walkway for the palisade to be high enough that the wall itself provides a little bit of visual cover for everything on the inside of the walls. So, doing the foam at this height gives me 1.5 inch high walkway, and then if I do another inch or two on top of that, it'll give me a nice bit of cover for everything on the interior of the camp, and it'll look really nice. Alright, I'll get the rest of these cut off screen because I'm going to need quite a few of them.
Alright, so I've got a bunch of these cut. They are just under 6 inches. Now, I did it that way so that they would sit somewhat recessed in on either side. That'll let me do a cover over the foam on either end and just kind of disguise the foam block. Now, I also trimmed off a roughly 1/4 inch piece. Maybe it's just a little smaller than a 1/4 inch. That way we can put it completely flush up on one side, and we have a little bit of a lip on this side. This will let me put what looks like support beams down the side that will be attached to the planking that we're going to put up on top. And then we can add some filler into the various pieces in between. So let's bust out the hot glue gun, attach this, and then start cutting all of our little support pieces and panels.
I started by grabbing a barbecue skewer and measured out a few pieces for support beams. Now this is just a simple kind of hold it up to the end of the foam and measure it so that it's the same height as the foam. Now you can do this before or after attaching everything together. I did it before just to kind of make things a little bit simpler, but you can just as easily do it afterwards. You just kind of gotta take that into account during the building process. Next, I marked out a 1-inch gap directly in the center of the foam and started by attaching 2 pieces of the skewer to be the support beams on either side of the line. I then realized that that was too far apart and I wanted a 1-inch gap, not a wider gap than that. So I peeled one of the skewers off, removed the hot glue and stuck on foam, and attached it in its correct position. After a quick check, I grabbed a piece of coffee stirrer stick and marked out a bunch of 1-inch lengths. This is going to be some paneling that's going to go on the inside of the 2 support beams, just to kind of help disguise the foam. Now, I'm not going to use the barbecue skewer mixed with the coffee stick for the entire wraparound. I have a different idea in mind for everything beyond this point, but I wanted this to be as flat and recessed as possible so that I could attach what would be a ladder in between these two support beams. That way it gives the impression of the ability for troops to climb up and down. And using some full-length matchsticks, I cut a bunch of 1-inch pieces before taking them and hot gluing them into place. I also took a moment to clean up some of the excess hot glue just to kind of keep things nice and tidy. Now there's no real math to how I'm spacing these out. I'm just kind of eyeballing it to make things look roughly appropriate for a kind of put together on-site ladder. Then I decided that I wanted the steps on the ladder to be a little bit more pronounced, so I glued another piece of matchstick onto the ones that were already put in place. That made them protrude just slightly beyond the barbecue skewer, and that was kind of what I wanted for a nice emphasized visual of a inset ladder. Alright, that looks good. Now we can start marking out a rough 1-inch in from the end. And then I marked it off with another piece of skewer. And this is going to be glued into position on the inside, the outside of the inch, not the inside. So the skewer itself is going to be an inch away from the side. And then I began the process of cutting a whole bunch more matchsticks to fill in that area. Now, I wanted the matchsticks because I really kind of wanted this to look like these walls were built on site, and having just nicely carved wooden planks for everything would not really achieve that. So this way it kind of gives the perception that the soldiers might have taken branches or logs and just kind of trimmed them down to build these walls. Alternatively, you could take some tacky glue or Mod Podge and then glue some small bits of gravel into place to make it look like there's just like a pile of stones underneath the walkway. I might experiment with that later, but I really kind of wanted to put this together and utilize the matchsticks just to see how everything would look. And I gotta say, I was rather pleased with the result.
Alright, so I've got most of this all attached. Now, these ones on the side here, they overhang, and that is so that they can cover up the corner where the side... Get this back in focus here. So that they can cover up the corner where the side pieces go. Now, I want the walls to kind of connect together and at the very least just kind of not shift that much. So I made a spot for a magnet to go in. Now, because of the thickness of the material and the fact that it's going to have this same thickness on the next piece over, I'm going to put 2 magnets in, and that should kind of account for some of the loss of magnetism through the wood. And these are pretty strong on their own, so hopefully all of that will work out. Now, the only thing I need to do is make sure that on every single one, whatever side is going in is on one side is the side that's going out on the other side. So I'm going to grab 2 magnets. and then put a little bit of hot glue into the hole, and then just slot this in. Now when I go to add in the magnets on the other side, I can just kind of put the magnets up against this side, and that will just kind of let me know which side needs to go in or out on the next one. And now I can just kind of keep covering this with the wood, and that will also just kind of help push the magnets in and keep it from coming back out. Go. The magnet is covered. Do one more on top just to kind of make sure this is secured. So we've got two magnets buried inside this. Now I'm going to, let's see. The matchsticks are about the thickness of a barbecue skewer, so I'm gonna just hold a couple of them against the end like this. And then I will pull off another two magnets. Ah! That just snapped right on. And that's actually holding that in place. Look at that. Not holding it, I'm just kind of... Okay, I think that's going to work out nicely. So I'm going to leave that like that so that I can put it in on the other side. Now, putting it in, actually, is roughly in the middle on the foam. I'm just pressing it in to create a little indent. And then using a pencil, I just kind of poke it out. Just a bunch of little stabs with the pencil here. And then with the tweezers, I can just kind of pull some of this material free. And then I can stick the magnets in on this side. So let's go ahead and do that. A little bit of hot glue. And there we go. So I'll get this side covered and finish covering this side, and then we can start putting on our plank walkway.
Now, to make the walkway, I drew a little bit of inspiration from some historical Roman camps that were kind of written about from the classic Roman period. And I'm using some coffee sticks to make 1-inch sections. Now, when I say I drew inspiration from Roman forts, there's not a whole lot written about how Roman fortifications were designed, but the implication from all the writing is that everything was made roughly the same, or at least as close to the same, every single time, in terms of the size of the camp and then the layout. So I'm kind of going off the idea that the soldiers would know how large their camp was going to be and would bring these planks from the city or from their main headquarters. So I'm using a bit of sandpaper to round off the edges and just kind of make these look a little bit more worn and kind of well used. So the idea is that while they would scavenge a whole bunch of materials to build their fortifications in the local area, these soldiers would have brought these planks with them to make the walkways for their palisade. That way they would know exactly how large the walls would need to be. So I clipped a couple of pieces that were slightly smaller and put them directly over the ladder. This will give me the ability to kind of help lend to the impression that soldiers are climbing up the ladder and not having to reach up and out and around the walkway. Now, it was purely coincidence that the numbers kind of added up this way. It is 4 small planks in the center, and then 11 of the 1-inch planks on either side. So, because it all kind of ended up that same math on a couple of them, I was able to clip and make the planks for all of the walls to be fairly consistent.
Alright, so here we are so far with the walls. Now, these actually came out a lot better than I expected, especially with the magnets. As you can see, they do hold pretty well. I mean, I'm not going to be able to, once the wall is attached, be able to do this, but the magnet is definitely a strong enough connection that it's going to keep the wall from shifting around during gameplay. And that is what I wanted, so that's the important thing. Now, what we've got is a nice little kind of paneled section for the inside with the stairs or ladder to get up onto the walkway. Now we need to make the actual wall section. And to do that, I think I'm going to use a few chopsticks. So let's go ahead and get started with that.
So I cut the chopsticks into 2 separate lengths. I made a pile of pieces that were 3 1/4 inches in length, and then another pile of the same quantity that was 2 1/2 inches in length. Then, using a utility knife, I made some tapered cuts on one end to make it look like these are just, really long logs that were kind of sharpened to a point on one side. And then to add a kind of tree bark texture, I grabbed a wide tooth file. I found this one at Harbor Freight. I think it's a woodworking file. I'm not super sure about that. But I'm just taking the skewer and kind of dragging it along the teeth at a rough angle, and just kind of using that to gouge some lines into the sides. So I'm just dragging, rotating the skewer, dragging, rotating the skewer, and I just keep doing that until I've textured all of the sides. Now you can go as heavy or as light with this as you'd like, but what you get as a result is, I don't know if you can see this super clear, some fairly nice grain structure texture on something that would have been perfectly smooth otherwise. So after doing that way too many times to a whole bunch of different skewers, I grabbed a roughly good handful of them and started securing them down to each other with a little bit of hot glue. Now, there wasn't a real huge plan to how I was going to put these together. I knew I wanted a couple of shorter areas for soldiers to stand in and fire out, and then some areas that would provide cover. So rather than rely on matching up things perfectly every single time from one section of wall to the other, I decided to have the outsides of each wall section be a high area followed by a short area. And then I just kind of repeated that process from the outside in until I had all the pieces that I wanted to kind of put together for our main wall. Now, I'm doing this one disconnected from the foam. You can, and it is actually a lot easier, attach them directly to the foam instead of making them independently like I'm doing here. I'm just doing this because it provides a nice little bit of a visual of my initial process of kind of trying to figure out how it was that I wanted everything to connect together. Alright, and there's the main wall, and we can just attach it with a fairly generous amount of hot glue stuck to the foam, and then press everything together.
Okay, now that these four are put together, it's time to get ready for painting them. But I do just want to bring up one quick little thing. Texturing these logs took a lot longer than I had originally anticipated. Just to make these four took about 10 hours or so of texturing all of the chopsticks to make them into the logs like this. Now that's texturing them, then cutting them, and then sharpening the points, but it took quite some time. So I would recommend, if you're going to do something like this, and you know you're going to be doing something like this, take some time and texture a few of them, set them aside, do something else. Otherwise, you run the risk of, like me, I've got splinters in my hands because I forgot to wear gloves. My hands are very cramped up. I would not recommend doing all of these all at once. So space it out and save yourself some hassle. But now it's time to take these and get them primed so that we can do our painting.
I started with a base coating of some flat brown Krylon spray paint, and once that was dried, I brought them back in and did a fairly generous overbrushing with some raw sienna from Artist Loft. And you can immediately see all of the grain structure and texture that it imparted in, and this came out beautifully. I am loving how all the textures just kind of come to life with even just a simple overbrush like this. And all of the recessed areas have a very nice kind of shadowy effect, so nothing really looks out of place. I will say painting the area around the ladder was the hardest part just because of the narrow spaces. Once that was dried, I weathered everything with a light dry brushing of some warm gray, and this blended quite nicely together to give some lighting effect and just a really kind of nice aged look to the walls. Alright, I will get the other three of these painted up off camera. And there we have it, our palisade walls are finished.
Alright, so here we have them all painted up, and I gotta say I like how they came out. You can definitely still really see the striations that I carved into them. Definitely gives it that kind of like freshly chopped tree log kind of appearance. Now the magnets are still pretty good. They can definitely hold on nice and easy, so I'm not worried about them kind of falling apart during gameplay. The modularity of these is going to be quite extreme, so I can put them down like, oh look, there's the wall around the camp. I can also use these independently from the camp, which is kind of why I built them this way. And I can also place them back to back like so, giving a 2-inch wide walkway, and then oh look, we've got a kind of dividing wall in the middle of the territory. Once I get the gate built, I can then use this as like a wall in the middle of a road, just kind of in the middle of nowhere. There's a lot of different options for using these in various campaign settings and gameplay settings. As a sight blocker, these are going to be perfect. As a defensive emplacement, they'll also work pretty good. If I'm being honest though, I do need something. So putting it at a corner it doesn't line up. Now I can kind of put it like this, but then it doesn't line up on this side. So I'm going to need to make something to go into the corner here so that it's still a continuous wraparound of the walls. And if I do it right, then I can put these like so, and then put the corner pieces onto the end, and then just have it be a boxed off section. So that's going to be another video, I think, though. I might work on that over the weekend and then bust that out as a short video for Monday, leading into the next scheduled video on Wednesday. We'll see. So, yeah, I think the Palisade walls came out really nice. Tune in next time. I think we're going to get started on making the gatehouse, or the gate for the walls. And then we might delve into something else revolving around the gate. I'm not sure just yet, but that's going to be it for today. Thank you everyone so much for watching. Please hit that like button, subscribe for future content, comment down in the comments section, and we will see everyone next episode.
Today we continue working on our modular camp's walls by adding something for the corners.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the channel. Last time we put together a couple of walls. They are magnetized, they are modular, and today we're going to make some tower corners to go along with them.
Now, I called this a tower, but really this would be what would normally be called a turret. The idea is that this would be a large, open-topped, kind of flat emplacement where soldiers could stand. You could also put things like siege equipment and large weapon emplacements and things like that. Now, I'm going to use some foam for the interior of the corner turret, and this is going to be cut into two pieces of... Initially here I do 1-inch and 2-inch cut, and after gluing them together and doing a couple of test fits, I realized that this was not going to be the shape that I needed. So I took that apart and then did a second piece of 2-inch and then stuck them together. And then I took them over to my hot foam cutter and trimmed them down just a little bit.
Alright, now that I've got everything shaped down, this should fit just inside of a 2-inch by 2-inch with enough space to cover two of the sides with paneling and then walls on the outer two sides. So now we need to put in our magnets, and for that I've got magnets here and here ready to go. I'm just going to use that as a way to indent in, then there we go. Alright, so if this is going to go on a corner, I need to make sure everything is going to line up nice and neat with the right magnets. There we go. Oh, and So this side lined up nicely. The other side I'm going to make sure lines up. I'm going to put this onto this craft stick. This is about 2 inches. So it's going to help elevate everything just to the right height to make sure. There we go. Okay, so I made a mistake. I forgot to take into account that some things are going to be shifted over. Now, fortunately, I should be able to pull these out. And then shift the hole this way just a little bit. There we go. Move it just a little bit more. Now I am doing this just a little bit out of order. I should be putting the magnet in after I've put the siding on, but because the magnet is going to be on the inner corner, I can't really do that all that easily. So okay. So now it's lined up correctly. I've got enough space to put the paneling in. So I need to take that into account and then put this side in as well. And I'm going to fill in all these gaps around the magnet with some hot glue. So I will get the other magnet in, and then we'll come back and start building all of the siding and the framework. Okay, now I've got it attached to the base plate that I'm going to use. Before I add in the siding, I want to do one other thing, and that is shape this corner just a little bit. So I'm just going to clip this into place so you can kind of get the idea of what it is that I'm talking about. I want some kind of step to go from here up into this. So I'm going to shave this corner down just a little bit. So we've got about a ½ an inch of height difference between the top here and this ledge here. So I'm going to cut this down by a ¼ of an inch and then kind of square it off. That'll give us a little step to go from here up to here and still give me a place to put a model.
Now for this, I had to keep all the measurements as consistent as possible, so I used the wall and the logs as a template and guide to ensure that all of the pieces were going to be cut in the same dimensions. And what I ended up with was a kind of rough cutout area that I wanted to remove. Now, if I had been thinking about this before I glued everything together, I could have cut this notch out beforehand, but a reasonably sharp utility knife was able to trim everything away with very little mess and no damage to the main structure. Now that that was done, I can start measuring out a bunch of matchsticks to cut for our siding. Now, I wanted a kind of like exposed corner support beam to be visible, So I measured everything from one side of the foam to the other, and that was 45 millimeters. So I trimmed a bunch of matchsticks down to that size, and then began counting out how many I needed, which ended up being quite a few. It was something like 16 matches per side, so it was a decent number that needed to be trimmed and then hot glued into position. Now, I'm gluing these on just kind of haphazardly. If you want a nice kind of consistent clean edge where the support column at the corner is going to go, I would actually recommend lining up all the matchsticks so that the bottom end where you have not cut is the area that's exposed to the support beam, since those are going to be consistently factory machined to be a nice perfectly flat edge. Now, this little area here isn't going to be seen, but I wanted a consistent covering of all of the foam just to ensure that there wasn't going to be any exposed areas that spray paint was going to cause to melt when I went to go and prime everything. So the small little ledge up by the step also gets a nice little covering of matchsticks. Alright, now with that all trimmed, I can grab a little bit of hot glue and then fit one more matchstick into position, and then I will trim that flush. It will have a nice little support beam to kind of make everything look like it's consistently built and supported. Now, to kind of disguise the step and make it look as though everything is made in the same fashion, I put a little bit of cladding in place, and this is just a couple trimmed pieces of some coffee stick, and this is just to disguise the foam on the actual raised area of the step. And once that was done, I measured out and then sanded down a few more coffee sticks, and I decided just for a little bit of extra dimension, I wanted to face these in two different directions. So the lower step is going to face one way, and then all of the planks for the upper step are going to face a different way, just to give a little bit more of a visual difference between the layers. Now, I ended up having it where it was 4 sticks in each little area of the raised and lowered step, but depending on how large of a turret you end up making, it can be more or less than what I have here. Okay, now that all of the cladding is finished and our steps are covered, it's time to go ahead and start adding the logs for our wall.
Okay, so now it's time to start attaching all of the logs into place. And to do that, I'm going to kind of use one of the walls as a guideline for where the first log should start. And do the same thing on the other side. There we go. Alright, that should do. Now, the logs that I'm using are 3 inches and 4 inches. Now the 3-inch ones will match up with the tall poles on the walls, and then the 4-inch ones will extend above that. So we're going to start by going 3-inch, and I think what we're going to do is go 2 of the 3-inch and then wrap around with the 4-inch and then do 3-inch, then 4-inch all the way around. Okay, that should help us to make sure everything lines up perfectly every time. And everything looks to be the right height. Okay, so I'm going to speed up the footage, then we'll do the full wraparound.
The general idea that I had for these little corner turrets was a spot where a couple of soldiers could stand and fire down around the walls so that they can kind of provide extra cover for anyone trying to attack the walls or try and climb it with ladders or ropes or things like that. But I wanted them to still have an area to kind of hide behind, which is why we have these larger areas that are kind of raised up above the little windowed or lowered areas for firing points. Now, if I was going to build one that was going to be exclusively for siege equipment, like a large ballista or something like that, I would not do the higher sections. I would just do some lower ones so that there was a little bit more of a clear field of fire. Now, I ended up running out of a couple of logs of the correct size, so I had to do a quick trim of some spares that I had laying around. And once that was done, I was able to finish the wraparound, and we have a nice, consistent measurement of all of the logs and pieces that are fit into place. Then I took it out and gave it a base coating in some flat brown spray paint from Krylon, before grabbing my dry brushing brushes and doing a full all-over coating of some raw sienna in a heavy dry brush or kind of a soft overbrushing. And it was still a little bit warm in my workshop, so after about 10 minutes or so, everything was perfectly dried, and I was able to do a light dusting of some warm gray to add that same weathering effect that I did for the main palisade walls. And there we have it. Our wall turrets are finished.
Okay, here we have the finished piece. I like how these came out. The step works pretty well. We've got the ability for realistically probably only 2 models to sit comfortably in the space. Depending on the size of the base, like if they're smaller than this or a custom mini, I could definitely fit more than just 2. But yeah, I think it came out rather nice. Let's grab a couple of the wall units. What we have is we can now put together a quick little improvised fortification. We can use this just kind of loose in the world to create a little miniature fort. We've got all kinds of things that this can just kind of add and expand to. Yeah, I still need to make a gate, but that is coming. That's in the works. If we do the walls back to back like so, they don't quite fit perfectly, but they do fit enough that they can be just a little end cap for a wall section. So we do still have more modularity like that. And I gotta say, I'm loving how all of these are coming out and how the magnets are kind of helping hold everything together. This is definitely going to be a really nice additional piece for the camp and for just some of the random terrain that I've made and plan to use. So I think that's going to be it for today. Next time we are going to tackle the gate for the camp, and that's going to again be magnetized like the walls, and it's going to go along with these and help finish out the fortification section for the camp. So that's going to be coming out next time. Thank you everyone for watching. Please hit that like button, subscribe for future content, comment down in the comments section, and we will see everyone next episode.
It's time to start finishing out the defenses for the war camp. We need a way into the war camp, so today we're going to be working on the gatehouse.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the channel. Last time, let me move a couple of these out of the way, we finished off the little towers or turrets for our corner pieces, and as you can see, they just kind of slot right in to the corners of the camp. Now I do still need to make a couple more of these just to finish everything out. It takes 3 of them to surround 3 sides of the camp. So for all 3 tiles that the camp is going to sit on, I need a grand total, if all the tiles are together, I need 6 of these. And if I'm going to do 2 tiles and then 1 tile independent of it and still have all the walls surrounding, I need 8 of them. So I need to make 4 more of these. I'll do that off camera along with the rest of the walls to finish everything out. But today, we're going to be making a gate for the camp. Now, this needs to do 2 things. It needs to fit with the camp. What do I mean by that? I mean it needs to fit the large walkway areas of the camp that I've already built in. Each of the tiles has at least 1 wide area on it. This one has 2, so we need to make sure that the gate is wide enough that it looks like it was designed to let large wagons or like supplies through one of these roadways of the camp. So that's the first thing we need to do. Second thing is that it needs to still slot in to the rest of the wall system. Now, each side is 12 inches. I don't want to make a large 12-inch piece. What I want is to make something that's 6 inches long, so that if I decide to use it separate from the camp pieces, I can, and it'll still slot into all of the palisade walls that we've already built. So that is going to be a little bit of an interesting mechanic that we'll tackle pretty quick. As for the other part, these roadways are about 3 inches. So that means that our actual gate that's going to open and close needs to be 3 inches wide. So if we take that into account, we've got a 3-inch gate with 2 pieces on either side of it to hold the gate up that need to be 1.5 inches each. So that is going to be our parameter that we have to work with. So that way the whole thing will be 6 inches, but still kind of slots into everything. So we're going to take this in a couple of different parts. The first part, we're going to build the main structure. Second part, we will build the gate itself. And then the third part, we will figure out how we want to connect it to the rest of the walls. Because if we build a 6-inch piece that goes in the center, that leaves a gap on either side that would normally connect to the wall. So we'll figure that out as things continue to move on. And I have an idea for it, but we'll discuss that as we get to that section. So, and then of course we're going to paint it all, but you all already know that that's going to happen anyway. So let's go ahead, clear the table, and we'll go ahead and get started with section 1, building all of the framework.
Now, going into this, the only thing I really knew had to be a static measurement was the width of a 3-inch opening. So I started by using this oversized craft stick to kind of measure out what I thought was going to be the initial measurement of 3 inches by 1 1/4 inches. Now later I revised that and made it 3 by 2, but I trimmed off a couple of sections, and this was going to be set aside to be used as a kind of measuring tool and reinforcement layer for the sticks that were going to be used to lay out the ground. Now for the ground itself, I'm going to be using these sticks, which are 1-inch wide craft sticks. I found these at Michael's and they are rather convenient. So after measuring out the 3-inch center and marking that with a felt pen, just to make it easier for you to see, I clipped off the ends to have a 6-inch long piece that I could begin to work with. And then cleaned up the edges just to prevent as many splinters as I could. I got enough of those from texturing all of the chopsticks in a previous episode. Now, I knew that there was going to be some kind of a size discrepancy when it came to the outer section and the inner section, so I grabbed a chopstick and used that as kind of a reference to figure out how much of an area I needed to trim off of the piece that was going to be the outer section of the gatehouse. And that ended up being 1/4 inch, which I trimmed off of each side. Now the reason for this is so that I can have the back end of the gatehouse kind of be a transition piece that will connect to any of the walls or towers that we've put together. Now here is where I realized that I was going to need a little bit more for the reinforcing layer, and after hot gluing one of the pieces down, I glued down the piece that I had trimmed off, and then used a utility knife to kind of trim it down to fit after I added a little bit more reinforcing hot glue. Now the idea behind this reinforced layer is partially to keep both of these craft sticks together, but also to raise the ground layer up enough to where it kind of matches up and continues into the rest of the camp, given the height of the base layer for all of the tiles. This was definitely going to be necessary, otherwise the gatehouse was going to be almost half the size down from the rest of the camp, and I definitely did not want that. Okay, now that the ground layer has been put together, it's time to start putting together and building the walls. Now, I pre-cut a few pieces of foam. These are all 1-inch thick, and they are roughly 1 1/4 inches wide by 2 inches long. Now, this kind of gives me a little bit to work with, and having gone through this with the corner turrets, I knew that I wanted to trim a section off to be a step from a lower wall up into a little guard post area up by the main gate. So I trimmed a 1/4 inch section out of one side, and then taking an extra strip of foam, I marked it, did a trim, and then affixed it to one side. And this is going to be the transition piece that will attach and kind of connect to any of the other walls or towers that we attach.
Okay, so here's what we have so far. We've got our 2 segments that are going to be the main walls, and we've got our ground plate. Now the doubled up section will eventually get covered with sand. That'll happen much later. What I need to do now is everything matches up perfectly flush with the bottom, but I need to trim a couple things down. So to make it match up to the wall, I need to trim a 1/4 inch off of this side, so just slice that off. And then to hide this section here, I need to trim this down a little bit as well. Now fortunately, that should be the only trimming I need to do for these to get them to match everything up. So we're going to get that done and then attach everything down to the floor and then put in our magnets. And then we can start applying all of the siding and cladding and the steps and things like that. So I will get these trimmed off camera and we'll be right back.
After trimming the sections that I needed, I fixed everything down with some hot glue, just to make sure that I had consistent placement for the magnets. Then, after kind of indenting in where the magnets were going to go, I poked out a section of the foam and removed it with a pair of tweezers. Then filled in some hot glue and pressed the magnet into place, using one of the pre-existing walls as a way to ensure that the magnets lined up correctly. And then I repeated the process on the other side.
Okay, one thing that we're going to have to do is I'm going to add some support beams. I'm going to put one on the edge right here and then one just this side of the foam here. But I want it to be very secure, so I'm going to carve a small little notch out of the raised section. And that's just going to give me a little bit more of a secure place to glue everything down. Essentially, this will give a greater spot to attach the support beam into. There we go. Now, next thing we're going to do is figure out where the gate is going to go, because that's going to kind of determine a few measurements that we make. So what I'm thinking is putting the gate as centered as I can. So I'm going to mark out 1 inch in. And then mark the foam just a little bit as well. And then do the same thing on the other side. And I'll carve the notch out on this side as well. There we go. Okay. Now, what I have... okay. Now I'm going to mark a line here and here. So that gives me a just kind of reference point. Now, I marked that because I'm going to make the gate with these little hinges, and putting it on the beam that's going to be here will put it, I don't know how easily you can see it, it'll overhang a bit in this direction. So what I'm going to do is essentially kind of mark where all of this is going to go, so that when the piece with this gets put into place, nothing is obstructing it. So now I think we need to cut a few support beams and some matchsticks and get started with wrapping everything.
Now, marking the support beams is fairly straightforward. I knew the rough dimensions of all of the foam bits for the wall and for the little guard posts around the gate. So that was pretty quick to kind of measure everything out and do some trimming and get everything worked up. What I ended up with, though, was 3 or so different sizes of support beams. One for the outermost section, connecting to the other wall units, and then one for the inner section, which would begin the transition between the wraparound and the logs, and then one that was just kind of a extra support that kind of disguises the ends of the matchsticks on one of the corners. Now, the matchsticks themselves are pretty straightforward. I measured the wall unit and then just trimmed up a bunch of them. It ended up being about 16 matchsticks on each side, so that was a fair amount of trimming and just kind of making sure that everything was going to line up and fit into place. And then a little bit of trimming to kind of ensure a flush edge on either side, and then taking a whole bunch more offcuts and using them to attach into place to disguise the magnets. Now, I noticed it right about here. You might have seen it a little bit faster than me, but the outside edge of this side of the foam is still exposed. So what I ended up doing was, after attaching the last of the matchsticks on the magnet, I added one more just as a way to kind of help hide the foam. And then when I attach the wall, I'm going to put a skewer or chopstick up against this so it won't really be noticeable from the outside. Now, for the inside of the little gate here, these are going to be a fairly specific length, so I'm going to trim a few matchsticks on their own just to ensure that all of the measurements are precise enough that there isn't really all that much variance. Now, each side did end up being slightly different, but not really that much to be noticeable. This side ended up being about 12 millimeters, the other side was 14, so it's a very small difference, but when you're trying to put together something that's going to hide foam and give the correct appearance of a retaining wall or something built like this, a couple of millimeters does mean a whole lot of difference. Now, again, working off the same kind of measurements of how many sticks I was going to need, I trimmed up as many as was going to be needed for this side, and then quickly filled in the area, getting a decent amount of hot glue on my fingertips as I tried to fit everything into position as quickly as possible so that the glue didn't start to harden. And in the end, I miscounted, had to add one extra that I needed to trim after gluing it into place. And then fitting the last support beam in, and we are good to go. I'll do the other side off camera, but now it's time to start adding the walkway and our logs. Now, the walkway is pretty much exactly as the wall units for the other sections, so it's just trimming a few pieces of coffee stick and then sanding them down and gluing them into place. Now you may have noticed that I didn't add the third support beam on the inside where the gate hinge is going to go. That is because I want to add that in at the absolute last step for the gatehouse, because I want to attach the gate itself to the support beam before gluing it in. That way everything will be a little bit easier and I don't have to try and fit a screwdriver into such a small area. So I am going to make those, but those will be kind of put together and then attached along with the gate itself. Now once again, the same as the corner turrets, I am kind of rotating the little walkway beams just to kind of give a little bit of an extra visual difference for the different elevations of the walkway. Once all that was in place, I grabbed a couple of different sizes of chopstick. These are some 3-inch pieces that I'm gluing into place to kind of be our little windowed area, I guess you could say. And then I'm alternating them, 3 of the short pieces and then 3 4-inch pieces to provide a little bit of cover. Now on the outside, I was able to fit 3 of the short skewers, but on the inside, it's only going to be 2. Now part of that is because of leaving space for the hinge, and the other part is, for whatever reason, that side only fits 2 skewers. And then repeat the process on the other guard post. Now, I have not done this as of yet because I'm fairly trusting of the hot glue, but if you want to be doubly sure that all of these skewers are locked into place, you can follow everything up with a coating of some watered down PVA glue just to ensure that everything is locked into position. Now that the logs are in place, we can lay down a relatively thin layer of tacky glue so that we can begin applying the sand for the ground cover. Now, doing this will allow me to use the gatehouse in any kind of wilderness setting, but it will also help to tie it into the rest of the encampment. Alright, I will let this dry for about 20 or so minutes before taking it out, giving it a spray prime, and then we can go ahead and get painting. Now once again, I used some Krylon flat brown spray paint to coat everything, and then I'm going to use a little bit of some Artist Loft Burnt Umber to give a quick overcoating for all of the sand. And this is just to kind of tie it in with the rest of the coloration of the camp. While that's drying, I can use some raw sienna to go over all of the wooden parts of the structure in a fairly simple and quick overbrushing. Then I went back to the ground layer and did a dry brushing of raw sienna over the sand. Once everything was dry, I went back to some warm gray to give a nice dry brushing over all of the wood, and this gives a nice kind of exterior exposed weathering effect. Then I grabbed a little bit of neutral gray and did a very clearly too heavy dry brush over all of the sand. So I grabbed a little bit more raw sienna and went back to apply another coating and just kind of help tone that extra brightness down. Now that everything was painted, I grabbed a little bit of Mod Podge, and I didn't water this down. I wanted as firm of a hold as I could get. I applied some at the very edges against the walls, and then a little bit in the center. Now what I'm going to do is use this as a way to stick down a little bit of ground cover. So once the glue was applied, I grabbed my homemade flocking and then sprinkled some into position before kind of pressing it into the glue and stamping it all into position. And then I tapped any excess free, and this will be dry in about 10-15 minutes. And there we have it. Part 1 of the gatehouse is finished.
Alright, here we are. Now the glue for the foliage still needs to dry the rest of the way, but the gate itself is, well, the gatehouse is pretty well done. I do still need to make the gate to go into it, but I don't want this video to be ridiculously long. So that I'm going to make over the weekend, and that will come out next week. I do like how it came out, and everything should kind of line up pretty well. As you can see, the magnets still work. Everything is kind of lining up. We have a good transition from wall to the gatehouse, and I do need to, I'll probably do it with the gate video, making the gate. I need to make like a 3-inch section of wall that can go on the end of this. That way this can go in the center of one of the large tiles, and then I'll do 2 3-inch walls on either side of it, and then that will help line everything up. And I'm sure I can use the 3-inch sections for something somewhere. So it's not like they won't end up getting used for other bits of gameplay. So yeah, that is it for today. Everything is coming together quite nicely. The camp is almost done. Realistically, there isn't much else that I can think of to add to it. Let's see, what do we have left? We've got the gate and the 2 wall sections that need to go in. I've got an idea for a watchtower or some kind of modular tower that would kind of go in between the 2 walls and just kind of like sit over them. So that's something that I'm gonna put together. And then we've got the camp aesthetics, just the little bits of extra stuff for the camp, coloring the canvas for all of the tents and adding a few extra decorations. So I'm thinking that realistically we've got maybe 2 weeks left and then the camp is finished. So, like I said, that's going to be it for today. Thank you everyone so much for watching. Please hit that like button, subscribe for future content, comment down in the comments section, and we will see everyone next episode.
Last time we built the gate house for our war camp. Today we're going to be building the gate to fit into it.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the channel. Last time we put together the main part of our gate. We've got our towers and our little platforms on the back, and we've got these little gaps for the gate to slide into. Now today we are going to put together the gate. Now I did a little bit of work off camera. I put together the main portion for the hinge, And this is, I can kind of show you here. So the little points of the screws are going to kind of dig into the foam on the inside of this little slot. And that is going to help hold everything into position. So as you can see, the gate will kind of rest on this post, which reasonably matches up with the rest of our gatehouse. Now, for the gate itself, what I've got in mind is going to be two parts to the gate. So there'll be one and then another, which I can fit this one into position as well. There we go. So we've got our two gate pieces. Now these will get glued into place later on in the video, but I just kind of wanted to show what the idea was. We need to make two little bits that go onto here and then screw into place on these hinges. Now the idea I have in my head is to put them as flush up against these post beams as I can. That way it won't be able to open this direction. So the only way it can open is back towards the inside of the camp. That way we can kind of make it appear as though like the gate is barred or kind of forcibly locked or something like that. And it shouldn't be able to open outward away from the camp. That way it should be easier to store all of this. Now, I'm not sure how I want to do securing the gate. I may or may not even put any of that together. I'm not sure. But let's go ahead and get started putting everything together. Now, I want to make the gate out of these barbecue skewers. Now, these will look drastically different from the rest of our fortifications, but what I want for this is I want it to appear as though while they might have sourced all the materials for the gate in the surrounding area, or for the wall in the surrounding area, the gate, much like the little planks for the walkways, would be something that they would have had made in a major town or a city or something like that, and then brought with them along with the rest of their supplies. So this is going to look a little bit more manufactured, a little bit more solid. And I want that so that it looks as though the gate is the most hardened, secured thing of the fortification. It'll still be the weak point because that's an area that's designed to open, but it'll be more reinforced and stronger than the rest of the walls as a result of it being manufactured in a town instead of just kind of being cobbled together out of local materials. Now, I did a little bit of measuring and a little bit of testing. I just took some offcuts and taped them together. So as you can see, it's 6 skewers on either side. And if I kind of put them together and then slide them into place, they should fit reasonably well into position. I might have to do a little bit of modification, maybe a little bit of shaving of the material, but this should all fit into position without any real issues. So we shall see. In fact, I may have messed up on my measurements just a little bit, but that can be fixed pretty easily. So let's grab a few more skewers, we'll do some measurements, some test build, and we'll see what we can come up with. Alright, so we've got our gate and we've got the makings for the door. Now, one thing that I need to take into account is clearance for the ground. So we're going to set this aside for just a moment and just use the hinge and the post to kind of figure out how tall everything needs to be. Now, I know that I want the gate itself to be 2 inches tall, so I'm going to just start by marking that, and then we'll clip 1 just to kind of give us something to reference. And you know what, let's also bring the camera in a little bit, make it easier for you to see. Now, I can't put it at the same ground level as this post. That would make it kind of scrape along the ground, and then the gate won't swing correctly. So what we're going to do is take one of these offcuts, and it's going to sit just a little bit up off the ground. So that is going to kind of give us a guide for where the gate will attach to the hinge. Now, for the gate itself, I have an idea. All of the walls have these little points on them that I put in, and I kind of want to do something similar for the gate, but what I don't want to do is just kind of rough chop them, since these are supposed to be manufactured back in town. So let's give this a try. I'm going to use my miter shears, and I'm just going to barely clip away just a little bit off the end into a rough point. Then I can use my utility knife to sharpen the edge. And that gives us just a little bit of a point at the top. So let's add just a little bit more to it. I'm just going to very carefully trim a little bit off of the sides of the point, trying not to damage anything. There we go. And one more. Okay. Bring this in so you can see it. So we've got our point, and we've got a little bit of a sharpening. So that is going to look pretty nice, and in fact, we can make it even sharper with just a little bit of sanding. Now, I'm not trying to make this super sharp or pointy, but doing just a little bit of sanding kind of cleans up the edges and makes it look a little bit sharper. Yeah, I think that looks quite nice. Alright, so now I need to do this, so 6 per side. I need to do this 12 more times. Well, 11 more times.
After getting everything cut and sanded, I grabbed my tacky glue and started sticking all of the pieces together 2 at a time. Now, my plan here was to do little pairs of 2, and then once all of them were dried, start sticking them together into larger segments. Now, it's not super warm in my workshop right now, but it is warm enough that the tacky glue does set in about 5 to 10 minutes. So by the time I finish gluing the last one into place, the first one is dry enough that I don't really need to worry about it coming apart. And as I say that, I am reasonably sure that those words are going to come back to haunt me before this video is over. Alright, with the last one done, I'm going to set the most recent 3 aside, and then start tacking together a couple of the first ones just to start building out the larger section of this half of the gate. And grabbing a few extra binder clips, I started attaching the last pair, and as I was kind of trying to force everything together, things kind of went badly, as you can see. Fortunately, a little bit of extra glue was able to put it all back together. Once everything had fully dried, I needed to figure where it was I wanted the hinge to attach on the gate. So, using one of the hinge pieces, I started kind of fiddling around with where I wanted the placement to be. I knew that the hinge had to protrude just a little bit beyond the post, and that was just to kind of help add clearance for the logs that were on either side. Then grabbing a pin drill, I started boring out a hole, which I punched all the way through to the other side. Now, I will repeat this process with the other half of the gate off of camera, but you can kind of see what it is that I'm going for. Once all the holes were drilled, I dug through my pile of coffee stirrers for the thinnest ones that I could find. I wanted ones that weren't as thick as the ones that I used for the wooden planks on the walkway. Once I had them, I fitted a few of them into place after trimming them to the correct size. Now these are going to hide the holes that were drilled on one side but not the other, and you'll see why in just a moment. After cutting a few extras, because it was at this point I realized that I also needed them for the other side of the gate, I fitted what was going to be the front pieces into place, and then left everything to dry for a couple of extra minutes before flipping everything over and then marking roughly where the holes would be on all 4 of the pieces that would go on the back side. Now the idea I had was that the hinge was going to go under these wooden slats on the back side of the gate. And that's more to kind of help hold everything together rather than any kind of aesthetic. But it will look rather nice. Now I do want to paint the gate before putting the hinge into place, so I'm only going to glue these back ones down on 3 of the beams, not across all of them. That should give me enough wiggle room to kind of pull them up on one side and slide the hinge into position before bolting everything into place. Alright, that should do it for this one. I'll set that aside and, well actually let's give this a quick test. And yes, everything does fit into place quite nicely. Now, I wanted the front to be a little bit more intricate, so I found these at Michael's. These are a template sheet of little kind of rhinestone stickers. They have a kind of sticky portion on the back, and then the front is kind of like a gemstone type design. I took a little bit of effort and pulled the sticky side off of the back. I wasn't sure if the super glue was going to cause it to adhere correctly with the sticky part intact, So after prying it off, I stuck the rhinestone down with a little bit of super glue, and these function as quite passable rivets for the gate.
Okay, so here it is all primed. Now, I did it off camera, but I actually figured out how to make it so that the gates would fit. And that was essentially, I trimmed it a little bit in the center. You can see how the two center posts are a little bit smaller. That allowed me to slim them down just enough that they will fit nice and snug into position. So now that that's fixed, we can go ahead and get them painted. I already did the primer coat with the flat brown spray paint. Everything is ready to go, so let's grab our paints and get this knocked out.
Starting with some raw sienna, I did a quick overbrushing just to kind of impart a wooden timber appearance. Now we did get a whole lot of nice little shadow effect from all of the nooks and crannies from the primer coat, and that worked out great to add a little bit of extra depth and layer. Once that was dry, I weathered everything with a light dry brushing of some warm gray. I wanted this to be fairly weathered because this was going to be a thing that was going to see constant use in the camp, and I think it came out rather nice. Now I'm going to grab a much more fine-tip brush and then paint over all of the rivets with some metallic bronze. I really kind of want these to stand apart from the rest of the build and kind of signify that these are the rivets holding everything into place and that they were machined in town and definitely made of something that isn't just wood. And once everything was dried, I grabbed my hinges and started fitting everything into place. Now, I did take the screws and clip them with a pair of cutters, and that's just to keep them from breaking through the other side. I could have drilled it all the way through and then clipped them, but this was a lot easier to manage. Alright, with the gates built, it's time for the final assembly and to put everything into place.
Okay, now it is time to fit everything into place. I've been kind of pondering what it is that I want to do to secure it, and I think I'm going to use a combination of hot glue and tacky glue to get it to kind of fit into place. The hot glue will kind of help to hold everything initially, and then the tacky glue should create a far more permanent bond as it dries. Alright, there's the first one. Just kind of press that into place. Second. There we go. All right, now to test it. I believe I shaved everything down enough. Okay, it's a little snug. Oh, okay. So this actually works out better. So it's very snug into position, but that means that like I'm shaking it and nothing is moving. So I'm going to leave this exactly like this until all of the glue fully dries and hardens. But I believe this is going to be perfect. So the gate is closed, and the only way to open it is to physically push it open. That is going to do two really great things for me. The first is that this is now going to be a much more functional gate than I had originally planned. And the second is, this is going to be a lot easier to store now. I don't have to worry about the gate swinging open in storage and getting damaged. So that is going to work out perfectly. All in all, I think this came out really nice. I was hoping that I was going to have a little bit more time to record this week to get the extra piece to go on either side. Unfortunately, a couple of things kind of crept up on me, and I have not been able to do that. So once again, I am truly sorry, but this is going to be, instead of part 2 of 2, it's going to be part 2 of 3. I will have the last piece made for Friday, and then next week we can finish out the series with some camp aesthetics and the extra watchtowers that I want to make and put into place for the camp. Yeah, sorry about that, everyone. I was really hoping to have it done by today, but no such luck, I'm afraid. So that's going to be it for this episode. Thank you everyone so much for watching. Thank you for your patience. Please hit that like button, subscribe for future content, comment down in the comments section, and we will see everyone next episode.
Today we finish out the last part of our gatehouse. We have a gate, we have the gatehouse itself. It's time for some stairs leading up to it.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the channel. Last time we built the gate section for our gatehouse, and today we're going to finish the gate out with the section coming off the side. Now, like I've said before, this is 6 inches wide. It's supposed to fit dead center into a 12-inch wide section of walls when used with the camp. Now, on its own, it's perfectly fine to use exactly like this, but when used in conjunction with the other walls and then the camp, we need a bridge section to kind of connect to the other sections of walls. So, what I have in mind is a twofold kind of process. Originally I was thinking I could just make a shorter version of the main walls, but I'm gonna be honest, that's kind of boring and doesn't really feel like it would add anything extra to the build. So instead of just making another full wall like this, I think what I'm gonna do is create a set of stairs leading up to the gatehouse. Now that does mean that we aren't going to be able to have models standing on top of it, but I honestly think that's a small trade-off for the extra visual for the inside of the walls. So it'll look very different from everything else, and I think that's going to add something to the build rather than take away from it. And since this is going to be in a section that's going to have towers or other walls or things like that around it, I don't think having a couple models less directly next to the gate is going to be a detriment. So I think that is what is going to be the best option for the build. So yeah, let's go ahead, grab some materials, and get started. Alright, so I've been looking over the supplies that I have on hand and some of the offcuts and things that I've got left over from the project so far, and I think I'm going to make use of these. You might remember these. These were part of the original walls. So when I made them, I sliced the foam down 1/4 inch. This is essentially just all the leftover pieces for them. Now, because they're 1/4 inch cut, they are a perfect size to be the rough same height as the coffee sticks. So these are going to be the foundation for our stairs. And then I've already marked it, but I've got a craft stick and I've marked some 3-inch sections on it, and this is going to be the ground. So I'm just going to start off with a couple of quick cuts. There we go. Okay. So, what I've got in mind, so that's 3/4 inch, that would be 1.5 inches. So here's what I'm thinking. You know what, I'm going to bring this in just a little bit. So what I'm thinking is I'm going to leave a little bit of a gap on one side. And that's because I need to put something on one side where the stairs aren't to house the magnet. So that's going to be on one side. And then the other side, I'm going to just kind of create a little stair-step pattern like this. And that is going to cover the rest of it. So we're going to have our stairs as far to this side as we can get, and then we'll have a little bit of a gap, and then we'll have a piece coming up. You know what? I might also put another piece right up against the side, just to kind of add a little bit of an extra thickness to it. And this will also give us space for all of the wood logs to attach to. Oh, and I'm also noticing, so this is 1.5 inches tall, so I'm going to have to add one more just to match everything up to the max height. So that's essentially going to be our plan. We're going to have one of these set against the side. We'll have a raised area on this side, and then the stairs off to the other side. And then I'll make a mirrored version of it for the other side of the gatehouse.
Now, my original thought was just to kind of glue all of these slabs together, but I realized that would just be very, very large and kind of unwieldy to use and kind of shape. So instead, I revised that and started cutting each individual slab for each of the segments of the stairs. And while this does take a little bit more time than just gluing all of them together right from the start and then cutting, it does allow me to be a lot more precise with the measurements and making sure that everything is going to be roughly accurate in the measurements. I wanted each of the individual steps to be roughly 1/4 inch in length, and that was going to allow me to use a coffee stirrer stick as a way to cover it. And that's just to help match everything up to the rest of the build so far. Now, I didn't want to do any glue directly down the center because my plan was to make one sandwich of all of these slabs to make a set of stairs and then cut it down the middle. That way, the stairs for both sides of the gatehouse would be the exact same height, exact same dimensions. And once everything was fixed into place, I took it over to my hot foam cutter and gave it a quick slice right down the center. Now, I do need to do a little bit of trimming. I need to bring it back over to the cutter and slice off a little bit on both sides just to add some space for the matchsticks on either end to do the wraparound, and I need to trim a slice off of the stairs themselves also to make room for all of the wood and wrapping that I'm planning for it. But I can do that off camera since you don't really need to see that to know what it is that's going to be going on.
Okay, so we've got our stairs, the backing, and I cut this out. This is going to be kind of a little extra piece. This is what's going to house the magnet on the opposite side. So I think what I'm going to do is, this may or may not make it easier to attach everything, but I am going to attach this to the wall. Okay. There we go. Okay, so this is going to go onto the floor section. Let's see. Do I want to fix this down now or wait? I think I'll fix it down now.
Now, to begin with wrapping everything and doing all the coverings, I started with just some simple matchsticks to kind of start hiding all of the various steps on one side. My aim was to get all of the siding for the steps covered before adding in any of the planks that were going to cover the top face of the steps. Now, a lot of the offcuts from this end up getting used as other bits and parts throughout the build process. You'll see me just constantly reaching off screen to grab little pieces here or there. And that's kind of where they all come from. Now, to wrap the actual stair steps themselves, it was a pretty straightforward process, but I did find that I needed to wrap the kind of vertical section of the step before I added in the horizontal. And the reason for that is in doing some steps in the past, I found that by adding in the top of the step and then adding in the front cover to disguise the lower section, you actually lose a bit of the stair step. And I didn't want to lose anything and make the stairs appear slimmer or shorter than they already were. I already knew there was going to be a very small chance that a model was going to be able to actually stand on these sections, but I still wanted them to look reasonably appropriate for the entire build, and making them unintentionally smaller was definitely not going to assist with that. Alright, I will leave that top step for a little bit later. Now to add some wrapping for the kind of large wall section, I didn't want to use matchsticks since they would kind of be a little bit too thick. So I took a couple of coffee stirrers and trimmed them straight down the center. Now, this makes them roughly the same height as a matchstick without the same thickness. Now, I did need to set those coffee sticks aside because I realized that putting them into place was going to throw off the placement of this little upright section that was going to house the magnet. So I decided to wrap this on a couple of the sides to use it as a way to mark a guideline for where all of the coffee sticks were going to have to stop. Now, as you can see, I pre-cut all of these little pieces, just kind of using the foam itself as a guide for all of the thicknesses required. Now, to kind of help disguise the edges, I decided to put in a couple of matchsticks to kind of use as corner support beams. And this is just to add a little bit of extra visual and make it appear as though everything in the camp is intentionally designed and not really kind of haphazardly thrown together. Now that we have our guideline marked, I can start trimming all of the coffee sticks and putting them into place. And very similarly to the stairs themselves, this is a whole lot of Mark 1, cut, glue, place, Mark 1, cut, glue, and place. Now this does make it very tedious and a little bit of a drawn-out process, but the end result is some paneling that really fits into position and definitely looks appropriate. Once all this is painted, this should look like it's just another pile of matchsticks that will match up to the rest of the build. Now, this last matchstick that I put into place protrudes over the top of the foam, and I put it in anyway because this is going to need to kind of act as an extra support for a plank that I'm intending to put across the foam. Now, once everything is glued down, I can kind of finish out the wrapping and cover up the various areas with all of the appropriate pieces of matchstick. But I can also trim down anything that protrudes in a way that I don't like. And before anything goes any further, I'm going to add in a little bit of sand at the very bottom step. And this is going to match up to the rest of the build, just a little bit of sand that's going to get painted to look like a dirt layer. Once the sand was dry enough to touch and not disturb anything, I set about marking and fitting all of the magnets into their appropriate spot. Now, like before, I'm using the other wall sections as a way to match up the magnets and ensure everything is going to connect properly to all the other pieces in the set. And then I grabbed a bunch of pre-trimmed matchsticks and started using them to cover the magnets and just lock everything into place. Now, I did make a couple of small mistakes on this section in particular. I didn't trim the matchsticks off of the edge of the foam after everything was glued into place on both sides. I really should have, but what resulted is one side of the foam kind of leans in while the other side doesn't. So when I go to start putting the chopsticks in for the logs, one of them kind of sticks out much farther than the other side because I based it off the matchsticks, not off the foam. And while it all ended up fine at the very end, it is a noticeable difference that I really should have corrected at this point. And you're about to kind of see it right here. Now, I did notice it, and I really should have taken a moment to correct it, but I decided, what the heck, I'll just use a little bit of hot glue to fill the gap and then start filling in the rest of the logs for the wall. And the hot glue did fill the gap and it did secure everything into place, but it is one of those little visual things that, while it won't really affect gameplay, I know it's there, and that kind of bugs me only a little bit. Once the logs were in place, I grabbed a couple more coffee sticks and began trimming them and shaping them to fit into position and just kind of be a little bit of extra cover for a couple of areas and a spot for a couple of models to stand on the very extreme edges of the stairs. And this will also help it to match up to any wall sections that we happen to put these up against. Alright, that is it for the main structure. It's time to go ahead, grab our paints, and get painting. Once again, going with a flat brown primer, I use a little bit of burnt umber to coat the sand at the bottom, just as the kind of first step. Then, after giving this a few minutes to dry, I grabbed a little bit of raw sienna and began a dry brushing over the entire piece. Now, because of the heat in my workshop, the paint does dry out a little bit faster than I had originally anticipated, so I ended up having to go back to my palette to grab more paint a little bit more often than I had originally thought. And I'm also realizing that that's part of the reason for some of the duller colors in some of the other parts of this build. The paint was simply just drying too fast on my brush, and I didn't notice it at the time. Next, I grabbed a little bit of neutral gray and did a dry brushing over the sand. And as with all of the sandy bits of this build, that ended up being way too bright. So after giving it a moment or two to dry, I added a little bit of raw sienna to my brush, and then used that as a very light overbrushing, kind of a very heavy dry brush to kind of uniform the colors with the rest of the build. And then finally ended up with some warm gray, and this is just going to add that nice weathering effect for all of the wooden sections. Now, this is going to be one of the last pieces of the palisade wall to be built. I do need to finish out the rest of the wall sections, but those will happen off camera. But all in all, I'm happy with how the palisade came out, and I am really excited to get to use them in full gameplay. Alright, it took some time, but our gatehouse is finally finished.
Alright, here we are with the finished pieces. I like how these came out. They definitely add an extra bit of detail to the interior of the walls. The exterior looks very similar to the other wall sections that have been made, and they still line up quite nicely. Now let's see how everything looks and lines up here. There we go. Okay. Yeah, that's not bad. Now, I did want to see, so a model can sit towards the bottom of the stairs without any real issue, but the stairs themselves are not going to allow me to set a model on them. That's unfortunate, but not really unexpected. As far as gameplay goes, for D&D, I can easily say that being anywhere nearby the stairs would result in being able to ascend without any reduction of movement. And for tabletop war games or stuff like that, pretty much the same thing. And let's see here. Alright. It's not perfect, but I can put a model on top of it to be able to see over the little arrow guards. So we do still have a little bit of extra playability. It's not the best, and they can tip over, but it is functional, it is going to work, and I think that's what's important. So that is it for the gate and all of the walkways and whatnot coming off of it. We do still have one more thing to build for the wall system, and that is going to be some kind of watchtower. Now, I have not really put a ton of thought into how I'm going to build that or what design I want to do yet, so that's going to wait for just a little bit. I think that is going to be for next Friday. Next Wednesday, we're going to do the camp aesthetics, so all of the little things that I've been kind of putting off, we're going to just do a bunch of little mini projects all in one video to kind of finish out the interior of the camp. And then the final video in the whole series of builds is going to be the watchtower. So next week is going to be the last week for our Modular Warcamp. This has been a lot of fun to put together so far. I'm loving all of the little modular builds that have kind of sprung up from it, and I'm hoping that everyone else has also enjoyed the series. That's going to be it for today. We will be back next week. Thank you all for watching. Please hit that like button, subscribe for future content, comment in the comments section, and we will see you all next episode.
Over the past few weeks, I've been building a miniature modular war camp for tabletop games in D&D. And I've been putting off a few little things to kind of improve the aesthetics of the camp. So today, we're going to tackle a few of them. Hello everyone, welcome back to the channel. So, like you saw in the intro, today I'm going to be working on some of the little aesthetics and visual improvements throughout the camp that have kind of been getting put off as the project series has unfolded. I do want to tackle a number of them today. Obviously I can't get everything perfect because as soon as I finish with everything, I'm gonna find something else that I want to improve on, so hopefully everything will get done today. If not, I might add a few extra little mini videos here or there throughout time and just keep adding to the camp, which, now that I say it out loud, is probably going to happen anyway. Let's see. Today, though, we are going to work on the coloration for the tents. I want to try my hand at making some little bedrolls, kind of like sleeping pads for the soldiers that are going to go in the tents. The armory has a decent amount of weapons, but we don't have any shields, so I'm going to try making some of those. That should be pretty simple, thankfully. And then what else? We need to add some ground cover to everything. I want to add something to the little fighting, like training area, so that's going to be a thing that happens. And what else? That might be everything. I might think of more things along the way, but let's see how things go.
Alright, so I tried this off camera, and as you can see, it kind of works. What I did was I mixed up a little bit of some red ink and some orange ink, and that gave me a base color which I immediately hated once I applied it. So then I went over it again with a red, and I thought that was a little bit better, but we've got an issue where like all the areas where the glue directly attached the fabric to the poles, it is readily visible that it is a different color, because the glue saturated through the fabric, the ink can't get into that area, so it's always going to be that slight off color. So I'm going to try something a little different. I've got just a little bit of some unbleached titanium paint, and we're going to just kind of dry brush this on to tinge the fabric just a little bit. And I think that makes it look a bit nicer. So this is also giving a little bit of extra highlight. It's really kind of, bring this in here for you, it's really picking up where the lashings were. So that is a little bit of an extra benefit. So I think this is going to work out better. It kind of tinges the fabric and makes it an off-white and highlights all of the areas underneath. So I think this is what we're going to go with for the rest of the tents. Now, as far as this one goes, I think what I'm going to do to try and fix this one is I'm going to let this fully dry, and then I'll paint it over with a white to match the original color, and then I will dry brush it again, and hopefully that will fix it. If not, I'll just have to make a new tent, rip this one off, and replace it. So yeah, that is the tent colorations.
Once I had the rough plan in mind, I grabbed the rest of the tents and started coating them with the unbleached titanium as well. Now, it was around the third tent that I realized that it was kind of still missing something. It had a little bit more coloration, but it didn't quite look right. I'm not quite sure how else to explain it. So I grabbed a little bit of neutral gray and then did a light dry brushing over everything, and that kind of hit the color scheme that I really didn't realize that I was looking for all along, and it just kind of locked everything together.
Alright, here we have the re-tinted, I'm going to go with repainted. The repainted tents. So they definitely don't look white anymore. If anything, they look kind of like a tinged gray, which I think is perfect. The insides of them are still pretty pristine, which is perfectly fine. Those areas aren't really going to be seen anyway. This really gives the impression that the canvas is like a light gray, or maybe a kind of dirty gray, and I think that is going to work perfectly for like a mercenary band or some kind of group that travels often and is routinely out in the field. So, now that we have this, let's go ahead and add some extra touches to the ground and kind of spruce things up a little bit.
Now, as I was adding the ground cover, I started by just applying a few little patches of Mod Podge in various areas. But I didn't want just, kind of random blob patches of ground cover. So I tried to kind of maintain this idea of where would people not really be walking? Where would the foot traffic and the main pathways through the camp not be? And then I started applying the ground cover glue into those areas. The idea is that, since people would not be walking in this area, the grass would not have been kind of trampled down. So once I had a few patches laid down, I grabbed my homemade flock and started applying it in just kind of fairly liberal clumps. And then once everything was in place, I just kind of pushed everything down into the glue just to make sure that I had some pretty decent coverage and that the glue could very effectively take hold of the ground cover. And then I continued the process through the rest of the tents. With the tents situated, I set them off to the side to dry, and then decided to add a little bit of ground cover into the little rest area for the camp. Now, I didn't really think I had a whole lot of areas to work with on this, because this would be a heavily trafficked area, but I didn't want it to be completely devoid of any ground cover, so I did a few patches here or there, and again tried to focus on, did I think that these were areas that people wouldn't normally be walking. So we've got a couple of areas around the fire itself and around a couple of the benches. Next, I decided to tackle the melee training area. Now, I did have one comment on the video for this suggesting that I make like a fighting pit, and I loved that idea, but unfortunately, I don't have anywhere to kind of build down into the terrain to make kind of like a pit area. But I was particularly drawn to the idea that they gave of, making the fighting arena have sand to kind of like soak up the blood or any of the stuff that kind of flies off of opponents. So for the melee training area, I applied a fairly large patch of Mod Podge, and then using some very fine grit sand, just kind of applied a layer of it down. Now, I wanted this to kind of be relatively consistent with the rest of the coloration, so once it was fully dried, I sprayed on just a little bit of, well, I say a little bit, it ended up being a lot. I sprayed on a lot of my homemade brown wash. And then once that was dried, I decided to add a little bit of the grassy ground cover just around some of the back edges of the stones, just to kind of denote that, once again, this is an area where people wouldn't really be walking, so there would be some kind of grass still maintained in that area. Now, once all of these are fully dried, I took a brush and kind of brushed off any of the excess ground cover, and then they were all set. Okay, for the sleeping bags, I went out and bought some cheap, just really low-cost toilet paper from the Dollar Tree. And this is, it's got a pattern on it, but that won't really be noticeable once everything is done. And the way this kind of works out is one single sheet of the paper ends up being one kind of little bedroll sleeping bag. Now, I didn't want these to be too large, so after a quick check, I found that these tongue depressors fit inside of the tents with just a little bit of clearance. So I marked off a 1.5 inch slot on the stick and then trimmed it, and this is going to kind of be the foundation for the sleeping pad. Next, I cut a single sheet in half. We're going to use half of it as kind of the ground piece, and the other half is kind of going to be like the blanket or sheet that goes on top. Now, to fix everything down and kind of mold it and give it shape, I added a little bit of water to some Mod Podge and kind of stirred it up and made sure everything was fairly thoroughly mixed. And then the really messy part begins. So all I did was just kind of dip the cloth into the glue and then just kind of press it down after I wring out as much of the liquid as I could without damaging the toilet paper. And then, using the same method, I squeezed out a bunch of the water glue from the sheet and then started applying it over the top of the base layer. Now, the trick to this is just kind of leave as many folds and imperfections as you can to kind of give it the impression of a used, kind of slept-in area. Now, this part is easiest to do while it's still damp, but you can do it once things start to dry. I just kind of trimmed the edges and made it a little bit more manageable. Now, to create a pillow, I cut a strip of the paper and just kind of folded it over on itself until I thought I had a reasonable size. Then, dipping it into the glue water, I kind of rolled it up on itself, squeezed out the excess, kind of shaped it with my fingers, and that serves as a fairly passable pillow. Now, I'm going to make a few of these, but they do need to be set aside until they are 100% dry, which took about a half hour or so, and even then they were still a little bit damp underneath. Now, they have been coated with glue, but to kind of fix them down, I used some tacky glue to kind of permanently attach them to the wooden pieces underneath. Now, you can do this any which way you want, but the important thing is to kind of fix it down in the position that you want it to be. And then I coated them all with a little bit of glue, and once that dried, took them out to do a base coating in some flat brown. And now that that is finished, I can do a rough all-over overbrushing with some raw sienna. And this just kind of adds an extra layer of undertone to the whole piece. Now, I wanted a little bit of extra color for the bedding, so I'm doing a dry brushing of neutral gray over what I'm going to call the top layer of the bedding, and decided kind of on a whim to do the same thing with the pillow. Next, I used a little bit of unbleached titanium, and this is just going to get brushed onto the actual bedding itself, just to kind of give the idea that there's multiple layers of fabric and cloth in the whole mix here. Now, as that was drying, I realized it was a little bit too bright, a little bit too light in its tone. So I grabbed some burnt sienna paint and then started picking out a few areas. I decided that the pillow needed to be a different color than the rest of the bedding, so I started there. And then decided that any of the areas that I had kind of created a fold where the material had kind of been pulled back on the bedding, I would go over that to kind of create the impression that there was a fur blanket or something like that on the top of the bedding. And once everything had fully dried, I grabbed a little bit of tacky glue and applied 2 strips down either side of the bottom of the craft stick stuck underneath the pad. Then, using a pair of tweezers to avoid my fingers getting in the way, I kind of carefully inserted the sleeping bag into the tent and then pressed it down into place. Once the tacky glue fully dries, this should be set in fairly well. Now, earlier in the series, I built a command tent, and I wanted to do something for the interior of this. So I had a leftover kind of cot from the medical tent build, and decided to apply some tacky glue to all of the ropes. Then I pried one of the sleeping bags off of its wooden base and then just kind of stuck that into the ropes and the tacky glue to kind of create the impression that the commander has a little bit more of an upscale area to sleep in. Next, I tried a very valiant effort to apply some tacky glue to the legs and then, using tweezers, slot this into position. This ultimately failed horribly, and I had to off-camera kind of shift things around and then very cautiously drip some super glue into position to fix the bed into place. Okay, now for some shields. Originally I was going to use a craft stick or just some coffee sticks with this little counting chip as the base. I eventually abandoned that idea, but I used it as kind of a guide for how wide things needed to be. Now, I thought about it a little bit and decided to make kind of like a tower shield. And using that as a kind of rough estimate for size, I trimmed the coffee sticks to be 1 1/4 inches in length. Then, using a little bit of tacky glue, I kind of laminated them together right along their edges, and then used some binder clips to hold them in place while the glue set. Now, I'll make a few more of these off camera, but essentially it's making a 3-wide little kind of paddle out of some coffee sticks. Once it was fully dried, I trimmed the edge just a little bit and then started marking out where I wanted any of the curves or angles of the shield to go. At first I was thinking I was going to do a curved top and bottom, but then I remembered my old Skyrim days and decided to make kind of a almost diamond-shaped shield, similar to the Imperial shields from, I think it's the medium or light armor set within the game of Skyrim, but that was kind of the inspiration that I had. Once everything was cut to shape, I did a quick size check on a model before grabbing a rhinestone sticker and fixing that into place to kind of act as a protective shield boss in the center. Then I decided that a couple of little trimming bits needed to happen before I peeled the rhinestone off, and using some watered down brown ink gave everything a quick wash. Now, this did not color everything anywhere near the way I wanted, so I used a drop of super glue to fix the rhinestone back into place. And then once everything had fully dried, I decided that they needed to be fully painted, and what I settled on was a little bit of some burnt sienna paint as a base layer. I wanted this to kind of look a little bit like there was some kind of leather underneath everything, or maybe some kind of hardwood or some kind of different coloration. Now, to kind of give it a little bit more of a weathered or aged appearance, I dry brushed on some raw sienna, and this just kind of toned down the orange nature of the burnt sienna and just kind of made it look a little bit more appropriate as a wooden shield. And then finally I grabbed a bit of metallic bronze and did a double coating on all of the rhinestones just to make sure that they really stood apart and had a nice standout coloration for the rest of the shield. And finally it's time to fix them in place. Now, I kind of pondered how to do this in a couple of different ways. I didn't want every shield to be in the exact same spot, so what I settled on was a couple of the shields would be kind of propped up against the side of some of the tents, and I decided to use some more tacky glue to kind of fix everything down. Now, I did learn from the first one. Here you saw I kind of applied the glue and then tried to stick it into place, only to have to move it and then apply more glue. After that, it was figuring out where it needed to go, then applying the glue, and then fixing it down. There we go, the shields are in place, and I think that is going to do it. The camp decorations are finished.
Okay, so here we go. The tents came out great. The slightly different coloration definitely gives them a little bit more of a worn and kind of beat up look. The little sleeping bags are definitely a huge addition and just really helps to kind of tie the whole scene together. I like how the shields came out. I don't know if I would have wanted to give them a dry brushing with something to kind of make them look a little weathered, but I think they look fine, and having a couple of them propped up against the sides of the tents definitely kind of adds a little bit more of an element of the soldiers need to have them on hand, not necessarily in the armory to have access to them. With all the grass added into the various extra pieces, we've got a little bit more cohesion with the camp. Things look a little bit more kind of tied together now. And one of the big ones is the adding of the sand to the training area. I really like how this came out. Doing the wash over it kind of makes it look a little bit watered down, a little bit muddy, and I think that's perfectly fine given the appearance of the rest of the camp. That won't really be a visual issue. So that's going to be it for today. I do have a couple more things planned. Like I said before, we're going to have some watchtowers that are going to go over the main walls. I am still working on that, so those will be coming in the next video. I do have a couple of ideas for maybe one more video, but that, if I do that, is going to be a bonus video, and that I will talk a little bit more about on Friday when the tower video comes out. So thank you everyone so much for watching. Please hit that like button, subscribe for future content, comment down in the comments section, and we will see everyone next episode.
Today we're going to be joined by my cat for the last major portion of the Warcamp build. It's time to finish out the camp's defenses by building some watchtowers.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the channel. Today we're going to start working on the towers that I have been promising. Now, what do I have in mind for these? I'm not entirely sure what the end result is going to look like, but I do know two things that I want them to be able to do. First is they have to go over the wall. So the wall itself is about an inch and about a quarter in width, so an inch and a quarter. It has to be wide enough that it goes on either side of it. That way I can use it in conjunction with the wall system that has already been made. The second thing is it has to be stable enough that I can use it independently of the walls. That way it can be used in gameplay in other situations and scenarios, like, you know, regular D&D or war games or things like that. So that is what it needs to do. Now, as far as how it's going to look, I have no idea. I just know that I want it to kind of fit with the same kind of theme that has been already going on with the walls itself. So we're going to be using some of the chopsticks that have been textured to look kind of like tree logs. And I picked up some smaller chopsticks. This one I trimmed a couple pieces off as a test for something else. They're smaller, they're perfectly round, and I textured a few of them to look like tree logs as well. So we're going to use these together to kind of make the tower. So let's grab some materials and get started.
To start things out, I kind of decided that I wanted the towers to be a little bit taller than the main section of the wall, so I cut the chopsticks down to a 6-inch length. Now these pieces that I'm cutting off the bottom, I'm going to save and use those as some of the cross beams. Now, to fit over the wall, I kind of spaced everything out to a rough 1¼ inch gap, and then using that as some rough positioning, trimmed the end pieces to kind of fit in a couple of different positions. I wanted one as a just straight across beam, and then one to be placed at an angle to add some extra support. Then using my utility knife, I trimmed the edges to make them look like they had been hand chopped and kind of rounded off at the ends. I didn't need spikes for a defensive emplacement since this was going to be so high up off the ground. I just needed them to look a little bit like some trimmed wood. Then I marked a couple of lines just to kind of give me an idea for the rough placement of where I wanted things to end up. Then used a little bit of hot glue to fix things in place. And now let's get the painting part over with nice and early. I used some raw sienna to give a nice kind of undercoating to everything once I had spray primed it all with a flat brown spray paint. Now, I'm reasonably sure that the spray paint is a slightly different shade because everything started ending up a little bit darker than some of the rest of the build. But in the end, that was kind of okay, because we were going to use a little bit of warm gray to weather everything in the end anyways. Alright, I'll paint all the other pieces off camera as time comes along, but let's go ahead and start assembling the main tower. Now, I thought about this a little bit off camera and decided that some super glue was going to be the easiest way to attach some of the main portions together. And this is mostly because I didn't want the clear hot glue to be visible amongst all of the other painted sections of the tower. Now, I painted everything early so that when I got to this step, I wouldn't have to kind of try and paint around any hard-to-reach and nooks and crannied areas. Now this crossbeam I eventually remove and place in a different position off camera, but for now it'll just kind of work to hold everything together. And after a few moments for everything to set, we have the outline and framework of our tower. Now, this part is kind of optional, but I wanted a little bit of an extra visual to kind of lock everything together. So I grabbed some string, the same string that I used to tie all the tents together. And this is just going to be used to kind of make a rough lashing work around the logs of the tower. I wanted it to appear as though the tower was absolutely assembled on site, and the only thing that would have been brought along is, like maybe a ladder to get up on the tower, or any of the planks that would be used to stand at the top. Now, as you can see, I ended up breaking the crossbeam loose on one side. That was completely by accident, not intentional, but it did make it a lot easier to tie this one side into position. Now, there's no real rhyme or reason to how I'm tying this. I'm just trying to make it look a little bit appropriate. Now, as things are kind of finishing here, I tie it off in a rough square knot. And then off camera, I seal it in place with a drop of super glue onto the knot, just to make sure that nothing will ever come loose. And then a quick snip, and it trims off the edges. Now, off camera, I'm going to tie all the rest of the corners into place, and I think this adds a nice little bit of extra visual for the rest of the areas of the tower. Now, the legs are a little bit, I guess you could call them spindly. They're kind of wobbly in a couple of directions. So I'm going to take this craft stick and then trim it to fit just around the legs. And what my intention is I'm going to attach these to the bottom on what would be the front and back of the tower's legs. And that's going to give a little bit of a more supported ground section. Now, I'm going to do the main drilling off camera for the most part, but I'm just kind of poking a hole through the stick, and then I also put it into the bottom of the legs of the tower. After sanding everything just a little bit smooth, I grabbed a toothpick and then trimmed a couple of sections off. And the idea I have is to use just a little bit of a drop of glue, and then I'm going to fit the toothpick into the bottom of the legs like a peg, and then stick that into the craft stick as a ground plate. And this should hold everything together a lot more securely than if I had just hot glued everything. I will say, if you're going to do something like this, be extremely careful and use a variable speed drill or a handheld kind of hand crank drill. That'll keep you from having the speed too fast and potentially hitting your fingers. I used a very low speed setting on my drill. Now, this part I do apologize. I thought my camera was recording for the ladder, but it sadly was not. I have made ladders before on the channel, so it is pretty much the same as those builds. It's just a couple of coffee sticks that I drilled holes at every 3/8 of an inch. I drilled a hole and then put a toothpick through that and glued it into place with a little bit of tacky glue. Once it was dried, I colored it up by staining it with a little bit of brown wash. Now, this ladder is 4.5 inches tall, and it fits the height of the tower up to where the platform is going to be. Once the ladder was fixed in place with some super glue, I grabbed my tacky glue again and started fitting it around the base of the tower on the craft stick. And this is just to kind of secure in a little bit of sand for a ground layer. I'm not really intending to paint the sand, but I do need something to cover up the craft stick and kind of help blend everything together. Now the tower itself does kind of get in the way of this, so I'm just using an extra toothpick to kind of spread things around so that the glue kind of covers all of the craft stick and gives me a nice level, even area for coverage. Alright, I'm going to let the sand dry for about 20 or so minutes, and then we can move on to the next step, which is going to be making the platform for the top of the tower. Okay, so for this part, I'm going to use a couple more craft sticks. The top of the tower itself is not super large, but I can fit an area with a couple of 2-inch sections of the stick. And I just kind of eyeballed this as far as the measurement goes, but I'm reasonably sure that I can use these to kind of place across a few of the support beams and use that as kind of the foundation. Now I did a quick little test fit and it ended up being 3 sticks wide at the top of the tower. So I'm going to fit these together with a little bit of hot glue, and once everything is in place, I'll rub away all of the blobs that kind of seeped out. Now that that's done, we'll do a quick check to make sure everything is good, and I'm going to mark where the support columns come up off the front of the tower. Now there is a gap in between this platform and the front support beam, and I know I want some kind of little defensive front barrier, so I'm going to fill that gap with a few of these chopstick posts. Now these are from the smaller chopstick, and I'm just going to trim the bottoms of them so they're nice and rounded but still have that kind of hand chopped appearance to them. And I'll do that on both sides so that they can be seen from above and below as having that nice little bit of extra detail. Now that they're all kind of chopped, I'm going to use a little bit more hot glue and fix them together in a 6-stick wide little kind of paddle. Now, it's not going to be very visible, but I am taking a little bit of extra time to kind of try to wipe away any of the blobs of hot glue, or at the very minimum smooth them down so that they're as unobtrusive as possible. While this isn't going to be a very majorly seen section of the tower, I don't want huge blobs sticking out or being easily seen during gameplay. Okay, this should work pretty nicely, and it fits reasonably snug into place as well. Now, I need to put this just high enough for a model to have a space to stand behind, but not so high that it blocks too much line of sight. And I also need to add something to kind of attach this to the platform. So I'm taking another kind of offcut of craft stick and then trimming it to fit along the back of the planks, and then trimming a couple of sections off. My idea for this is that I'm going to glue them down and kind of have a little bit of a gap in between two of them. And then I'll put the little platform in between that gap, and that should kind of lock everything into place. I might be describing that poorly, but hopefully in just a moment you'll kind of get a more clear impression of what it is that I'm doing. With these in place, it should just kind of snap together and be a perfect fit. Alright, so that I don't bore you with any more of the same painting scheme, I did that off camera, and now we're going to fit everything together with a little bit of super glue. So here we have the front of the tower nice and assembled, and I'm going to tack the platform into place with, you guessed it, just a little bit more super glue. Now for the side pieces, these will fit into position in between the other support columns on the sides of the platform. Alright, now we have a nice little standing platform which should fit a mini of a 1-inch base. I might be able to fit a slightly larger one into position, but all in all, I'm happy with it, and our watchtower is finished.
Okay, the tower is finished. I colored the sand at the bottom with a little bit of brown ink, and I think that will make it passable enough that it'll connect to the rest of the terrain without having to go ahead and paint it like everything else. I kind of like how it came out. It's reasonably sturdy, and it doesn't really have a whole lot of flex to it, which is very good. Now, as you can see, it does fit over the walls, which is perfect. Now here is an extra benefit. If you see the side here, there is plenty of space on the inside to put a model underneath it on the wall. So we can have a fully staffed wall of models, have the tower, and have a unit up in the tower. So this is going to work out perfectly to kind of go along with the rest of the setup. And since it goes over the wall, we can use it independently. I can have this in the middle of the camp if I wanted to, and not have it on the wall, just as kind of like a watchtower in the middle of the camp. So I think this is perfect, and we can place it kind of at the junction point between two wall sections as a way to kind of disguise the connection between the walls. So this is really nice. It didn't take that terribly long to build. This took about most of a day, and I'm not gonna lie, a huge portion of that was actually tying all of the string into position. Now, I probably could have done that faster if I didn't care terribly how it looked, but for whatever reason, when I'm tying stuff like this, if it's not lashed correctly, it kind of drives me a little bit crazy. So I could have done it a lot faster if I didn't care how the lashing went, but for whatever reason I do, so that's why that took so long. So yeah, the camp is functionally finished. Now last time I did say I might do a bonus episode, and I think I will. So that's going to come out either tomorrow or Sunday. And what that's going to be is, I noticed two things. I had a couple of empty spots in the camp, so I haven't painted it yet, and I'm not going to paint this on camera because this is just going to be an empty space. I want a couple of these to have as just a little way to kind of create an extra walkway inside the camp. So I can kind of spread some tents apart and put this down, and that can kind of be used as a way to bridge the areas between different sections of the camp. And I've also been working on a couple of these. See if I can bring these in. Some little kind of storage boxes. Now, I'm planning on making a few more of these and make like a pile of cargo. So as part of the bonus episode, I'm going to be showing how I made these. So like I said, that's going to be either tomorrow or Sunday. And that is going to conclude all the major build portions of the camp. Next week we will have a kind of showcase where I kind of set up the camp in different layouts and kind of show off everything of the build. And then we're also going to put together a supercut of all the episodes. So those are going to come next week. Be sure to come back and check it out. Thank you all for watching. Please hit that like button, subscribe for future content, comment down in the comments section, and we will see everyone next episode.
It's time to finish out the Modular Warcamp series with one final little build episode. Today we're going to make some cargo piles to add as little bits of scatter terrain and filler.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the channel. Today is kind of an interesting episode. I know I said that this was going to be a bonus episode as part of the war camp, but really I'm just going to show you how I made these. These are little mini wooden crates that I think look pretty nice as little cargo crates. Now, I'm putting this as part of the war camp series because I'm going to use these as kind of like cargo filler for some of the empty areas in the camp. But really these make great scatter terrain for a lot of different situations. I have made some in the past, but they were very simple, just a wooden cube that was painted to look like a cargo box. But these have raised edges and just look a lot more detailed. So let's go ahead, grab some materials, and I'll show you how I put them together. Okay, to start things off, I'm going to use these. These are some wooden craft cubes that I found at the Dollar Tree. There's 36 in the pack, and these are a pretty uniform size, and as far as scale goes, next to a mini, they are really good for just a small cargo crate. So I grabbed a few out of a bag, and next we're going to use some cereal box to make the raised wooden straps around the corners. Now, the cereal box is great because of how thin it is, and it's got a non-glossy side and a glossy side. Now, what I did was, I did this off camera, I cut a few strips that are 3 millimeters wide, and these are going to be the main wrapping around the crates. Now, there's two ways you can do this. I'm going to show you the way I did, and then the way that you could if you wanted to do it differently. The way I did it was I just kind of held it up to the edge, and then while holding it into position to kind of get everything lined up as a measurement, I snipped a piece off. So now we've got a piece that is perfectly sized for our crate. Now I'm going to clip the edges on two sides at a rough 45-degree angle, giving me, I'll bring this in here, giving me a little kind of trapezoid shape. Now what this does is lets me put it into position, and when I put 4 of them on for the side, all of the corners will line up together. and make a nice fully enclosed side. Now we're going to need a bunch of these to do it in this method. There's 6 sides to the cube, and each side needs 4 pieces, so we need about 24 of these little strips in order to cover 1 cube. Now, there is, like I said, another way that you can do this if you don't want to do a whole bunch of extra trimming. You can just kind of hold this into position and then bend it around the cube, and then trim the final side, and then glue this into position. That will give a nice wraparound on one side, and then you can do it on the other side, but then you'd still have to cut a few extra pieces to coat the empty areas. So it's just kind of up to you on how it is that you want to kind of go about adding your reinforcing pieces. So I'm going to get a bunch of these cut out, and then we'll attach a few with some tacky glue and see what the end result is.
Now that all the pieces are cut, I can just grab a little bit of tacky glue and applying it along the edges and just kind of slide the piece of cardboard on. Now I'm putting the glossy side down because I want the non-glossy side outward. My thought process is that it absorbs the paint a little bit easier and there's less chance of the paint kind of rubbing off this way. And as you can see, I like to go one side at a time and just kind of add everything in, wipe away any excess glue, and as the sides are completed, I do a small coating of glue along the edges just to kind of make sure everything is locked into place.
Alright, so this is what we have after gluing the side pieces on. Now, these are going to work great as, like I said, just kind of scatter terrain, but I don't want to make a bunch of these and have some of them get covered up. So like if I put 4 together and then put another few on the top, some of the sides aren't really going to be seen. So what I'm going to do is take a few of these that haven't been colored up or modified, and I'm going to just kind of put a few together like this. And then we're going to glue these together and then give them a covering to kind of be larger filler. And what I can do is remove a couple and then put these in. And then when the cover goes on, it'll cover these back pieces and then leave these exposed to kind of show what it is that's amongst everything. Or I can keep these in and put one on, and then again do the same kind of cover so that you have the impression that we have a whole bunch of cargo crates, but we don't have to go through the process of adding the wrapping to every single one. So let's put some together and I'll show you what I mean.
Now, painting these up is pretty simple. I start with a little bit of burnt umber and just do a pretty simple overbrushing on all the sides of each cube. This is just to kind of give a nice dark undertone to everything and just kind of creates little shadowed areas as well. Once those are dried, I grabbed some neutral gray and then did a, here on the first one it's kind of like a medium dry brush, but I go a little bit lighter on the rest of them just to kind of add some highlights to the edges and kind of make it look like these have been outside, kicked around, or just kind of weathered and worn out. Okay, now that those are done, let's go ahead and start making the actual cargo piles. Now, I've got a few more of these wet towels that I got from the Dollar Tree, I'm going to cut a couple of squares out of them. I'm going to do 2 squares of 3" by 3" and 2 squares of 4" by 4". That should give me enough canvas tarps to cover a couple of different piles of varying sizes. And if you want, you can always leave a few areas exposed or kind of use more or less to cover things. Now to make the actual piles themselves, I'm just going to hot glue a few cubes together, and I don't want these to look like they're perfectly pristine square piles, so I'm kind of offsetting them and shifting them around a little bit to kind of create irregular piles to kind of increase the natural appearance of everything. And I played around a little bit with what size tarp I want to use to cover everything before fitting it down on the top with just a little bit of hot glue. And on a couple of them I decided to take some of the finished and painted cubes and attach them to the sides or in various places, and then just kind of slowly wrap the canvas covering over them, just to kind of create a few exposed areas of finished cargo crates, while all of the unfinished cubes are covered fully by the cloth. And I'm just kind of tacking them down at the corners and leaving a lot of loose areas. And this is so that I can create kind of a fixed down folds or areas where it looks like the canvas has kind of been pulled taut by rainfall or just kind of gravity. And to do that, I mixed up a little bit of watered down Mod Podge. Now, I didn't want to do a whole bunch of coats of this, so I went pretty heavy with the glue, and it came out to be like a 2-to-1 ratio, 1 part water, 2 parts glue. Then I just kind of stirred it around until I thought it was reasonably dissolved, and then did a pretty heavy saturation on all of the piles that I made. And as you can see, as I'm brushing it on, I'm just kind of pulling things down and kind of creating little folds or draped areas with the glue. And once all of this dries and hardens, it'll be next to impossible for anything to come apart or kind of come loose. Now, once these are fully dried, I do take them and do a extra coating of just plain old Mod Podge, no watered down aspects to it, and that's just to kind of make sure that all of the small flimsy areas are as hard and solid as I can get them. And here are the 4 piles that I put together, fully dried, coated in Mod Podge and watered down Mod Podge to kind of create the folds and little nooks and crannies. Now, these tarps are still pretty see-through, but don't really worry about that. We're going to paint over them. I'm just kind of giving you a little bit of a visual of how everything looks right now. So if you're following along at home, don't get discouraged if you can see through the tarps and you're like, oh no, what am I going to do? We are going to paint over these. So let's go ahead and grab some paints and add some color. Now, I'm building these as part of the Warcamp series, so I'm going to use the same kind of colors that I used for the tents, just to kind of give the impression that these are covered with tarps and canvas of the same nature that the tents are. So I'm giving everything a fairly heavy overbrush with some unbleached titanium. And the only areas that I'm really taking care to not paint over other areas is around the finished cubes. And that's just so that I don't have to go back and touch up any areas. And as you can see, they are covering up all of those kind of thin and see-through areas on the fabric pretty easily. Now, alternatively, if you wanted, you could put all of these together before painting anything, and then spray prime them with your choice of base paint, like a black or a brown or a tan or whatever it is that you want, and then paint over everything with various dry brushes. I wanted to do this in this fashion just to kind of show that you can do things in a very odd order of operations and still get a really nice end result. Once those are dry, I grabbed some neutral gray and then just did a simple dry brush over all of the sides. And once again, this is more of a weathering and kind of wear and tear aspect than anything else. And mostly it's just to kind of match it up with the canvas that was painted onto the tents. Since I went with an unbleached titanium undercoat followed by a neutral gray dry brush on those, I decided to keep with that same theme and pattern and do the same thing here. Now, I'm being a little heavy with the dry brush on any of the area where there's folds or creases, just to kind of give a little bit of an extra highlight to those to kind of draw attention to those areas. Now that the canvas is weathered, it's time to add a kind of blending effect. Now, I want these to kind of mesh with the ground that they're going to be placed on a little bit more easily. So using a little bit of raw sienna, I'm wiping off most of the paint from the brush, getting it down to almost a dry brush consistency of paint, and then just kind of stippling it on only on the lower area of each of the piles. I want this to look as though dirt and mud have kind of collected around the bottom, and it's just kind of visible only on those areas, not along the tops of the crates. And there we go, our cargo piles are finished.
Alright, here we have the finished pieces. I've got them kind of set up on the empty tiles. I still have to put grass on these, but you don't need to see that. Now, the bottoms are just kind of open, and I think that's fine considering, they're going to be set flat anyway, but, we can place a couple of them down, and you can see how that just kind of adds a whole huge element to the camp. Having the, kind of dirtied up lower edge kind of helps to blend everything together and really just kind of helps to bring an extra aspect to the camp setup. Now, I do intend to magnetize these. I've got some magnets ordered. I'm going to put one into the bottom, and since each one of these has magnets in them, that will allow me to just kind of clip them into place on one side, or have two of them, or just one in the center, or if I make one really, really big one, I can have it, just kind of spread across the whole thing. These are going to work great as improvised cover. You can see that model next to them, here I'll just kind of hold these down, is almost completely obscured. So during gameplay, these can be utilized as a quick improvised cover. I can do like little bounty missions for players, like they're supposed to infiltrate a camp and then find the illicit cargo that the bandits or the mercenaries have confiscated or found, and then try and recover it, and then they get to the camp and, oh look, there's multiple piles of cargo, but which one is the correct one? Now they have to take some time and search things, and that leads to potential confrontations. And I think that's going to be a really fun little aspect to kind of have. But even on their own, these are really nice for just an extra bit of decoration and detail. And having them magnetized means that I can kind of move them anywhere in the camp, or much like the walls and the watchtowers, use these independently of everything else. Now, one thing I might do, and I haven't decided on it yet, is I might, after putting the magnet into them, try and put them onto some kind of base to cover the bottom, or I might just paint the bottom to kind of disguise it a little bit. But even if I don't do that, the bottom isn't going to be visible unless a player physically picks it up and then looks at it, so it's not really that big of a deal. So that's going to be it for today. And this is now the official last episode of the Modular Warcamp build series. Next up, we are going to do a little showcase. I'm going to set up the camp in a couple of different positions, a couple of different ways, and just kind of show you what it is that everything looks like now that it's all been put together. That's going to come out on Wednesday. And then on Friday, we'll have a supercut with all the build videos all kind of put together into one massive time lapse. Well, not really a time lapse, one massive video, so that if you want, you can watch it all at once, or just check out the showcase. Either way, this project has been a blast to work on. Thank you all so much for joining me throughout the whole series. Hit that like button, subscribe for future content, comment down in the comments section, and we will see everyone next episode.